You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99 WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off Fournette. He's driving, but he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10, empty set. Walk downfield, and that is Hilton again. 1st and goal. Ebron, what a year for him. Eric Ebron, touchdown, Colts.
Slant, caught, touchdown, Marquise Lee, and he punched the ball into the stands.
Deep, and he's got it. Keelan Cole, touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com/Braves Country.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. The Atlanta Braves today returned Jesse Chavez from his rehabilitation assignment and reinstated him from the 60-day IL. Designated left-handed pitcher Lucas Litke for assignment. Additionally, Nick Anderson, Daysball Hernandez, and Colin McHugh tonight all begin rehab assignments with AAA Gwinnett. Tonight, Braves Country will have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. 7:20 first pitch versus the Philadelphia Phillies. It's a Philly simulcast with JJ from Philly helping out on play-by-play duties. We'll come on 10 minutes before pregame. We'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves and the Philadelphia Phillies. Spencer Strider night here on Braves Country. Games of interest around Major League Baseball tonight. 6:40, the Rays host the Angels. Sandoval versus Taj Bradley. Twins are at the Reds at 6:40. Maeda versus Cruz. Mets at Marlins. Braxton Garrett on the bump for the Fish. Blue Jays are at the Yankees. Kikuchi versus Schmidt. The Cubs host the Pirates. 7:40 first pitch. Chicago will send Assad to the mound. -190 on the money line. Brew Crew in St. Louis to take on the Cardinals. Tyler McGill versus Drew Rom. Rangers host the Red Sox. Eovaldi versus Tanner Houck. The Orioles and Astros back at it again. Kyle Gibson versus Hunter Brown. Mariners at the A's at 9:40. Giants at the Diamondbacks. The big game in the NL wildcard race. The Dodgers host the Tigers. 10-10 first pitch. LA 2. Suspended football coach from Michigan State, Mel Tucker, responded Tuesday to the school's notice that it intends to fire him for cause, saying in a statement that, quote, other motives are at play and that there has been a, quote, bias against him throughout the process. After getting notified Monday of the school's intention to fire him, Tucker was given 7 days per his contract to respond to the notification in the wake of a pending sexual misconduct case brought by Brenda Tracy, a sexual awareness speaker. In Tucker's statement released by ESPN on Tuesday morning, he claimed his firing is a miscarriage of justice and came because of Miss Tracy's improper public disclosure of the entire 1,200-page investigation file regarding her baseless complaint against me. Quote, let's be clear. I don't believe Michigan State plans to fire me because I admitted to an entirely consensual private relationship with another adult who gave one presentation at Michigan State University over 2 years ago, unquote. By firing him for cause, Michigan State is aiming to avoid paying Mel Tucker the more than $79 million remaining on his contract. And in the NFL headlines, the Browns plan on Ford being the number one running back after the Nick Chubb season-ending injury. Giants refuse to rule out quick healer Saquon Barkley for Thursday night. Panthers star linebacker Thompson is out for the rest of the season. And Julius Peppers, Antonio Gates headline the first-time Hall of Fame nominees for the National Football Hall of Fame. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Armor Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pump. Really? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
To Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com/at Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac McGee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. Forget it's Spencer Strider night. Forget we're trying to get off the schneid. Forget that all these guys are going back to rehab. Uncle Jesse's back, baby. Let's go.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Yeah, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? I hope you're having a great afternoon as Tuesday night baseball's coming your way here in a few hours, and we've got a treat for you tonight. JJ with Philadelphia, JJ the Philadelphia guy, play-by-play with JJ is going to be with us tonight on the call, a simulcast. That'll be a lot of fun. Coming up in a minute, coming out of the bullpen, I've got Doug. We're going to talk the Cincinnati Reds. We're going to talk the NL wild card. We're going to talk fantasy football. A lot of moving and shaking, a lot of injuries, and how do you adjust to that? And then, of course, Joey's on the way, and we'll be talking some football as well as some Cubs baseball and all that going on. So looking forward to the day. But let's go ahead and get things cranking here. Got a short time to get this one in, so let's go ahead and get jamming here on Braves Country.
You're in Braves Country.
All right, so you haven't heard the news? You're just joining us? The Atlanta Braves, well, things are starting to turn around. I know that everyone thinks the sky is falling because we lost 3 in a row to Miami. We lost last night to Philadelphia. Look, I'm going to be honest with you. This is what it was. And you can take it for what it is. I know there's a lot of Braves fans overreacting, but here's the whole gist of what went down. The Miami series, it was a hangover. The Braves had clinched the NL East for the 6th straight year. I heard a lot of folks in the media talking about how they had family come in down there to Miami soaking in the rays. You don't want to hear that as a fan, but it is what it is. They did not put their best foot forward, what would be the best thing I could say with the Miami series. And you could tell by the usage of the bullpen, everything, they were not going all in to win that series. Last night, you try to crank it back up, and I don't think you can just turn it on and turn it off. There's 2 things that were in play. A, Zach Wheeler is a hell of a pitcher. And for Braves fans that think for some reason that when the Braves don't get base hits, that it's always the players, the Braves players' fault, and this is ridiculous, and we should be scoring. Zach Wheeler pitched a gem last night, and Zach Wheeler has always pitched well against the Braves, even back to his days in New York. And the reason why is the same reason why the Philadelphia Phillies gave him a boat ton of money. He's a damn good pitcher. He's a damn good pitcher. So he was on last night. There's been times where the Braves have gotten to him, sure. But he was on last night. I still think the Braves are getting the cobwebs out. I expect a better effort tonight. I don't know if you're going to get the Braves team in this series. We'll see. I expect for them to bounce back tonight. But you're talking about turning it off, going down to Miami, kind of goofing around, splashing on the beach. Oh, by the way, squeeze some baseball games in. And you had guys like Derek Rodriguez giving up 8 runs and no one going out there and grabbing them. Why? Because they knew they were going to DFA him. You had Lucas Littke last night pitching 2 innings. You know, it's funny. I mentioned it during the broadcast. I was right. He got DFA'd this morning. I had a feeling when Jesse Chavez, and I didn't know he was going to come back today, but I had a feeling they had a plan in place with Jesse Chavez. And you knew that he had started his rehab early last week. You knew he was coming sometime. I didn't know if we were going to wait until the Washington series to bring him back. But you knew Lucas Littke, I mean, he is what he is. He is what he is, man. He's a journeyman lefty at the tail end of his career. Doesn't have a lot of snap in his pitches. The Braves didn't give up much to get him. He ate some innings this year, and they DFA'd him. If he makes it back around, the Braves will probably roster him down in the minors, but they're not going to lose a lot of sleep over this because we're at the end of the minor league season, so you don't really care if someone else snatches him, right? Jesse Chavez comes up, and you love that. The other big news, and these are just things that are starting to unfold, is the fact that so not only does Jesse Chavez come up, Littke gets DFA. Of course, Jesse Chavez, when he went on the IL just before, not too far before the All-Star break, there was talks about Jesse Chavez would have been on the All-Star team, and he probably would have been. Now, we'll see what he's got coming back. But at this point, we'll see, will he come back and be throwing bullets crisp out the gates? He's looked pretty decent down in the minors, but you never know. It could take a couple outings. So it's great that we're seeing him. What is there, 11 games left in the season? So it's great that we're seeing that and looking forward to that. On that same note, though they already announced Nick Anderson, tonight he will actually begin the rehabilitation assignment as they were off yesterday. So tonight, Nick Anderson Daysball Hernandez and Colin McHugh are all beginning rehab assignments in AAA Gwinnett. And so they're going to be the priority. The Braves will send them out there on the bump and probably do some bullpen games to get everybody rocking and rolling and ready for. Now, as far as who is most likely to be on the playoff roster, if Nick Anderson is pitching well, I think Nick Anderson's on that playoff roster. I'm going to be honest. What we saw out of Tonkin the last few times out, he's looked a little shaky, but I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt because all in all, Michael Tonkin's been a hell of a reliever. He's not a guy you're putting in to close a game. He's a guy that could eat some innings. He's a guy that could keep you in a game. And I like the idea of, let me put it this way, Braves fans, as much as you've been anti-Colin McHugh, one of those guys are going to be on the playoff roster because you got to have one guy that is familiar with coming in to a playoff game, and they very well may put both of them on, but you have to have one guy who's familiar with coming in out of the bullpen and eating several innings. They can't all be high leverage back end closers because there's going to be a game, there always is in the playoffs, where whatever starter you ran out there doesn't have it. And you got to go to the bullpen much earlier than you thought you were going to. And you got to have a Michael Tonkin. Now, I would rather have Tonkin than McHugh because let's be honest, McHugh, I mean, he just doesn't have the fastball anymore on his bullets. You know, he throws, he's never been a dominating pitcher, but he used to throw low 90s on the cutter. Now that cutter's coming in high 80s, and there's a difference. And I talked about this before, but he used to come in with the changeup, and the big thing was the slider that was around 7-8 miles an hour underneath the fastball. Now he's throwing that damn sweeper. I don't know who talked him into that junk, but that thing gets tattooed unless it's like absolutely hitting perfect. So I'd rather see Tonkin on the playoff roster. So there you have that. And we've got Braves versus Phillies tonight. Looking forward to that. We're going to have JJ on doing the play-by-play with me. So what we're going to do, we're having some fun with this. I hope both sides, I hope the Philly fans and the Braves fans enjoy this. By the way, be kind to each other. We don't ever want, I know it's going to get chippy, but we don't need people hurting each other's feelings, right? I don't know what went on last night. Something went on last night. I saw some reactions from, and I don't think it were all Philly fans. I think there was other nonsense going on. But I saw the comments later. It's hard for me to keep up because when they're scrolling, the comments are scrolling and I'm talking and I'm trying to bring you the game. I don't see it all. That's why we do have the ad man goat in there, to keep everything in line. But just be kind to each other. We want to have fun with this, and if it goes well, I'd like to see us do more of this. You never know. This could be a preview of round 2 of the playoffs, the NLDS. Very well could be Philadelphia versus Atlanta, and then we could really have some fun with this. But JJ is going to be on the call with me tonight. What we're going to do is when Philadelphia is at bat, he's going to bring you the play-by-play. I'm going to do color commentary. When the Braves are at bat, I'm going to do play-by-play. He's going to give you color commentary. So you won't get the Strider calls tonight, but that's okay because I think it's going to be a lot of fun. So we're looking forward to that. That's a 7:20 first pitch. And JJ's going to jump on with us about 7 o'clock. We're going to do a little bit of 10 minutes, introduce him to everybody, that kind of thing. And then we'll step aside for, lineups and Church of Baseball and all that stuff that we always do, national anthem. Doug's about to jump in here, so we're going to take a quick break here in a second. But I just want to make sure that everybody, is caught up to speed. If you're just joining us real quick, Jesse Chavez is back. The Braves lineup looks very, very similar. Darnold's in the lineup. I still don't understand. I mean, a guy that owns Wheeler and you bench him last night. I mean, I don't know if Snicker and company are doing 3D chess where they're like, well, we don't want him to hit against him now. We'll put him against him in the playoffs. But I thought that was very, very odd. With the left-hander on the mound tonight and Christopher Sanchez, the lineup looks a little different. So you got Darnode right behind Ozuna. You've got Arcia behind Darnode in the 7th spot, and then Pilar, and then Harris. So very right. And you know what will happen when they go to a righty reliever? You're probably going to see Eddie come in. There's a good possibility that you see others come in, but I do believe you do see Eddie at some point in the game. With this is a really good pitching matchup. I think the Braves bats are going to wake up tonight, though. They've been really quiet. Spencer Strider night. Give me Spencer Strider to go out there and deal. He pitched really well against Philadelphia last week. I kind of wish he wasn't seeing him again because, this is getting too familiar. But nonetheless, you got to play the games in front of you. So give me Spencer Strider to go out there, get the W, and I'm going to take the Braves to win a fairly low-scoring affair. Let's flip the script. What did we lose? 7-1 last night. Give me the Braves to win. Sanchez is a darn good pitcher. Let me go. They're going to get to the back of the bullpen. The Braves are going to get to 6. So give me Braves win this one 6-2. And because this is the second time they've seen them in a week, I do think they're going to get some runs. Give me the Braves to win this one 6-3. And there you have that. All right, let's take a quick break. The bullpen doors opening up. Doug and his Cincinnati Reds and the National League wild card are on the way. We'll be back in a flash. You're listening to Braves Country today, right here on 99.1 FM, WQEE, your CBS affiliates in Braves Country. Find us on YouTube today, youtube.com/@Braves Country.
Hi, it's Jamie, Progressive's Employee of the Month, 2 months in a row. Leave a message at the... Hi, Jamie. It's me, Jamie. I just had a new idea for our song about the Name Your Price tool. So when it's like, tell us what you want to pay, hey, 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 and the trombone goes, blah, 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 and you say, we'll help you find coverage options to fit your budget. Then we just all do finger snaps while a choir goes, savings coming at ya, savings coming at ya. Yes? No? Maybe? Anyway, see your practice tonight. I got new lyrics for the rap break.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
It's time to live, laugh, and create memories again with MSC Cruises. Join us on some of the world's most modern and innovative ships. Discover again at our new private island, Ocean Key MSC Marine Reserve, named Best New Cruise Destination. Cruise the Caribbean and Bahamas from Miami or Port Canaveral. Book now with free balcony upgrades and flexible booking changes. Call your travel advisor or visit msccruises.com. Restrictions apply. MSC Cruises, a world of discovery.
Hey, Braves fans, thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves, bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac McGee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
This is to anybody watching the Alabama game right now against South Florida, who lost to Western Kentucky in week 1. We're riding the struggle bus. What in the buffoonery and gainery is this? Is Mike Sheila the coach again? I don't know what's going on. But anyway, this is sad and pathetic. Roll Tide anyway, but like,
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit the field, and every man feels like a boy, and every wife could kill. He's been flying here since August.
Welcome back, Doug. How you doing, Red Raider Doug?
Doing all right.
Well, so first of all, the Raiders, they took one on the chin this weekend. How did you feel about that before we get into the baseball?
Oh, how did I feel about that? I don't have words to tell you how bad I felt about that.
I kept checking the score. I kept hoping it was going to be a closer game for you, man. I saw it. I was like, whoa, whoa.
Oh, just when I thought it couldn't get worse.
You know what it reminded me of? Remember when AFC, was it AFC championship game? Was that like 92 or 93 where the Raiders went out there and got their doors blown off by Buffalo? It's like
1992. Yeah, we lost 52-3.
52-3. I knew it was a lot to a little. Yeah, that's what it reminded me of. Thankfully, if you're a Raiders fan, hey, you're 1-1, so what's the big deal, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a long grind now in the National Football League. It's not like it used to be where every game was so damn important. Now you can drop one or two here and there, and you're not. I think people are overreacting about the Cincinnati Bengals. I think the Bengals just are playing. The Bengals played sluggish last year, and then you got about halfway through the season, and they were mauling everybody. So I just wouldn't freak out, but did want to get that off the dockets. All right, so what we have up here now. Let me see if I can get this a little bigger on the screen. Let's put the National League wild card race, and you know what? Let's go at one more ring, because do we really care what the San Diego Padres are doing? I know I don't.
No, not particularly.
I mean, that's a dumpster fire, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to cut this off just where Philly is. And so you got Philly. I got Cincinnati on the screen. Just below that, a half game back is Miami, but we'll live with that since their fan base is basically non-existent. So if there's an actual Miami Marlin fan living and breathing, then they can comment and we'll put it up there. Hell, the only Marlin fan I know is Steven, and he doesn't watch the games. So what are we doing? The only smack that he ever talks is when he sees like the score on the bottom line that night, and I'll get a text. I'm like, get out of here, dude. Anyways, so what we have going on here, you got Philadelphia, you got and I look, people were talking like this was a thing or something last night, because we do have a Reds fan that comes into our chat during the ball games. And the Braves fans are going back and forth with her, talking about, if the Braves can win, it can help the chances to knock Philly. Philly's not getting knocked out. Philly's got a huge lead. They're 4 games up. And it's not just that they're 4 games up. There's not one team trying to catch them. They're 4 games up with Miami, Cincinnati, Chicago, and Arizona all behind them. So the worst case scenario that would happen to Philadelphia would be that they went on some kind of losing streak and held on to the 5th or 6th seed, right?
I mean, I was going to say, in her defense, though, I mean, Cincy is winning a lot of its ball games. I mean, we've won 6 out of our last 10. We're taking every series. I mean, we're doing everything we can.
No, I'm not knocking Cincinnati. What I'm saying is, if you're a Cincinnati fan, if you're a Chicago fan, a Miami fan, an Arizona fan, you're not really worried about the Philly score, because you're not catching them. You got to catch the other teams. You have to look at it this way. There's about 11 games for everybody left, right?
Yeah.
If I'm a Reds fan, per se, since we're talking the Reds, I'm scoreboard watching on Miami, Chicago, and Arizona. I don't one damn about what Philadelphia is doing, because Philly's not going to go on an 11-game losing streak, right? Let's get our head out of our ass, right?
Yeah, too, and Reds fans have to understand with Philly too, the way they do in any tiebreakers are interdivisional records, and we lose in that type of tiebreaker to Chicago anyway, or Chicago. I mean, Philly. So no, they're far away. It doesn't matter how many games you win, they're not going to drop that many games, and in any tiebreaker, you're not gonna move ahead of Philly anyway. So
yeah, I mean, what we're talking about, I think this is more Braves fans pie in the sky stuff, but what we're talking about is that not only would Philly have to go on like this ridiculous losing streak,
Mm-hmm.
But three other teams who are more likely to play each other, whatever, but three other teams would have to go on a ridiculous winning streak. It can't just be one or two. It's got to be all three. So we'll just say the top three: Arizona, Chicago, and Cincinnati. They would have to go like on a ridiculous winning streak.
Yep.
So that's, it's just not going to happen. In Philly, if you look at who Philly plays down the stretch, I think they got the Mets a bunch. So you can't even play the game of, well, if we knock them off, because let me see. Yeah. After the Braves series, they played the Mets 7 times. That might as well be a homecoming game. If we're talking college football, that's your homecoming opponent. And then they got the Pittsburgh Pirates in Philadelphia. And that literally is the homecoming game, right? That's the that's the in-state rival, right? The delusional in-state rival. So quit worrying about what Philly's doing, you knuckleheads. If you're pulling for Cincinnati or Miami, I'm scoreboard watching on the other three: Arizona, Chicago, and then whoever you're right. The same thing goes with Arizona, Chicago, because they're all separated by one game, but they're all separated by one loss in the loss column. All three teams.
Yes.
The only difference is Chicago has played one more game. I'm sorry, Cincinnati has played one more game.
Mm-hmm. And we take one more loss. So,
right.
Yeah, I mean, but what makes it so exciting between the three of them, this is going to fluctuate. I think it'll probably come down to the last day, whoever's going to be that final wild card.
So looking at, so for instance, today what we're looking at is Marlins are hosting the Mets. You've got, let's see what else we have going on here of relevance to the National League wild card. The Cubs are hosting the Pirates.
Oh, God.
Arizona is hosting the Giants. And what was the other team?
The Reds, we got the Twins in game 2 tonight.
Oh, that's right. That's up at the top. That's why. So, yeah, Reds and Twins, that's a tough one. Marlins are at home against the Mets. Braxton Garrett, they should take care of business, but you never know in the game of baseball, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got Arizona at home, Zach Gallen versus Cobb. And if you look at San Francisco, folks are wondering about them. They're 2 out. So San Francisco, if they really want to get serious about this, San Francisco has got to, and I mean got to, basically, I mean, they obviously need to sweep the series.
Yeah.
But it's in Arizona. So I think you could live with winning the series. But honestly, if you're the Giants, man, that's and remember something, after the Giants, they play the Dodgers two of the last 3 series of the season.
Yep.
And I don't think the Dodgers are taking the foot off the gas.
They haven't yet, no. So
if you're a Reds fan, if you're a Cubs fan, Miami fan, you're pulling for San Fran right now, because I would pull for them to sweep, because I would want to base my fandom on Giants ain't doing nothing against the Dodgers. Let them go ahead and sweep Arizona, get them out of the way, and then the Dodgers will take care of the Giants.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's what I was thinking, or hoping for anyway.
Because if you look at this weekend in the matchups that are going to go down with those same, Cubs are at home against the Rockies. You're not loving that if you're trying to catch them.
Nope.
Reds are at home against the Pirates, so Reds fans got to be excited about that.
Yep, another homecoming game.
And talked about the San Fran at the Dodgers. And then where is Arizona? I just had them a second ago. Here it is. The Arizona Diamondbacks go east. They are heading to the New York Yankees. So if you play that out to next week, on the series next week. The Arizona Diamondbacks are then going to the White Sox.
Oh, gosh.
So they're at the Yankees at the White Sox. And then they finish their schedule last homestand of the season against the Houston Astros. But will Houston be playing for anything? If Houston's playing for something, that's good.
Yeah.
What you got right now, what it looks like right now, is that the Yankees are going to send this weekend. They don't have a starter mentioned for Friday, but Saturday and Sunday, the Yankees are sending Rodon, who's been trash, and Schmidt, who's been pretty good. In the Chicago White Sox series, oof. Man, this is the who's who of who's not. Jose Urena sighting on Monday. Schultz, who has just gotten murdered. Every time I see his stat line, I'm like, God, why is this guy still around? And Touki Toussaint, baby. Let's go.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
That's the guy that's going to bring it home for you, Touki Toussaint.
With a name like Touki, he's always going to bring it home. Never mind.
Hey, Touki, man. He was a favorite in Braves country when he was here. He was part of that deal that sent him out west. But I always thought Touki had pretty good stuff. I just think he needs to get in the right. I really think folks need to quit trying to make him a starter and make him a reliever. He would be a hell of a middle reliever.
Yeah.
To be a starter, let's be honest, you have to have 3 very good pitches. Touki always had just 2.
Yeah.
So I think as a Reds fan, which you also need to be kind of pulling for in the back of your mind when you're watching the scoreboards, Doug, follow me on this. You want that AL West division race to come down to the wire so Houston is putting their best foot forward on the final weekend versus Arizona.
Yes, I agree.
You don't want them clinching on Wednesday night next week.
No, I know. That's why I had texted a certain time. I hoping Atlanta might want to put some gas on the pedal against the Marlins, but that didn't happen either.
Well, we'll talk more about this next hour when Joey jumps on. He's our Cubs fan, so we're going to get the Cubs side of it. But, man, this is a really fun time down the stretch. Not as fun if you're a Braves fan. Because dude, I'm ready for this to start. I'm ready for these games to start mattering and have our guys quit, sleeping at the wheel. Sorry we couldn't do anything for you.
That's okay. When I saw that one night's lineup, I'm like, oh, my gosh. I think they turned the lights on in the house and just put it on cruise control.
So when they got pounded down there in a couple of games, hell, Jazz Chisholm hit 2 grand slams. That tells you who was out there pitching.
Yeah.
Monday afternoon, right before they came on the air, I saw an interview with Jeff Francoeur, and they were talking about how poorly the Braves had played down there in Miami. And the thing is, they'd already started talking about how the families were down there with everybody. So they won the division, and all the teams basically chartered down there with their families, go hang out on the beach during the non-baseball part of it, right? And Francoeur, kind of with the wry grin, said, I'm actually surprised we played as well as we did. So they were checked out, man. You could tell. I did the Friday game and I did the Saturday game. I was like, I'm not doing the Sunday game, man. I'm glad I made that decision. They don't give a damn. Why should I? And they went out there and lost 16-2 on Sunday. I was like, there's no way I'm doing this. I'm gonna let the mics cool down and watch a little football. And that's what I did. I kept it on the Braves game, but I kept watching. I was like, this is just a nightmare. Anyways, let's take a quick break. When we come back, fantasy football. There is carnage laying everywhere from Cleveland to New York. And, of course, it's still a bloody mess out in Baltimore. We'll be back in a flash, tell you who you should pick up and who you should think about dropping right here on Braves Country today.
Well, know my name. I'm just here to install this smoke detector.
Smoke detector? Does that detect any kind of smoke?
Long live the king.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz. Touchdown, Florida State. Rock Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Mowry onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Mowry ties it. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson.
Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy, and Trevor Lawrence knows. Throw it up against that single coverage. Give him a chance to make a play on a 50-50 ball.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac McGee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
You're 5 feet nothing, 100 and nothing, and you got hardly a speck of athletic ability. And you hung in with the best college football team in the land for 2 years. And you're also going to walk out of here with a degree from the University of Notre Dame. In this lifetime, you don't have to prove nothing to nobody except yourself. And after what you've gone through, if you haven't done that by now, it ain't going to never happen.
Welcome back. Talk a little fantasy football here as we get let's go ahead and throw it in there.
Hello, my friends, the time is here. It's the very best of all times of the year. It's the reason I'm cheesing and feeling so fine. It's fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
All right. So, Dougie. How many shares of the Carnage do you own?
Fortunately, I only had one share. Fortunately, thank God.
Chubb?
Chubb, yeah.
Yeah. Man, I avoided him this year, and it wasn't like – so it was weird. Now, obviously, it'd be stupid to sit there and say, oh, I knew he was going to get hurt. Like, there's always that one chucklehead that says that.
Yeah.
I just wasn't overly excited about where he was at because I still doubt the Cleveland offense. And we kind of saw why last night. But don't get me wrong, he's a very good running back. I didn't – where he was going, I had guys that were ranked higher, and I was like, I'm never going to get him. Like, it's not going to fall that way. He's going very high in the draft, and if he's going that high, there are other guys that I wanted. I wanted Bijan Robinson over him, et cetera, et cetera. So it really just came down to fandom. and being anti-Cleveland Brown. And it's not the Cleveland Brown franchise. I used to pull for the Cleveland Brown franchise. Thought they were a fun franchise to pull for. The days of Vinny Testaverde, Bernie Kosar, even the Ernest Biner massacre that was.
Don't forget the days of Brian Sipe.
That predates me a little bit, but I'll do you one better. I saw Brian Sipe play in the USFL live. He was the quarterback for the Jacksonville Bulls, and a hell of a quarterback, but he couldn't stay healthy. I didn't know it at the time because I was a kid, but he was at the end of his career, but he couldn't stay healthy.
And then he ruined his reputation with that arrogant throw in 1980 against the Raiders in the divisional, what I call the mistake by the lake. Why he points right at Mike Davis, makes this little mocking gesture towards him, and throws an interception right to him.
I've seen the highlight, but that predates me just a tad.
I know. I'm just saying he kind of
was Super Bowl 15, correct?
What's that?
Was that Super Bowl 15?
That was in that year. It was a divisional. Yeah, it was the divisional game. Yep, that year.
Yeah, so that's the first Super Bowl that I remember seeing, but I really didn't know what the hell was going on.
Yep.
It was the next year that I really became a big football fan. Joe Montana, the catch, all that. So that was kind of the beginning. But I do remember the Super Bowl 15, but it wasn't on my radar as a young kid. I was just learning. Gotcha. I was a Raider fan at the time. We've talked about this story where my grandfather put an end to that crap. He's like, God dog it, you're in the Southeast. You're not pulling for the gosh darn Oakland Raiders. Where you're never going to see them. Stop it. You're never going to see them. They're on TV all the time. He said,
no, I know, exactly.
If I would have known later, or if I would have known at the time, I could have rebutted him. It wasn't until years later that I brought that story up to my dad, and my dad being the Florida State alumni, he said, well, Fred Biletnikoff was a damn Raider at the time. I was like, yeah, I didn't have that knowledge. I didn't have, I couldn't Google it, I couldn't Google the Oakland Raider roster and go, hey, look who played for them. So I lost that argument and ended up being a Dolphin fan in the 80s and 90s. And now I kind of wish I'd stuck there because they're looking good. All right, fantasy football. Find this interesting that the number one guy on the list is Roschon Johnson.
Yeah, he if you watch the game Sunday, he looked good. I mean, he kind of surprised everybody, and that's why you're seeing a lot of levitation towards him right now. He just barreled through that D-line last week. He looked real good. I mean, he didn't score a lot of points, but he certainly looked good.
I think a lot of it has to do, too, with Deontay Foreman being a healthy scratch.
Yeah.
Man, I'll tell you what. Chicago Bears should really think about, and this is kind of like that 3D chess move when you're talking about fantasy football.
Yeah.
Especially if you were in a really deep league of a lot of different teams and like your bench is not as exciting as other benches are, because I'm talking about leagues at 14, 16, and you kind of have to almost be 3 steps ahead of everybody.
Mm-hmm.
If the Bears really thought about it long and hard, I mean, why wouldn't you trade Deontay Foreman to one of these teams? Because Deontay, this is not like trading a quarterback. You can usually plug a running back in pretty quickly. And the Bears look like they're going to be bad.
Yeah.
I mean, they self-destructed in that Tampa Bay game.
Yeah, that was hard to watch as well. Not surprising, but hard to watch.
It's interesting. it's interesting that Roshan Johnson's the number one, because I thought, and now number 2 is Jerome Ford, and for good reason. I thought he would be the number 1.
Well, there's a little consensus that one thing that Cleveland might do, and I say might, is go ahead. They may bring Kareem Hunt back again.
Yeah, I've seen that. I don't know if Kareem Hunt's got it anymore. So if he does come back, I think he's probably a backup. But there is the argument that he knows the offense. There is the argument that you could plug him back in, assuming he's in shape. And as far as I know, he's been staying in shape. So that's another one of those 3D chess moves that you can make on the waiver wire. You say, look, they bring Kareem Hunt back. Ford's not going to get as many carries as everyone thinks he's going to. So why don't I just grab him for free and let someone else either blow, depending on how you're set up, but it could be a fab budget, or it could just be, the rolling order.
Yeah.
The other one that they have, let's go to running backs and not just everybody. Justice Hill. Yeah, he didn't do much, but he did get 14 carries.
Yeah.
Devon Achane, man, Devon Achane is the one that really intrigues me. I do wonder about his touches, but that kid can fly. I mean, he can flat out fly. He's interesting. Craig Reynolds of Detroit. I think if you're looking for someone to plug in this week, you're just I'm going to figure it out. Then I think your best bet is just to go grab Matt Breida, because he's not going to cost you much. They're talking about, we think Saquon Barkley is going to be a superhero. He's not playing Thursday night. There's no way in hell high ankle sprain has you in the lineup Thursday night. But
no.
Where would you rank these guys? Because Jeff Wilson, see, what's his deal? They placed him on the IR, and that was a couple of weeks ago, I believe. So he's got to miss out. At least 2 more weeks? I don't know why he's ranked so high on the list.
I was going to say one player, looking at all these players, 2 that strike out to me, you might get for absolutely nothing. One is, not that I think he's going to score a lot of fantasy points. If you're not in like real bad trouble, losing Chubb, you can pick up a Latavius Murray. Latavius Murray, so far in the season, they keep using him constantly within the 10-yard line, and he's been vulturing a few touchdowns here and there. So to me, he's a worth streaming option if you're just looking to make up some points or just a point filler on one of your teams.
So to that point, I do want to play devil's advocate for everyone who's rushing out there thinking they've figured out. If we always think we figured out the offenses in week 2, and we're never right, where it never works out that way. But Pierre Strong of Cleveland, I was listening to a podcast this morning, and one of it was a Cleveland, and one of the thought processes is that Jerome Ford was ready to roll, and so they put him in, but Pierre Strong could be a guy that could be implemented more into the game plan going forward. So you could go out there and blow your wad on Jerome Ford, but it really is, it is a roll of the dice.
Mm-hmm.
Because Pierre Strong looked pretty darn good himself. The other look, Breida, to me, if you're looking for something, an easy pickup, I don't think a lot of people are going to run to the window for him. And Breida, to me, seems like a guy that you could plug in. Granted, he's going against San Francisco, and you hate that, but it's a short week, and short week always means defenses are tired, and they give up chunk yardage.
Yeah, and they gave San Francisco, if it makes anybody feel better picking Breida, San Francisco gave up a lot of yardage against the Rams last week, and then coming in a short week.
And they're talking about, the cryptic thing that happened right before kickoff. You remember what's his name? Cam Akers was benched right before kickoff.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of came to the to what was going on with that, and that is they're talking about him being on the trade block.
Yeah,
so
he's
they
another
were
potential
benching him
one.
because they didn't think he was any good or isn't any good. They were benching him so he wouldn't get hurt so they could trade him.
Yeah,
So
makes sense. And he's another potential end up in Cleveland.
Cleveland, Baltimore
as well. Yeah.
I mean, there's two. The Giants. I mean, if you're the Giants and you think this high ankle sprain's going to last for a few weeks, I hate to break it to Barkley managers, but he could end up in you talk about throwing a monkey wrench in the whole situation. Cam Akers to the Giants. You don't know what the hell to do with anything going forward. I mean, unless Brian Daboll gets real creative and starts putting Barkley in the slot, et cetera, right?
Mm-hmm.
What about wide receivers? Which ones have your eyeballs this week?
Let's see. I'm on my wide receiver group.
So I'll throw a couple at you. Tutu Atwell, because if you didn't get on the Puka train last week, you're probably not on it. He's probably scooped up. Tutu Atwell until Cooper Kupp comes back, which doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon.
I'll tell you one that people may be sleeping on because maybe they're just not, definitely not paying attention. I'm curious with Jalen Reed. He's been playing really good with Christian Watson out. Jalen Reed's been playing really good receiver for Jordan Love.
Yeah, he has. And I'll tell you a guy who's sneaky good. He's not, and he's getting a lot of hits, but he hasn't blown up yet, right? It's usually the guy that blows up that everyone runs to. Rashid Shaheed is a big part of that New Orleans offense. So
they're always going to find a way to get him the ball every game. They keep. Too bad Derek Carr is their quarterback, or they might be able to be successful. But
yeah, they had what did he have this past game? I saw it this morning. 4 catches, 4 targets, 4 catches on those 4 targets, 63 yards, which is solid. And if you find your way in the end zone, it's a good day. The week before, very similar numbers.
Yeah. I'll tell you another guy who's kind of been fool's gold. I know people have picked him before, but right now with the situation in Detroit, if Mr. Sun God isn't playing well and he's hurt right now, Josh Reynolds filled in really good for Goff last week. That's another one if you want to go ahead and maybe take a waiver wire because I'm not sure Almond St. Raw is going to play this week or not. I mean, I know he's got a problem with his ankle too. So I don't think it's a high ankle sprain.
Yeah, Reynolds had, let me see what he had. He had 66 yards.
And 2 touchdowns.
66 yards, 2 touchdowns. The week before, when there was no injury, he still had 80 yards. He didn't get in the end zone, but he had 80 yards.
80 yards, yeah. So he's kind of a sneaky part of that offense for them. That's a definite pickup and I don't think anybody's paying attention.
I'll tell you someone else no one's paying attention to, and it really is an interesting thing because I love grabbing a receiver on a team that sucks because they're always going to have to choke. They're going to chuck it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tank Dell.
Yes.
Mark that guy down. Tank Dell, Houston. He has had, in 2 games, he's had 106 yards. He's had 10 total catches. They're going to Jacksonville this week. You got to expect for some reason, Houston plays really well in Jacksonville. Just always has. But you got to expect that's going to be a bit of a shootout. Tank Dell is one to keep an eye on.
And if you play in a league where nobody cares and Nico Collins happens to still be there, I would suggest you grab him up now before anybody left hasn't noticed how well he's been what's his name's favorite target.
Geez, how many times are they going to put Allen Robinson on these lists? I mean, they got him at number 11. I'm like, that Allen Robinson and Robert Woods. What are we doing? What year is this?
Yeah. as I call them both, the Wade Miley or the Wade Mileys of professional football.
I'd rather take a dart throw at KJ Osborne.
Yeah. I agree with you there. Yeah,
they have this.
I went out of my way on Allen Robinson a couple of times. I'll never touch him again.
They have this kid on the list, Calvin Austin from Pittsburgh.
Yes.
He had 1 catch for 10 yards.
That's
is it because he ran the ball once for -2? I mean, what is the?
Well,
I guess it's because of Deontay Johnson going on the IR.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still not going all in on this Calvin Austin.
That's pretty much, he's like the only one left in Pittsburgh because there's nothing in Pittsburgh. I mean, it's an empty house.
I don't know how many times people are going to get fooled by Donovan People-Jones.
Nope. He's on my banned list. I wouldn't go near him for any reason. I don't care.
I'm right there with Kendrick Bourne, too. You can have anybody that's got a New England Patriot jersey on. I'm out. Because all they're going to do is trick you. You're never going to know who the hell is going to go off. All they're doing is tricking you.
Well, everybody keeps preaching to Sky Moore. I'm not touching him. You don't know who's going to catch what in Kansas City. I'm sick of hearing about him already, and we're only in week 3. I'm sick of hearing about so on and so forth. You don't know who he's going to throw to.
No, you don't.
At all.
You got a lock and a walk-off for the day?
You know what? Just because I think the Reds are playing real good and Ben Lively is starting tonight, I like the energy that's going on. My lock tonight, the Reds win 5-3. That's my lock. My walk-off is last night's game. We had Connor Phillips, raw rookie, shouldn't even be playing this year. Came out and he pitched a gem last night, and I just wanted to give him a shout out. My God, he looks like he's going to be a top starter for us too.
Well, I'm pulling for you because we had a lot of fun on when the Braves played the Reds, and I would like to see the Reds make the playoffs. It'd be really fun for somehow the Braves and Reds meet up in the playoffs, but a lot of things would have to happen for that to get down. But I'm pulling for y'all. I'd like to see y'all in. I'd like to see the Cubs in. I don't care about Arizona. Nothing against Arizona fans, but I just don't care about them. They're out there out west. They're a fun team. There's an exciting element to them, but you know what? You should have won the West and knocked the Dodgers out if you wanted me to pull for you. That's all. And nobody wants the Marlins in.
Nobody watches them anyway.
We don't want 36 people down there at the what do they call that? I call it the armpit. What is the name of their actual stadium? Lone Depot Park. Nobody wants to sit down there in the armpit and watch them play a game. No. We're out. All right, brother. We'll see you Saturday for the Armchair Kickoff Show. We'll be back in a flash. Joey's jumping in the bullpen. We're going to be talking about the Cubs, more National League baseball, and football, baby. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. The Atlanta Braves today returned Jesse Chavez from his rehabilitation assignment and reinstated him from the 60-day IL. Designated left-handed pitcher Lucas Litke for assignment. Additionally, Nick Anderson, Daysball Hernandez, and Colin McHugh tonight all begin rehab assignments with AAA Gwinnett. Tonight, Braves Country will have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. 7:20 first pitch versus the Philadelphia Phillies. It's a Philly simulcast with JJ from Philly helping out on play-by-play duties. We'll come on 10 minutes before pregame. We'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves and the Philadelphia Phillies Spencer Strider night here on Braves Country. Games of interest around Major League Baseball tonight. 6:40, the Rays host the Angels. Sandoval versus Taj Bradley. Twins are at the Reds at 6:40. Maeda versus Cruz. Mets at Marlins. Braxton Garrett on the bump for the Fish. Blue Jays are at the Yankees. Kikuchi versus Schmidt. The Cubs host the Pirates. 7:40 first pitch. Chicago will send Assad to the mound. -190 on the money line. Brew Crew in St. Louis to take on the Cardinals. Tyler McGill versus Drew Rom. Rangers host the Red Sox. Eovaldi versus Tanner Houck. The Orioles and Astros back at it again. Kyle Gibson versus Hunter Brown. Mariners at the A's at 9:40. Giants at the Diamondbacks. The big game in the NL wildcard race. The Dodgers host the Tigers. 10:10 first pitch. LA 2. Suspended football coach from Michigan State, Mel Tucker, responded Tuesday to the school's notice that it intends to fire him for cause, saying in a statement that, quote, other motives are at play and that there has been a, quote, bias against him throughout the process. After getting notified Monday of the school's intention to fire him, Tucker was given 7 days per his contract to respond to the notification in the wake of a pending sexual misconduct case brought by Brenda Tracy, a sexual awareness speaker. In Tucker's statement released by ESPN on Tuesday morning, he claimed his firing is a miscarriage of justice and came because of Miss Tracy's improper public disclosure of the entire 1,200-page investigation file regarding her baseless complaint against me. Quote, let's be clear. I don't believe Michigan State plans to fire me because I admitted to an entirely consensual private relationship with another adult who gave one presentation at Michigan State University over 2 years ago, unquote. By firing him for cause, Michigan State is aiming to avoid paying Mel Tucker the more than $79 million remaining on his contract. And in the NFL headlines, the Browns plan on Ford being the number one running back after the Nick Chubb season-ending injury. Giants refuse to rule out quick healer Saquon Barkley for Thursday night. Panthers star linebacker Thompson is out for the rest of the season. And Julius Peppers, Antonio Gates headline the first-time Hall of Fame nominees for the National Football Hall of Fame. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
I, one of Barney's best friends.
I, one of Barney's best friends.
Promise never to interfere with his personal life again.
Promise never to interfere with his personal life again.
Unless it's an issue of health, national security, or he's about to get up on a fatty.
Unless it's an issue of health, national security, or he's about to get up on a fatty.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man. With a crew what it is paid. Yeah, the armchair quarterback. He's kind of fun. He's kind of bad.
Welcome back. And Joey's with us. Joey, how are you this afternoon, sir?
Oh, I'm doing good. Well, you have a little bit of at least my Colts won over the weekend, which is good to see. But then again, my Cubs are reeling. So a little bit of up and down in my neck of the woods sports-wise. Good to be back.
Let's go ahead and get into your 4 at 4, and then we'll talk some Cubs and everything else. What's crack-a-lacking here in the world of sports?
Yeah, let's do it and go to number 1. I mean, unless you slept under a rock, a lot of people might have missed it, but Nick Chubb has the knee injury that is going to be leaving him out for the season. So it begs the question, what might they do at running back? Obviously, Ford took over last night. I know you guys talked earlier about maybe Kareem Hunt dabbling since he knows the system. You never know where the running back market may open up. Maybe a name like Jonathan Taylor down the road comes open to teams. But this Nick Chubb injury is huge. Had a lot of carries for Cleveland, the bulk of the load, and now he's out for the year.
Yeah, so we kind of went over some fantasy options for that. I know a lot of people are running to the Ford window. I would just one thing I would caution people: don't go all in, because you might find out that he ends up being a part of a committee. I know they're saying right now he's a starter. That doesn't mean a whole damn lot, because he's not as big, and he doesn't have the build that Chubb has. So how many touches is he going to get, right? So I'm a little leery. I'm interested, but I'm a little leery just jumping on that because I've been burned by this so many times.
Absolutely.
You need some coffee? What's going on? Wake up. What's the
I'm
next
up.
one?
I'm wide awake. The number 2.
Hey, let's go!
Hey, usually you say, give me number 2. So I was just waiting for that. An old familiar face, the third Cardinals pitcher of all time now, Adam Wainwright, got his 200th win. He now joins a couple of players from their past, one being Bob Gibson and the other Jesse Haynes. So career number 200 for Adam Wainwright finally came last night.
So Wainwright getting that win secured the Braves of a first-round bye, because Milwaukee losing meant that they were not going to get the first-round bye, and most likely it'll be the Dodgers and the Braves, but that secured it for the Braves.
Right.
And they were sharing it all over, the Braves Twitter. And my response was, I knew that trade would eventually pay off. So like almost 20 years ago, the Braves traded Wainwright to the Cardinals. It only took like 20 years for that to, come to fruition and actually be a good thing for us.
Number 3 on the docket, I will go. Yeah, see, now I drank my coffee. I'm up.
All right, here we go.
Alabama, they keep going back and forth, right? They're number 13th in the AP poll. Well, they went back to Jalen Milroe, their quarterback, yesterday, and they say that will be this for the remainder of the season. Their SEC opener is this week against Ole Miss. Alabama continues to struggle offensively.
I mean, all I know is you can't do what you did this past Saturday, because that ain't going to work, man. That offense was trash. I mean, that was terrible.
Bad.
I follow this guy on TikTok. It's pretty funny. He's an Alabama fan, and his whole thing was like, what made me laugh and got me to follow this guy is he popped up on TikTok, I don't know, like about a week or so ago, and he was talking about how the fact that just deal with the fact that I'm gay and I'm an Alabama football fan. He's like very flamboyant, right? And he's funny, man, because I don't think he really understands what's going on. Like, he's not one of these guys like who's trying to start his own podcast to break it down, right? He just comes on and complains. And
those are the best sometimes.
This guy shows up, man. He's standing in front of the TV watching the Alabama South Florida game. He's like, what in the hell is going on here? We're riding the struggle bus this year. It was the dude sucking down wine, like right out of the bottle. He's like, this is going to be a long year.
Well,
like that.
The Sundays might be rough too if he keeps getting with the bottles of wine.
Yeah, I don't know what his NFL fandom is. The only thing he's ever talked about is Alabama football, but it's some pretty funny stuff. I'll send you a clip of it.
Please do.
You will laugh your ass off at this guy. He's just one of these guys you're just like, I bet you he's a riot. And he had that wine bottle into his mouth. He goes, ugh, and just starts chugging. And this is, if you watch that Alabama South Florida game, like my wife came home just in time for that game to be ending. And even she was like, what the hell is going on here? I was like, and she doesn't watch college football. I was like, is South Florida good? I was like, they are not.
There were some scores I was shocked to see over the weekend. I mean, I was at the Notre Dame game, so I missed the first wave. And when I saw that FSU and then Alabama were in close games, I was like, what is going on today? But Obviously, both teams escaped with victory, so that's good for those teams. But it was wild to see.
Yeah, man, I'll tell you what, FSU, they had a 3-touchdown lead going into the fourth quarter, and they just spit the bit. So it turned like that. They gave up a touchdown. I felt like that they got complacent, started looking ahead to the Clemson game. Now there was reports that came out later. We talked about this yesterday, that evidently the flu was kicking throughout the team. And like, I guess a bunch of the players had masks on before and after the game. So a lot of them were struggling with the flu. But anyway, you look at it, you had a 3-touchdown lead. You give up a touchdown that I felt like was just kind of a little bit of half-assery on defense, right?
Yeah.
And then instantly there was a swing pass out to the side inside the FSU 20. And our running back catches the ball, turns upfield, and the ball pops out. And they score like that. And the next thing you know, you go from up 21, let's get ready for Clemson. Holy crap, it's a one-score game. Well, it was almost a one-score game. For whatever reason, they went for 2. I didn't understand that with
Boston College.
I'm trying to think of when they did it. They went for 2. I think they went for 2. Yeah, they had to have. They went for 2 when it was 31-10. So they went for 2 and got 6 points, didn't get the 2-point conversion. Then they scored another touchdown. And at that point, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, 31. So had they scored the touchdown and kicked the extra point, Boston College would have been within 8. Instead, they tried to go for 2 again. They did not get it. And the announcer's like, I don't know about this. And I even at the time was like, I hope you go for it, because there's a pretty good chance that Florida State's going to stop you.
Yep.
But it seems really dumb, because you change the game. And I don't care what all the analytical junk on some sheet tells you. You change the game when you can get within 1 score, especially when you're the upset dog, you're the underdog, and you're at home.
Mm-hmm.
Things start getting a little frisky. You know what I mean? And you're looking at, oh. Instead, it was a 9-point game, and they just had to play smart, and they got out of there alive.
Absolutely. And you get out of there alive, it's a huge difference, because the loss can't have you. And we'll take it to the last one quickly on the 4x4, and it's going to lead into baseball anyway, so it's a great segue. These wild card races are nutty in the American League and the National League. You have Blue Jays, Rangers, Mariners all within 1 game for 2 spots. And then the National League, you have Diamondbacks, Cubs, Reds, and Marlins all separated by 1 game for 2 spots. Madness the last 2 weeks here.
Yeah. Well, is it? Where are you at on the 4x4?
That was the last one. That was my NL wild card, or both wild cards actually.
Gotcha. So let's jump on the American League one first, because we haven't talked that at all, and then we'll do National League here in a second. The American League wild card, if we're looking at this now, it's a lot easier to dissect because you don't have as many. The National League wild card is absolute mayhem. The only thing that would be crazier is if all these teams were squaring off, right?
Oh, that'd be fun.
They should really think about doing that. Down the road, find a way to open up the last weekend of the season and say, all right, we're seeding you according to your records. Let's go. Make a made-for-TV event, right? The final weekend, have the Cubs play the Reds, that kind of thing, right?
Much better idea than the NBA doing their halfway through the year crap tournament.
Yeah, that one is terrible.
Oh my goodness. But anyways,
remind me later. I've got an NBA rumor conspiracy trade to talk about you. That's pretty, involving the New York Knicks.
I'll bring it up later.
But if you look at the wild card in the American League, Tampa Bay, they good. They gone. 9.5 up, it's over. But you alluded to it. There's 3 teams left. I mean, I know in theory, New York, Boston, Cleveland, all of them have not been eliminated, but they're gone. Toronto, and then you got Texas and Seattle, and then on top of that, Texas and Seattle, they are out west, and Houston only leads that division by 1.5 games. One loss in the loss column to both of them. Houston, this is interesting. Can you imagine Houston not making the playoffs?
That would be wild.
Oh, that'd be fun. That'd be awesome. Houston plays Baltimore these next 2 nights. Then they're at home against Kansas City. But after that, man, they finished the season at Seattle and at Arizona. That's not a cakewalk.
No, and I didn't even take that into consideration really because you just assume almost the Astros are going to get there. But
right,
if you look at these schedules, the Blue
they're
Jays
the Chiefs of the MLB. You're
exactly.
Like, oh, they're gonna make it. Oh, they made a trade for Verlander. There's no way they don't make it. They could spit the bit. I'm really interested now, and now I've become a fan of every team that's playing the Astros down the stretch.
Hey, and honestly, it would be good to shake things up. I wouldn't mind that either for some new fresh blood, right? But like the Blue Jays play the Yankees 2 series, so they got it pretty. I mean, they have. What's interesting about the Blue Jays, it's 2 series versus Tampa Bay and 2 series versus the Yankees. So you get one good and then one mess. That's not the easiest either, but I think Toronto could take care of business. And then, like you said, with Houston, it's going to be tough because Texas and Seattle, I think one of those 2 teams at the end of the day are going to be the odd man out, and here's why. We talked a little bit about it last week, but especially now. They have 7 games over the last 2 weeks against each other, and I just have a hunch one of them is going to get the better of that series. I'm really not sure who right at this time. I used to say Seattle.
Or if nothing else, they might split all 7, right? But they'll just keep knocking each other down.
That doesn't help anybody.
Toronto goes up.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I'm with you. I would think, man, see, and I'm pulling for Seattle in that entire mix. I want Seattle in. Man, their stretch is bad. They're at Oakland, and then they go to Texas for 3, at home versus Houston, at home versus Texas, 7 games next week. They don't have a day off after tomorrow. And all 10 games are at Texas, home against Houston, and a 4-game series to finish it all against Texas.
Yeah, I mean, after these couple of games at Oakland, that's like playoffs starting for Friday, September 22nd for your Seattle Mariners.
Yeah. I mean, because you can't go in there and get swept in Texas. You have to at least take 1 and then hope that Texas doesn't catch fire at the beginning of next week. And then you've got it. Basically, the ball's in your court because you're at home against Texas.
Oh, man.
4-game series. Good God.
That will be a lot of fun to watch.
It is. That's brutal for Seattle. Here's Texas's. They finish at home against Boston. They're at home against Seattle. Then they go to the Angels. I mean, really? They're playing the Angels without Trout and without Shohei.
Must be nice, right?
It must be. I mean, it might as well be a AAA team at best. And then they're at Seattle again. So Seattle, first of all, Seattle's become big Boston Red Sox fans the next couple of days. Then after that, when you play Seattle, when you play Texas, like I said, Seattle's just got to make sure they don't get swept at home. They don't get swept at home, and they don't get swept by the Astros. The ball should be in their court at home versus Texas. But you want to get it where if you split the series you're in, you don't want to get it where you got to win 3 or 4. Yeah, we sweep all 4 games.
No, because it's going to come down in the National League or AL. I'm guaranteeing it comes down to a tiebreaker situation somewhere or another. So you don't want to have to rely on that.
I hate that.
So do I. I would just rather give me a game. Give me a
baseball for over 100 years never had a tiebreaker. The tiebreaker was played on the field.
Yes.
You played the next day, you played somewhere. Then Manfred comes in with all his nonsense, and now he's wanting tiebreakers. And what's next? We're going to have like the NBA ping pongs and stuff bobbling around.
And I tell you what, that game 163 environment is electric. I remember the White Sox with Ken Griffey Jr. actually way back when they had a blackout at White Sox Stadium, and it was one of the most unreal scenes. You felt like it was a World Series game.
Those 163s are the best. They never should have gotten rid of that. I understand with the format that they have that it could be an issue, but you don't get rid of 163. You just don't. It's just like when they had the one-game playoff there for years and years and years. I didn't like that idea, but when you actually got to that night, you were locked in.
The World Series Cubs traveled to Pittsburgh in a one-game playoff against Garrett Cole, and it was electric.
That's what I'm saying. Like I remember, man, Pittsburgh really took it on the chin a few times. Because I remember San Francisco, Madison Bumgarner, when he did what was arguably the greatest postseason in the history of baseball by a pitcher. It started on the one-game play-in game against Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh. He went there lights out. I want to say Liriano was the pitcher for Pittsburgh, but I remember he went lights out. Little did we know that was just the beginning of what the hell Bumgarner was going to do that October.
Like you said, poor Pittsburgh.
God bless. At least the Steelers won. All right, let's take a quick break. A little past 4:20, so smoke them if you got them. But when we come back, the National League wild card, and we got football to talk about. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country today. Joey and McGee taking you to the top of the hour.
I mean, it's not easy being me. When I was born, the doctor told my mother I did all I could, but he pulled through anyway.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Screen pass to Trayshawn DeAndre on the right side. Touchdown! But wait a second. I think there's a flag on the play.
All right, you guys got holding on number 97, right?
Yeah, definitely holding. No touchdown.
All right, make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it was holding.
So make the call.
Or, we say the flag was for an excessive celebration so they can keep the touchdown and apply the penalty to the kickoff, huh? What do you say?
What are you talking about? I didn't see excessive celebration.
You sure? Could have sworn I saw a little nay-nay going on.
What's going on with you, man?
All right, look, guys, I got to be real with you. Trayshawn DeAndre just scored that touchdown. Okay, I have him on my fantasy team this week. I need these points.
What? Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you, Bill. I'm playing against my father-in-law this week, and if he doesn't score this touchdown, I lose.
Well, I'm not going to let you make a bad call because you're in some fantasy football league.
Make the call.
Craig, no. If you make one bad call...
This works out perfectly, Bill. I started the quarterback who threw the touchdown pass. We're going to have to ignore the holding call.
I have the kicker, and I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't convert on third down, so he'd have to kick the field goal.
Armchair.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you are ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Learn more at sunny.org.
You know, the great thing about being a football player is you don't have to take a shower to go to work.
You're listening to Braves Country, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Baby!
We're chopping all week here. Braves Phillies tonight. Knowles Clemson on Saturday. It's going to get ugly. And then you got Notre Dame and
Ohio State, baby. Let's go.
Now, that's a game you should have went to.
And I'll be in Viva Las Vegas for it, so let's go. I have a bachelor party for a buddy getting married.
You finally get married?
Well, I might while I'm down there.
There you go.
But yeah, buddy, there's 7 of us leaving Friday morning, and we return hopefully return Monday.
You return when?
Monday. We were going Friday to Monday.
Friday to Monday.
Yeah.
You're gonna come home in a body bag.
I'm not going back for a while.
Have you been to Vegas?
This will be my second time. I had to go in 2018 for another buddy's bachelor party, actually.
Man, that's good times.
Well, it's as good as your bank account looks, right?
Yeah, well,
Gonna call my bank and be like, hey, if you see a certain charge over 500, don't count that, please. These bets cannot go. I'm gonna be at the sports book, baby. Let's go.
I'm gonna start daydreaming, so let's get back focused. I'm gonna start thinking about my time in Vegas.
I'm gonna have to text you on the side over the next couple of days, get a couple of stories.
It does not stay in Vegas, I will tell you that.
It comes back with
what
you.
they tell you. It will follow you home. Stock up on penicillin. That's all I can tell you.
Where were we? The NL wild card?
National League wild card. Speaking of wild,
Man.
So National League wild card. This is going to get hairy. We'll focus up here now. We'll move this up just a little bit. So you got Arizona. So these are the real players left in there. Philly's going. Philly most likely is going to host. Man, I'm telling you right now, if we talked about it before, but if I can manipulate my way into the 6th seed, I'm doing it. I want no part of going to Philly if I can go to Milwaukee.
Yeah.
It's different when you thought you could have caught Philadelphia and you could have been the 4th seed and they come to your house. But now that you know most likely you're starting on the road, you know the Chicago fan base is going to go in there and jam themselves full in a Milwaukee series?
At this point, I'll take it because I tell you what, the Diamondbacks have been a pain in our sides. So give me Milwaukee if I could get him as well.
So if we look at – so first of all, we kind of went through this a second ago or first hour, but we'll go through it again. So let's start with the Cubs and what they've got going on going forward. Milwaukee's just a couple of days away from clinching the division. That thing's over. That would be the ultimate disaster if they choked away a 6-game lead with 11 games to play. Woo! Or the Reds catch him. Woo! That'd be up there with remember, was it 07 or 08 when the Phillies ran down the Mets? The Mets just absolutely – the Mets meted. I mean, that's what they did. They just meted. They couldn't buy a win in September.
Was that the David Wright, Jose Reyes Mets era?
Yes.
I do remember that.
Terrible version of the Mets. Just like this one. Overhyped, underperforming. What was it Frank the Tank said? Always teasing, never pleasing. That's my New York Mets.
Amen.
So the Cubs, they're at home against Pittsburgh starting tonight for 3. They're at home against the Rockies for 3. Man, I'm sorry, but you got to win 5 or 6 of those.
Well, it's a must. It's not an option. It's a must.
I mean, and I know that's hard to say because baseball, man, that's a pain in the rear to expect 5 wins in 6 games. Bare minimum, win both series, so go 4-2.
Bare minimum.
I feel like if you go 4-2, you're going to be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Because the Cubs right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I'm just saying that's the Cubs right now. We've lost 5 games in a row, and one of those series included the Rockies. But as baseball always turns over, I think coming home against these 2 teams, we win 4 at minimum, 5 games. We're right where we need to be because Yeah, we still have a couple series left with Atlanta and Milwaukee, but who knows how much they'll be playing for. So at the very least, take care of business against these bad teams and put yourself with the last week to go in a wild card spot where you feel like you won't lose it.
And I like the pitching matchups. The toughest one tonight would the toughest one I think is tonight. That's just because I don't believe in Assad, right? Because Assad is basically a bloviated bullpen game.
Yeah.
But Falter, man, Bailey Falter sucks.
Yeah, and they just named him earlier today, so they've been fleecing the Pirates for arms to go out there.
Mitch Keller, who everyone was wanted him at the trade deadline about a month or so before the trade deadline, man, that fizzled because he's really – I mean, he's been okay, but he's not been what Mitch Keller's been. The fact that you got Steele versus Keller, give me the Cubs. Hendricks versus Oviedo, give me the Cubs. Tyon versus Davis, don't love Tyon, but they're at home on a Friday afternoon against the Rockies. Give me the Cubs.
Yeah.
Flex has impressed me. Versus Flexen, he's just a journeyman afterthought. Give me the Cubs. And Assad versus, the Sunday game might be your toughest matchup. Tonight and the Sunday game might be your biggest question marks just because you've got Assad going in both those games. But here's the other thing. So if I'm a Cubs fan, we know Milwaukee will have the division sewn up by September 29th on Friday. So don't even worry about that crap.
Exactly.
I'm pulling for me to win if I'm a Cubs fan. I'm honestly pulling against the teams in dealing with the wild card to lose. But man, I'm pulling for the Braves for the next 5 days. And the reason is if they can go ahead and sew up best record, they are going to roll junk out there in that series. We saw it. We saw it versus because I really think what they're going to end up doing is resetting their rotation next weekend because they're not playing in the first round.
Right.
So you want, for instance, if you're going to have Max Fried go as your game one starter, you want Max Fried pitching next Friday so that he'll have about a week off and let's go. Same thing with Strider. You'll have Strider. So Strider's pitching tonight, so he'll probably pitch Sunday. But have well, no. You can have Strider pitch Saturday next week. And then the number 3 pitcher, I think, is probably Charlie Morton. You have him pitch Sunday, the final game. And it gives them all a week off, but they don't have a long, it's the rust versus rest argument. Which means you're probably going to get some of our afterthoughts coming up from the minor leagues.
Fine by me. Take care of Philly, take care of Washington in these 6 games, and we would love to see it.
Because if you look at it, the Braves, see what their magic number is today. I had been counting it down, but we've been losing so much. I'm like, what's the point? Taking forever to get down to this magic number because of nonsense.
And these scores have been wacky.
See, so we're at for best record in baseball, which I don't think they're as concerned about. For the National League, well, they're just one apart. For the National League, the Braves are the magic number is still 9. So if the Braves could go off and rattle off some wins, let's say for instance they go out and win the next 5 games, that gets it down to 4. And if the Dodgers lose anything this week, you're talking about whittling it down to 2 or 1. They're not going to worry about it. And the same thing with Baltimore. Baltimore, the magic number is 10. But Baltimore's playing Houston. And what is Baltimore finishing with? Houston, Cleveland, Washington, and Boston. But once again, I'm not worried about getting the best record as I am worried about getting the best record in the National League. Because you can't predict who the hell's going to get to the World Series.
No, you
know there's a good chance you're going to face the Dodgers.
I'm just worried. I hope the Miami Marlins don't sneak in this thing because
nobody wants them in there, dude.
Right?
They're boring.
But their last 2 series are New York and Pittsburgh, so it's like
I know. And I could see Miami upsetting Milwaukee because those teams are basically mirror images.
Thank God Cueto starts game 1. Hopefully that falls apart.
Starts game 1 of what?
Of the Milwaukee series. He will. I was just looking ahead at the pitching. When Miami plays Milwaukee, Cueto pitches the first game, so that's always good.
Yeah.
He hasn't been that good.
Yeah. That's about the kindest thing you could say about that.
I kept it PG.
It's been garbage. When do they play Milwaukee? Oh, the next series?
Yeah, so after these 2 games with New York, they got the weekend.
So tonight, I don't give them much of a chance of losing. But tomorrow.
Oh, that game's on national TV.
Kodai Senga's on the mound for New York. He's been by far their best pitcher.
You love to see Mets games, and they say tickets as low as $2. You poor Mets fans. Well, actually, I mean, you're not poor. It's only $2.
Which is twice as much it is to go to a Miami Hurricane football game.
Isn't that, when I saw that, I was like, what are they doing here? You just can walk right in the stadium?
They're a poverty program. The Hurricanes, we back, but nobody will come back and watch us.
Yeah. Not even the
alumni. Cueto and Luzardo going in that series versus Milwaukee, and Milwaukee has Woodruff, Peralta, and Hauser.
Good luck.
It's in Miami though.
True.
I'm telling you, it does stink that they play New York and Pittsburgh, but they're playing them on the road. That's going to be a sneaky problem.
Yep.
Because these MLB teams, they get on that final week and they love playing spoiler.
Exactly. You play 162 games and you stunk. The best thing you want to do as New York and Pittsburgh fans be like, at least I knocked somebody out.
Yeah, it feels like a playoff game to you.
It is.
With all 36 of your fans in the stands. It's going to feel like COVID.
Yeah, it's like a Tampa Bay Rays game.
Prediction: Pittsburgh dwarfs the Mets in attendance next week. In their series against Miami, the Pittsburgh fans will come out and support. In the series against the Mets fans will not.
Good luck.
New York sports fans keep getting punched in the gut, man.
Can you imagine if you're on the Jets and Mets combo right now? You're not feeling too hot.
You're not feeling too great if you're on the Yankee Giant combo.
Well, yeah, you're pretty much 0 for 4 by New Yorkers.
I mean, the Giants give you some hope, but then Saquon Barkley decides that, well.
And I totally agreed with you.
I want to get paid a lot of money. I want you to guarantee 4 years and 2 games into the season, I'm going to be hurt and I can't play.
Hey, and that's exactly why, like when I look at the Jonathan Taylor situation in Indianapolis, you don't pay running backs. Look at what can happen. You just can't.
I was listening to a Titans podcast today, and they were going back and forth on what would you rather have when his contract comes up. Would you rather have running back by committee, or would you rather re-sign Derrick Henry? I'm like, man, I know that we are all as Titan fans are very we hold Derrick Henry very dear to our heart, right?
Yes.
But I'm sorry, you got to let him go because he's going to ask for way too much money. And he's not going to perform to the contract at 30 years old that a running back should be able to perform. Now, I do think you're going to get more out of him because he's just a different species. I don't believe Derrick Henry is human. I believe he's cyborg. But there's still going to become a time where he's not going to have that burst. And then what is he going to be? He's going to be this huge running back that's going to take a lot of hits because he can't blow by you, and people are going to be taking their licks because they're going to get it's going to be there's going to be an episode of every dude going, all right, now we get him because that dude stiff armed me back 2 years ago. He made me a meme. Screw that guy. Let's go get him.
I remember it all too well being a Colts fan. Believe me.
I mean, everybody still remembers the one that he did in Buffalo.
And that's the thing that's so, with this running back situation is so iffy because, you do feel bad partly because they play a position where you don't generate a lot of years out of someone, but at the same time, we see it now and then again. They're not going to last forever. You have guys being picked off the street playing running back for some of these teams who get in the game and do pretty good. They're not going to win that battle. So it's kind of tough. And I'm sorry, it's going to be a battle they lose until the NFLPA has to re-agree again.
We got to take a quick break, but think about this. Derrick Henry could be the last 10,000-yard runner we see for a long, long time. Because the game is changing, and you're not going to get running backs get carry after carry after carry.
Correct.
It just is what it is. Even when they go to 20 games, it just means that the dude's going to break down even quicker. Oh, we got more games. We'll get more yards. No, you won't. It means that you'll tear your ACL in game 19 instead of game 2 the following year.
Yeah.
That's all it means. That's all.
And then we're going to have people taking rest like the NBA will have a rest week for some guys because you got 20 dang games.
If they want to make it fair, the running back needs to get paid more up front. That's it. And I mean, what I mean by that is their scale of pay on their rookie contracts need to be higher than everybody else's. That's the only way to make it fair because you're running them into the ground the first 4 or 5 years. And when they are rookies, they don't think about that, right?
Yep.
Then they get to that 5-year mark, give me my bag. And we're good.
Totally agree.
It's not really fair, and I hate it because it's my favorite position in all of football, the running back. I love watching a good run. I love watching, it's not just Derrick Henry. Over the years, I can name them all that I were big fans of guys that weren't even on my team. And I was like, man, that's the dude right there.
Mm-hmm.
I hate it because now we're going to two-hand touch below the waist kind of stuff. And the NFL running back is becoming extinct, and I hate it for him. All right, we're going to be back in a flash when we come back. Locks. I feel like we haven't talked enough about the NL wild card. Let's go diving back into that. We'll be back in the flash.
What about Kelso? I mean, Jackie has him totally whipped.
Ribbed like the family pig.
I am not pig whipped.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Whenever I bring home Entenmann's Little Bites muffins. Little Bites? That's right, sweetie. Can you just give Mommy a minute? I love Little Bites. I know you do, but we're doing a commercial right now, okay? Got it. As I was saying, whenever I bring home you-know-what, you-know-who gets pretty excited. And so do I. Little Bites muffins are made with real ingredients, no high-fructose corn syrup, and are baked moist and delicious. I love Little Bites. There you go. Yes.
Entenmann's Little Bites muffins. The perfect portion of happiness.
Like, I don't like winter. Like, I hate winter. Like, I'm originally from North Carolina, and look, I hate winter so much, I'm for global warming. I am voting for it, marching for it. I might start buying people SUVs. I don't care. Ladies, start using hairspray again. No ozone. That's our goal. And see, there's people with me, but there's always a couple of crunchy granolas sitting around. Crunchy granolas sitting there thinking, but the polar ice caps are going to melt, and we're all going to flood. No, we're not. We're not all going to flood. We're only losing Rhode Island, Long Island, and Jersey. Bye-bye.
Armchair.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country.
I'm the dude. So that's what you call me, that or his dudeness or duder or, El Duderino if you're not into the whole brevity thing.
Welcome back. Braves country. And we've got, what are we, just under 3 hours? Well, 2.5 hours away from first pitch. Braves versus Phillies. JJ's going to join us from the Philadelphia side of it. Should be a lot of fun.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, his first broadcast with us, big Philadelphia guy, and he's gonna during the we're gonna share the play-by-plays duties. But anyways, it should be a lot of fun, and you know this could be something that we do in October. You never know. So, man, Spencer Strider is on the bump tonight, and went over it a little bit earlier, but the Braves lineup tonight.
Nice. It's on national TV too, so I could check in.
Yeah, what is it on
TBS?
A little strange. Why is that? I mean, nothing against the Braves and Phillies, but what the hell is the third game? I guess maybe they have to make these decisions months in advance.
Probably.
That's the only thing I can think, because this game really means nothing to either team. It's fun for the fans as bragging rights, and Braves fans want to see us get back on track, but Philly is not going to fall out of the wild card race. The Braves have already clinched the division, so
yeah, you could have done like Giants and D-backs or
Baltimore and Houston.
Baltimore, Houston, Twins and Reds. There was options.
I mean, yeah, you would think they would get the chance
to flex.
Yeah, especially the last 2 weeks of the year. That's a terrible.
Unless they flexed into this because they figured a couple weeks ago anything was possible, but I don't know.
I can't imagine that the Braves have had this division in their back pocket for weeks.
Phillies are just a draw, so I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe, but it would be different if Philly was hanging on for dear life.
Right. They're pretty sold up.
But they're on cruise control too.
Interesting.
But the big news, if you didn't hear it earlier, Jesse Chavez is back. So
Jesse.
That's going to be a big deal. Good to see him back. It's been, 3 months since we've seen him? On a comebacker off the leg that they said he could probably play through. He's now getting back 3 months later. We also get Nick Anderson. Nick Anderson is going to be on he starts his rehab assignment tonight. Daysball Hernandez starts his, and Colin McHugh. And the one you'd be most excited about if you're a Braves fan would be obviously Nick Anderson, because I don't believe Colin McHugh has it anymore. I think at best he's on the docket for mop-up duty down the stretch. But other than that, get back into the National League wild card. Now, let me ask you this, Joey, in the world of fantasy football.
Hit me.
Where are you honing your sights on the waiver wire? Because there's so many different angles you can go this week. And I feel like people are overreacting to the Nick Chubb, because I'm not convinced that's going to end up as that there's necessarily going to be Ford primarily going forward.
Yeah, because Kareem Hunt, as we speak, is visiting Cleveland being reported. So there you go right there.
Well, there's that, and there's also the fact that, yeah, he got a lot of touches last night, but there's a difference between building a game plan and just going, screw it, put Ford in, you know?
Exactly.
Because you got the other kid, his name's slipping my mind right now, but we talked about it in the first hour, but he got a decent amount of carries as well. Strong, Pierre Strong.
Yeah.
So I just think that could be a mess. Buyer beware. All I'm saying, if you're in a normal league, but if you have a fab budget, you blow your fab wad, it get ugly.
Somebody I like, though, speaking of some players, like you said, everyone's going to be looking at Ford. If Kendrick Bourne's available in any leagues, I'd like a guy like that to take a flyer on.
You want a New England Patriot receiver?
Hey, we're talking about the waiver wire. We're not talking about people that were necessarily drafted.
So you're going to pick up a New England receiver and plop him in your starting lineup and go, I feel good about things today.
No, I do not. But if I have a player on my bench who's not, like, for example, I mean, in one league, McGee, I got railroaded. Yesterday this weekend, I had Nick Chubb go down, David Montgomery on the Lions, who's going to be out a couple weeks, and Jamal Williams, who left yesterday's game. So sometimes you just get in desperate situations to try to get a couple running backs and a receiver. So, yes, Kendrick Bourne entered my discussion as a potential replacement, but I'm also looking for other running backs. I don't know what you had in mind besides Ford, but I need to search the waiver wire for a gem running back.
Okay, so if you're looking for receivers, I'm going to throw a couple names at you.
Hit me.
Rashid Shaheed.
Ooh.
He's been getting a lot of looks. Jaden Reed, Green Bay. For as long as Cooper Kupp is out, Tutu Atwell. But Josh Reynolds would be one that I would keep an eye on too. Running backs. Pass Rashawn Johnson. I know a lot of folks are jumping on him. Justice Hill did get 14 touches. Didn't do a lot with it, but Justice Hill did get 14 touches. Kareem Hunt seems like a slam dunk to me. I'll tell you someone else that nobody's talking about, but I'm curious, is he still interested in playing football? You know, Leonard Fournette sitting out there as a free agent.
The Colts brought him in for a visit a couple weeks ago, and they're not a team that would sign him, but he is out there and available. Somebody's going to take him.
I mean, I know he's lost his fastball, but he's still a guy who can go out there and work the goal line.
He could have been
Matt Breida to me seems like the easy pickup because people are going to be focused on the long-term stuff. Matt Breida is going to get the start this week. I don't care what the Giants try to sell you. Saquon Barkley's not going to be okay on a high ankle sprain 3 days later.
No. Oh, yeah. I love how Daboll came out today. You never know. We'll reevaluate. He's out Thursday. At San Francisco, do you want him missing the next 10 games?
You never know. You may not know, but I know. So I'm going to tell you right now, it ain't happening. That's like that nonsense Aaron Rodgers put out there talking about doing the holistic healing and stuff. And I'm going to show everyone that, you know, the things can happen faster. You ripped your Achilles. You're not playing football this year, sir. Sit down.
Mm-hmm.
Dear God, quit going on these podcasts, man. I can only deal with so much Aaron Rodgers crap. Oh. You know, it was enough already, and I had enough already when he was actually playing in the National Football League. Now he's just going to be sitting there smoking doobies and telling you about everything about his feels. I don't want anything to do with it. What's your lock? What's your walk-off? We got a jam.
All right. Let's start with my lock of the day. I am going to take the Minnesota Twins. I was looking for their money line update. It is minus 130. I'm rooting against Cincinnati and Kenta Maeda. Well, I hope you just don't pitch like crap tonight. But Minnesota minus 130 at Cincinnati. And my walk-off is this. We talked about the National League wildcard and the American League wildcard. If you want to watch baseball and you like intensity before the playoffs, these last couple of weeks are crucial. Get into it.
My lock of the day, I'm going to go with, man, that one went just a little hot. First of all, what is Tyler McGill doing pitching for the Brewers? Has Milwaukee given up? My lock of the day, all these keep going up just a tad above our drop line. Give me Zach Gallen and the Arizona Diamondbacks minus 140 on the money line. They're at home against San Fran and Alex Cobb. I kind of like I'll be honest with you. If you're looking for a different play too, the under there is enticing, 8.5. Cobb versus Gallen, man, that has 2-1 written all over that.
It sure does.
Walk off is see you tonight. 7:20 first pitch. JJ will be with us. We're going to keep the feet up here on Braves Country. Find us today, and y'all have a great afternoon on 99.1 FM WQEE. See you mañana. Oh, tomorrow's 12:20 first pitch, day game, Braves versus Phillies.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. The Atlanta Braves today returned Jesse Chavez from his rehabilitation assignment and reinstated him from the 60-day IL. Designated left-handed pitcher Lucas Litke for assignment. Additionally, Nick Anderson, Daysball Hernandez, and Colin McHugh tonight all begin rehab assignments with AAA Gwinnett. Tonight, Braves Country will have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. 7:20 first pitch versus the Philadelphia Phillies. It's a Philly simulcast with JJ from Philly helping out on play-by-play duties. We'll come on 10 minutes before pregame. We'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves and the Philadelphia Phillies Spencer Strider night here on Braves Country. Games of interest around Major League Baseball tonight. 6:40, the Rays host the Angels. Sandoval versus Taj Bradley. Twins are at the Reds at 6:40. Maeda versus Cruz. Mets at Marlins. Braxton Garrett on the bump for the Fish. Blue Jays are at the Yankees. Kikuchi versus Schmidt. The Cubs host the Pirates. 7:40 first pitch. Chicago will send Assad to the mound. -190 on the money line. Brew Crew in St. Louis to take on the Cardinals. Tyler McGill versus Drew Rom. Rangers host the Red Sox. Eovaldi versus Tanner Houck. The Orioles and Astros back at it again. Kyle Gibson versus Hunter Brown. Mariners at the A's at 9:40. Giants at the Diamondbacks. The big game in the NL wildcard race. The Dodgers host the Tigers. 10:10 first pitch. LA2 suspended football coach from Michigan State, Mel Tucker, responded Tuesday to the school's notice that it intends to fire him for cause, saying in a statement that, quote,
Armchair.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac McGee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Saturdays this fall, talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th, right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the armchair quarterback, the All-American man.
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby, when pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love. Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of two X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine.
Armchair
presents the world's first star in your own radio commercial. Okay, guys, whenever you hear this sound, insert your name.
Hi there.
Braves country.
Sorry I'm late. Sometimes there just aren't enough hours in the day to be a neurosurgeon and a swimwear model. Oh, am I thirsty? How about it?
Braves country.
Got anything tall and cool? Oh, those.
Braves country.
You are so thoughtful. But of course,
Braves country.
The first choice for every occasion. You know, I have a confession to make. If I ever had a son, I'd want to name him
Braves country.
Oh.
Braves country.
Come here. Now.
Braves country. Braves country. Braves country.
Well, you did very well in your first commercial.
Braves country.
Have a
Braves country.
You've earned it.
Armchair.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence, his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Well, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. The Atlanta Braves today returned Jesse Chavez from his rehabilitation assignment and reinstated him from the 60-day IL. Designated left-handed pitcher Lucas Litke for assignment. Additionally, Nick Anderson, Daysball Hernandez, and Colin McHugh tonight all begin rehab assignments with AAA Gwinnett. Tonight, Braves Country will have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. 7:20 first pitch versus the Philadelphia Phillies. It's a Philly simulcast with JJ from Philly helping out on play-by-play duties. We'll come on 10 minutes before pregame. We'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves and the Philadelphia Phillies Spencer Strider night here on Braves Country. Games of interest around Major League Baseball tonight. 6:40, the Rays host the Angels. Sandoval versus Taj Bradley. Twins are at the Reds at 6:40. Maeda versus Cruz. Mets at Marlins. Braxton Garrett on the bump for the Fish. Blue Jays are at the Yankees. Kikuchi versus Schmidt. The Cubs host the Pirates, 7:40 first pitch. Chicago will send Assad to the mound, -190 on the money line. Brew Crew in St. Louis to take on the Cardinals. Tyler McGill versus Drew Rom. Rangers host the Red Sox. Eovaldi versus Tanner Houck. The Orioles and Astros back at it again. Kyle Gibson versus Hunter Brown. Mariners at the A's at 9:40. Giants at the Diamondbacks. The big game in the NL wildcard race. The Dodgers host the Tigers. 10:10 first pitch. LA 2. Suspended football coach from Michigan State, Mel Tucker, responded Tuesday to the school's notice that it intends to fire him for cause, saying in a statement that, quote, other motives are at play and that there has been a, quote, bias against him throughout the process. After getting notified Monday of the school's intention to fire him, Tucker was given 7 days per his contract to respond to the notification in the wake of a pending sexual misconduct case brought by Brenda Tracy, a sexual awareness speaker. In Tucker's statement released by ESPN on Tuesday morning, he claimed his firing is a miscarriage of justice and came because of Miss Tracy's improper public disclosure of the entire 1,200-page investigation file regarding her baseless complaint against me. Quote, let's be clear. I don't believe Michigan State plans to fire me because I admitted to an entirely consensual private relationship with another adult who gave one presentation at Michigan State University over 2 years ago, unquote. By firing him for cause, Michigan State is aiming to avoid paying Mel Tucker the more than $79 million remaining on his contract. And in the NFL headlines, the Browns plan on Ford being the number one running back after the Nick Chubb season-ending injury. Giants refuse to rule out quick healer Saquon Barkley for Thursday night. Panthers star linebacker Thompson is out for the rest of the season. And Julius Peppers, Antonio Gates headline the first-time Hall of Fame nominees for the National Football Hall of Fame. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on YouTube.com/Braves Country.
You're in Braves Country.
All right, so you haven't heard the news? You're just joining us? The Atlanta Braves, well, things are starting to turn around. I know that everyone thinks the sky is falling because we lost 3 in a row to Miami. We lost last night to Philadelphia. Look, I'm going to be honest with you. This is what it was. And you can take it for what it is. I know there's a lot of Braves fans overreacting, but here's the whole gist of what went down. The Miami series, it was a hangover. The Braves had clinched the NL East for the 6th straight year. I heard a lot of folks in the media talking about how they had family come in down there to Miami, soaking in the rays. You don't want to hear that as a fan, but it is what it is. They did not put their best foot forward. What would be the best thing I could say with the Miami series. And you could tell by the usage of the bullpen, everything, they were not going all in to win that series. Last night, you try to crank it back up, and I don't think you can just turn it on and turn it off. There's two things that were in play. A, Zach Wheeler is a hell of a pitcher. And for Braves fans that think for some reason that when the Braves don't get base hits, that it's always the players, the Braves players' fault, and this is ridiculous, and we should be scoring. Zach Wheeler pitched a gem last night, and Zach Wheeler has always pitched well against the Braves, even back to his days in New York. And the reason why is the same reason why the Philadelphia Phillies gave him a boat ton of money. He's a damn good pitcher. He's a damn good pitcher. So he was on last night. There's been times where the Braves have gotten to him, sure, but he was on last night. I still think the Braves are getting the cobwebs out. I expect a better effort tonight. I don't know if you're going to get the Braves team in this series. We'll see. I expect for them to bounce back tonight, but you're talking about turning it off, going down to Miami, kind of goofing around, splashing on the beach. Oh, by the way, squeeze some baseball games in. And you had guys like Derek Rodriguez giving up 8 runs and no one going out there and grabbing them. Why? Because they knew they were going to DFA him. You had Lucas Littke last night pitching 2 innings. You know, it's funny. I mentioned it during the broadcast. I was right. He got DFA'd this morning. I had a feeling when Jesse Chavez, and I didn't know he was going to come back today, but I had a feeling they had a plan in place with Jesse Chavez. And you knew that he had started his rehab early last week. You knew he was coming sometime. I didn't know if we were going to wait until the Washington series to bring him back. But you knew Lucas Littke. I mean, he is what he is. He is what he is, man. He's a journeyman lefty at the tail end of his career. Doesn't have a lot of snap in his pitches. The Braves didn't give up much to get him. He ate some innings this year, and they DFA'd him. If he makes it back around, the Braves will probably roster him down in the minors, but they're not going to lose a lot of sleep over this because we're at the end of the minor league season, so you don't really care if someone else snatches them, right? Jesse Chavez comes up, and you love that. The other big news, and these are just things that are starting to unfold, is the fact that so not only does Jesse Chavez come up, Littke gets DFA. Of course, Jesse Chavez, when he went on the IL just before, not too far before the All-Star break, there was talks about Jesse Chavez would have been on the All-Star team, and he probably would have been. Now we'll see what he's got coming back, but at this point, we'll see. Will he come back and be throwing bullets crisp out the gates? He's looked pretty decent down in the minors, but you never know. It could take a couple outings. So it's great that we're seeing him. What is there? 11 games left in the season. So it's great that we're seeing that, and looking forward to that. On that same note, so they already announced Nick Anderson tonight. He will actually begin the rehabilitation assignment. They were off yesterday, so tonight, Nick Anderson, Daysball Hernandez, and Colin McHugh are all beginning rehab assignments in AAA Gwinnett. And so they're going to be the priority. The Braves will send them out there on the bump and probably do some bullpen games to get everybody rocking and rolling and ready for. Now, as far as who is most likely to be on the playoff roster, if Nick Anderson is pitching well, I think Nick Anderson's on that playoff roster. I'm going to be honest. What we saw out of Tonkin the last few times out, he's looked a little shaky, but I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt because all in all, Michael Tonkin's been a hell of a reliever. He's not a guy you're putting in to close a game. He's a guy that could eat some innings. He's a guy that could keep you in a game. And I like the idea of, let me put it this way, Braves fans, as much as you've been anti-Colin McHugh, one of those guys are going to be on the playoff roster because you got to have one guy that is familiar with coming in to a playoff game, and they very well may put both of them on, But you have to have one guy who's familiar with coming in out of the bullpen and eating several innings. They can't all be high leverage back end closers, because there's going to be a game, there always is in the playoffs, where whatever starter you ran out there doesn't have it. And you got to go to the bullpen much earlier than you thought you were going to. And you got to have a Michael Tonkin. Now, I would rather have Tonkin than McHugh, because let's be honest, McHugh, I mean, he just doesn't have the fastball anymore on his bullets. You know, he throws, he's never been a dominating pitcher, but he used to throw low 90s on the cutter. Now that cutter's coming in high 80s, and there's a difference. And I talked about this before, but he used to come in with the changeup, and the big thing was the slider that was around 7-8 miles an hour underneath the fastball. Now he's throwing that damn sweeper. I don't know who talked him into that junk. That thing gets tattooed unless it's like absolutely hitting perfect. So I'd rather see Tonkin on the playoff roster. So there you have that. And we've got Braves versus Phillies tonight. Looking forward to that. We're going to have JJ on doing the play-by-play with me. So what we're going to do, we're having some fun with this. I hope both sides, hope the Philly fans and the Braves fans enjoy this. By the way, be kind to each other. We don't ever want, I know it's going to get chippy, but we don't need people hurting each other's feelings, right? I don't know what went on last night. Something went on last night. I saw some reactions from, and I don't think it were all Philly fans. I think there was other nonsense going on. But I saw the comments later. It's hard for me to keep up, because when they're scrolling, the comments are scrolling, and I'm talking and I'm trying to bring you the game. I don't see it all. That's why we do have the ad man goat in there, to keep everything in line. But just be kind to each other. We want to have fun with this, and if it goes well, I'd like to see us do more of this. You never know. This could be a preview of round 2 of the playoffs, the NLDS. Very well could be Philadelphia versus Atlanta, and then we could really have some fun with this. But JJ is going to be on the call with me tonight. What we're going to do is, when Philadelphia is at bat, he's going to bring you the play-by-play. I'm going to do color commentary. When the Braves are at bat, I'm going to do play-by-play. He's going to give you color commentary. So you won't get the Strider calls tonight, but that's okay, because I think it's going to be a lot of fun. So we're looking forward to that. That's a 7:20 first pitch, and JJ's going to jump on with us about 7 o'clock. We're going to do a little bit of 10 minutes, introduce him to everybody, that kind of thing, and then we'll step aside for lineups and Church of Baseball and all that stuff that we always do, national anthem. Doug's about to jump in here, so we're going to take a quick break here in a second, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody, is caught up to speed. If you're just joining us, real quick, Jesse Chavez is back. The Braves lineup looks very, very similar. Darno's in the lineup. I still don't understand. I mean, a guy that owns Wheeler and you bench him last night. I mean, I don't know if Snicker and company are doing 3D chess where they're like, well, we don't want him to hit against him now. We'll put him against him in the playoffs. But I thought that was very, very odd. With the left-hander on the mound tonight and Christopher Sanchez, the lineup looks a little different. So you got Darno right behind Ozuna. You've got Arcia behind Darno in the 7th spot, and then Pilar, and then Harris. So very right. And you know what will happen when they go to a righty reliever? You're probably going to see Eddie come in. There's a good possibility that you see others come in, but I do believe you do see Eddie at some point in the game. With this is a really good pitching matchup. I think the Braves bats are going to wake up tonight, though. They've been really quiet. It's Spencer Strider night. Give me Spencer Strider to go out there and deal. He pitched really well against Philadelphia last week. I kind of wish he wasn't seeing him again, because this is getting too familiar. But nonetheless, you got to play the games in front of you. So give me Spencer Strider to go out there, get the W, and I'm going to take the Braves to win a fairly low-scoring affair. Let's let's flip the script. What did we lose? 7-1 last night. Give me the Braves to win. Sanchez is a darn good pitcher. Let me go. They're going to get to the back of the bullpen. The Braves are going to get to 6. So give me Braves win this one 6-10. And because this is the second time they've seen them in a week, I do think they're going to get some runs. Give me the Braves to win this one 6-3. And there you have that. All right, let's take a quick break. The bullpen is opening up, and JJ going to join us for Philadelphia versus the Braves. Keep it locked in here on Braves Country or wherever you're finding us tonight.
You're in Braves Country. You're in Braves Country.
My mic pop was down. I even had this I even had my mouse in front of me to remind me. And
It happens. It totally happens. I totally get it because my mic was also muted too. And I was thinking, you know what? I have like these virtual audio outputs that I use for like my callers whenever I do post game shows and stuff. And so like technology, man, when you're just like doing this every day, you're still always learning stuff because technology is not always the best.
So short story long, I actually muted your mic when I brought you in because I didn't know if you were paying attention and I didn't want you to be, talking in the background. So if your mic was muted, that was probably me because I usually do it for the guys as I bring them in, especially if they don't know I'm bringing them in at the time because I don't want I know you got the backdrop.
You can reintroduce me. You can totally do that.
Yeah, so this is JJ, and the name of the channel is it play by play with JJ? Correct?
Yep. Play by play with JJ.
So what we're gonna do is we are streaming this on both channels. Gonna have some fun tonight, and JJ is gonna bring you the play by play of the Philly offense, so top of the innings, and I'm gonna bring you the play by play of the Atlanta offense, so the bottom of the innings. And if everything works out perfectly, JJ will bring you 9 innings of offense. I'll bring you 8 because we're going to slam the door in the top of the ninth. So
Oh, I see what you did there.
Let's go.
Oh, so excited, man.
So all right, obviously both of these teams. I kind of talked about it in the 3 to 5 show. I know there were some Braves fans that were thinking that if they really put a number on the Phillies this series, they would hurt their chance. Phillies going to the damn playoffs. There's no way around it. And to me, it would be a huge shocker if they're not the number 4 seed. They've got such a big lead. What do they have? Like a 4-game lead.
Yep.
11 to go. I mean, they would literally have to fall off a cliff. And it's not so for Philly to miss the playoffs, not only would they have to fall off a cliff, 3 other teams would have to get smoking white hot, right?
Right.
It's not just one, it's 3 other teams. So it's impossible. The only thing that could come out of this that if I'm a Philly fan, I would be concerned about is if you got on a losing skid and somehow, I don't see it happening, but somehow one of the other teams got hot and took the 4 seed from you, then you had to go on the road.
Yeah, right? Well, yeah, exactly. I know that over the last 8 years or so, even under the Gabe Kapler regime, this team really has struggled in September. So the September collapses still continue to be sort of like on the back burner of my head, if you will, just because I've seen that happen over and over again. But you're absolutely right. It would totally take a blunder, for this team to just collapse. But I personally feel like that this team, even though they've been very inconsistent this season, they can compete with anybody. I think that they're just as good as any ball club that's out there. And this is a hot take right here. I'm going to tell you this right now. Whoever wins that NLDS, I assume that the Phillies are going to come out, even if they have to play the Marlins or the Diamondbacks or whoever it's going to be. No disrespect to any of those teams because they are really good ball clubs. But when you're going to Philadelphia for 3 games, that's going to be a nightmare for any sort of opponent. But I wanted to say that whoever wins that NLDS, if it's going to be Phillies and Braves, they're going to the World Series, whoever wins that.
I would tend to think so. We know how good the Dodgers are. My biggest question with the Dodgers is they've really gotten a blow recently with their starting pitching.
Yep.
And look, we talked about this back in the spring going into the season when we were doing our prognostications.
Right.
I don't feel like that the LA Dodgers put their best foot forward in the offseason because they are so geared at going after Shohei Ohtani, right?
Yes.
So when you look at what the Dodgers did in the offseason compared to a normal Dodger offseason, they didn't do anything. They didn't go after Dansby Swanson. They didn't go after any starting pitching, which was a huge, huge hole in their system. They were banking on Walker Buehler, who's now been shut down, to come back in September, which is a huge – if you can't bank on that.
Right.
They're banking on what, Clayton Kershaw to do something?
To stay healthy, yep.
Clayton Kershaw hasn't been healthy in a decade, right?
And also Julio Urias as well.
And then of course now the Urias thing. Hey, look, you cannot predict that. Okay,
Right.
I get that part of it.
Yeah.
So it would be disingenuous for me to say, "Oh, they should have been prepared." You can't predict it. Now, look, we know that he's done it before, but we thought that those problems were behind him.
Right.
So they're up a creek without a paddle because when they get to the postseason, we've seen it time and time again with the Dodgers. It's one of the reasons why they haven't won a World Series since 1988. I don't care what they tell you. That bubble ship doesn't count.
The 2020.
Yeah. That was a cute thing. It was a nice little tournament they won, but they didn't win. The Lakers didn't win. The list goes on and on. But
somebody called it the Mickey Mouse championship because it was in Orlando, so that's funny.
We've been referring to all that stuff as the bubble ships. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but right after the Rams won the Super Bowl, and theirs was actually took place in a legitimate season.
Right.
LeBron James quote tweeted their Super Bowl championships and said, "Hey, well, all three of us," talking about the Rams and then the previous wins of the Dodgers and the Lakers, we all need to have a group parade to celebrate our championships. And Tyler Matzik, who's currently recovering from Tommy John, quote tweeted LeBron. And this was a month or two after we had won the 2021 World Series. And Tyler Matzik of the Braves said, "Bubble ships don't count. Sit down." Hell yeah. If you didn't love Tyler Matzik before, you got to love him now because anything to
Oh,
stick.
my gosh.
But
Wow. That's crazy.
anyways, I'm looking at it. I do believe that this is a preview. I would be shocked. The only team that I would give a chance of knocking y'all out in the first round would be a scalding hot team that had to play really well to get in. And so there's only 2 teams I can really think of that could match. I still don't think they have it to win in Philadelphia, but the Cubs come to mind. And
That was
then
the first one.
outside of that, they've got the talent, but man, they are rough around the edges, the Reds. Like the Reds are fun, but
Really?
how are the
That's
Reds
interesting. Wow.
how are the Reds going to go in to Philadelphia with all that going on? I don't see it.
I thought you were going to say the Marlins, and I've actually feared the Marlins because I saw what they did against you guys. They were ready, they were prepared, and the Marlins are not afraid of the Phillies. And I also see that, obviously, injuries, health really does matter for sure. But, Jazz Chisholm Jr. is hitting the ball really well. Josh Bell's hitting the ball really well. And, you still have Luis Arias as well. So, I mean, they're a team. I don't think that they can beat the Phillies, but I wouldn't be surprised if they actually pulled the upset and then had to play you guys in that first round.
I would be surprised because I don't think they have the offense. And their starting pitching is okay.
Well, Sandy, we don't know if Sandy's going to come back or not either. So that's the other flip of the coin. So I'm with you on that.
I have my doubts that the Marlins could actually make a run, because I'll tell you what, I'd welcome the Marlins coming into Truist Park in the NLDS. I'll that right.
You'll take that over the Phillies. I'm total. I think that.
I'll take it over the Cubs. I'll take it over the Reds, because the Reds actually scare me because of their offense, and they have good young pitching. Now, once again, I think they're just so wet behind the ears that it probably isn't going to matter. Real quick, give me a walk-off because we got to step away and give lineups. What are we looking for tonight's game?
In regards to the pitching, I'd say from Christopher Sanchez, if he can give you about 6 or 7 innings or so, I think that is a recipe for success. He really just has to go toe-to-toe with Spencer Strider, who has absolutely been on a tear this season. He's my Cy Young candidate in the National League. But the offense, the one thing that they did a good job at in the first inning, the last time that they played against Spencer Strider, was they made him work with the pitches. And then, in that second, throughout the 6th or 7th inning, they were just swinging at a lot of things and their timing was off. So plate discipline was really a big problem, and that's when Spencer Strider started to get into cruise control. But as far as the offense goes for the Phillies, they have to try to get to Strider early, make him throw pitches, and Christopher Sanchez just needs to go toe-to-toe.
All right, we got to run. We'll be back in just a few minutes, y'all. Lineups, Church of Baseball, National Anthem on the way. JJ and McGee coming your way. First pitch in 10.
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
You can't drink like me. You can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Braves. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare above bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac McGee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for the visiting Philadelphia Phillies, the designated hitter, Kyle Schwarber. Kyle Schwarber comes in with 45 home runs, 99 RBI, a 197 average. Trey Turner batting second, playing short, 26 home runs, 75 RBI, 27 stolen bases, batting 270. Bryce Harper batting third, playing first, 18 home runs, 63 RBI, 9 stolen bases, batting 290. Alec Boehm, cleanup hitter at third base with 17 home runs, 91 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting 279. Bryson Stott playing second with 15 home runs, 59 RBI, 29 stolen bases, batting 285. JT Realmuto is behind home plate with 19 home runs, 57 RBI, 14 stolen bases, batting 248. Nick Castellanos is in right field with 25 home runs, 96 RBI, 10 stolen bases, batting 272. And Brandon Marsh is the left fielder with 10 home runs, 54 RBI, 9 stolen bases, batting 283. Johan Rojas is in center field with 2 home runs, 21 RBI, 12 stolen bases, a 300 average. On the mound for the Philadelphia Phillies, it's Christopher Sanchez. He comes in with a 2-4 record, 3.4 ERA, 1.05 whip through 87 and a third innings, 78 hits allowed, 83 strikeouts, 14 walks given up, and 14 home runs served. He'll be going head-to-head with Spencer Strider. Strider is 17-5 with a 3.73 ERA, 1.08 whip, 169 innings pitched, 129 hits given up, 259 strikeouts, 54 walks, and 20 home runs allowed. Backing up Spencer Strider in the bottom of the first, your Atlanta Braves will send Ronald Acuna Jr. leading off from right field and the favorite to win the National League MVP for 2023. He has 37 home runs, 98 RBI, 66 stolen bases, batting 336. Ozzie Albies batting second, playing second, 31 home runs, 98 RBI, 12 stolen bases, batting 267. Austin Riley batting third, playing third, 36 home runs, 90 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting 276. Matt Olson batting cleanup, playing first base with 52 home runs, 129 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting 279. Marcell Ozuna, the designated hitter, with 35 home runs, 82 RBI, batting 265. And Travis d'Arnaud, the hind catcher, 11 home runs, 38 RBI, batting 229. Orlando Arcia, the shortstop, with 17 home runs, 59 RBI, a stolen base, batting 267. Kevin Pillar is in left field with 7 home runs, 25 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting 227. And Michael Harris II will be patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves. He has 18 home runs, 53 RBI, 20 stolen bases, batting 294. Atlanta Braves come in 96-54 on the year, 47-26 at home. Your 2023 National League East champions for the sixth year in a row, facing the Philadelphia Phillies, who are number one in the wild card standings at 82-68 and 39-37 on the road. This is game 2 of a 3-game set. Philadelphia took game 1 7-1. The Atlanta Braves lead the regular season series 7-4. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate, it'll be Mike Estabrook. The first base umpire, Andy Fletcher. Second base will be manned by Eric Backus, and down the third base line, it's Laz Diaz. We're in Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, which holds 41,149. Game time temperatures are expected at 76 degrees, dropping into the low 70s by the end of the game. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves Phillies. Braves try to tie up the series and get ready for the rubber match on Wednesday afternoon. Get your game face on, Braves country. Good evening, y'all. You are listening live, and we are here in Truist Park as the Atlanta Braves are set to take on the Philadelphia Phillies. It is baseball time in Braves country. Welcoming in JJ with play-by-play here in the top of the first inning. JJ, take it away, sir.
What is going on, sir? Thank you so much again for doing this. So the Phillies will be, of course, batting first. Phillies are 82-68. They were able to take care of business last night, and, well, they're going to have to do it against a guy like Spencer Strider, who has just been absolutely sensational this season, Mac.
Yeah, he's, I thought there was an outside chance of him hitting the 300 strikeout mark, but that kind of went by the wayside when they started slowing down the rotation. I've got a pretty cool stat for Kyle Schwarber when we can squeeze it in, but I'll let you go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, so Kyle Schwarber will be leading things off. He's the designated hitter in tonight's game. For game 2, as we are just about ready to get underway, as Strider gets set at the belt, kicks, fires, and the first pitch is swung on and missed at 97 miles per hour. Schwarber hitting 197 this season with 45 homers and 99 RBI. He had a moonshot yesterday. The 0-1 on the way, taken for a strike.
Yeah, so the thing about Schwarber, he is a 1 RBI away from a pretty cool club that he's going to join.
Yeah. Yeah,
and I was not aware of it till today.
Yeah, he's honestly just on such a tear. No balls, 2 strikes. And Strider gets it at the belt again. Kicks, fires the pitch. Strike 3 called. A slider that was on the upper third of the strike zone. And Schwarber will sit down.
So for folks, especially those in Braves country who are not aware of this statistic, he is 1 RBI away from being the 13th player ever since the last 100 years or so, 1920. 45 home runs, 100 RBI, 120 walks, and 100 runs scored. And when you hear the names in the list, that's what's going to jump out at you.
Here comes Trey Turner up at the plate, and he fouls the first pitch off, so he's already behind in the count 0-1. And Mac, this is a guy who has really just been on such a tear since August 1st, and he's been arguably one of the best players in baseball. The 0-1, fouled back.
Yeah, so from my understanding, it's ever since the crowd gave him the standing ovation, correct?
Yeah, it's really been since August 5th that he's actually had 2/3 of his home runs since then, which is absolutely ridiculous. No balls, 2 strikes, and the 0-2 on the way. Check swing. They appeal, no swing, so that'll make the count 1-2. So there's 1 out. Bases are empty. We're in the top of the first inning. Strider already with 6 pitches. Turner batting .270 on the season. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and the pitch to Trey. It hits him right on the elbow, and he'll go to first.
Yeah, got away from him there, and the last thing Strider wants to do is hit Trey Turner with 2 strikes on him with his speed. And Our old nemesis, Bryce Harper, coming to the plate.
Bryce is
this guy for well over a decade.
I know. He's just been. He just crushes the Braves. I mean, he used to also crush the Phillies too.
Well, that's one way to stop them is to sign them.
If you can't beat them, join them.
Get them to join you.
Exactly. And it was funny because as he's hitting 290 this season and he'll step into the batter's box with 18 homers and 63 RBI, everybody forgets that the year that the Nationals won the World Series, he was not on the roster. First pitch to Bryce, he takes that one at the knees at 98 miles per hour for a strike. So Turner leads off over at first base. He has been perfect in stolen base attempts this season. No balls, one strike to Bryce Harper. Is wearing his bright green cleats and bright green batting gloves as well. The 0-1 on the way, just lays that slider off at 87 miles per hour.
Yeah, he had just signed with Philly, correct?
Yeah. That was the year he signed with Philly.
It honestly feels like he hasn't been with Philly as long as he has, but I mean, this is his fifth season?
Yeah, it's been since 2019, I believe.
Crazy.
Yeah. Throw back over to first base. That's not in time, so Strider will get set again in motion.
So that group that we talked about, the 45 home runs, 100 RBI, 120 walks, and 100 runs, this is the group he's going to join, y'all, and this is a pretty cool group.
The 1-1 pitch, line drive caught over at first base by Olsen, and they'll tag the bag, and, well, that's an unassisted double play, and that's going to end the inning as we go to the bottom of the first. Phillies and Braves taking on one another, and we go to the bottom of the first. Braves coming up.
We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Keep it locked in here on your CBS affiliates in Braves Country and play-by-play with JJ.
Wait, what'd you say?
I said get off your phone. We're watching a show.
Do you get off your phone whenever I'm watching football on the weekends?
But this is different. We're trying to spend quality time together.
Well, we could spend quality time together watching football if you weren't on your phone, so it seems like a little bit of a double standard.
Well, at least on our TV shows, we don't know what's going to happen, but when we watch the Cowboys, I feel like the same thing happens every year.
Got him! Got him!
Armchair.
World Series chance for the first time since 1995. I'm going to take a quick break to pour me a drink, by God, and then I'll meet y'all here. Anyone who wants to hang out and celebrate, we're going to keep this feed going. And let it get it, baby! It's about damn time!
Flood's first trial had been in federal district court in Manhattan in 1970.
I think Kurt Flood on the stand was treated miserably by the federal judge. He almost taunted him. A judge who showed great respect for almost all witnesses. From the bench, the judge asked Kurt Flood, this is not as easy as playing center field, is it? With a sarcastic tone in the middle of a difficult cross-examination.
No active player dared testify on his behalf. Only owner Bill Veck and a handful of retired stars came to Flood's defense.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
We're going through roll call here in the bottom of the first inning, as we always do. Say hi to everyone in the chat. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is swung on, and that ball is belted deep into the night. Rock 'em, sock 'em, smoke 'em if you got 'em. Your Atlanta Braves lead 1-0.
Oh, my goodness. That thing was crushed.
You would have thought we had planned that.
That was perfect timing.
That was something straight out of a movie.
Sometimes baseball literally is a movie. Can't make that up.
Junior, unbelievable. Absolutely pounded that ball. He was sitting dead red, and the Braves lead it 1-0.
Yeah, that was a 94-mile-per-hour pitch right down the middle of the plate that he just tattooed.
First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is a swing and a miss strike. Inside, it's 0-1. Braves 1, Phillies nothing. Bottom of 1, the 0-1 pitch swung on. Tapper over towards short. Trey's got it, flips it over to first, and it's a 6-3 put out for out number 1. Let's go ahead and say good evening to everyone in the chat that I see so far. Larry, Isaac, Robert, Jeremy, Rebel, Goat, Chris, good evening. Let's see who else we got here. I got to scroll up because we got everyone rolling through. I should be able to see everybody's chat. So Alex, first pitch on the way to Austin Riley is off the dish wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Jacob, Donald, Matthew, good evening. The 1-0 pitch down the way, tried to get him to chase that slider wide, 2-0. I don't know how to pronounce this, but we're going to go with Kai-Ho. There's Tim. Good evening, Tim. Good seeing you. The 2-0 pitch, fastball on the edge. It's 2-1. And if I've missed you, just go ahead and jump back in the chat. We'll say hi. Lucy and Dallas football, Sandra. The 2-1 pitch on the way outside wide, ball 3. FS, I saw that earlier, so I think we're caught up, but anyone else jumping in the chat, we'll say hi. If I don't catch him, you chime in as well, JJ.
I got you.
3-1 pitch, drifts win there, slider inside, it's 3-2. Austin Riley, 36 home runs, 90 RBI, and an 850 OPS. The 3-2, lefty-righty matchup, the southpaw delivers. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Drop that change on the edge, and that's a hard one to lay off of when you got 2 strikes and there's 2 away.
You know, it's funny. They talk about, Christopher Sanchez being that quote-unquote 5th starter, and I got to tell you, he really has proved to not just the Phillies, but to the rest of Major League Baseball that he can probably be one of their top 3 pitchers if they have to go to him in the playoffs.
Good evening, Edward, Grady, Robert, and I think I said hi to Goat and Chris. First pitch on the way to Olsen is a slider off the edge for a ball. It's 1-0. So I pulled up some statistics. There isn't a big. This is the 1-0 pitch, swung on, and that ball is laced into center field, down for a base hit, and it's going to be a 2-out single for your Atlanta Braves. Matt Olson getting things going once again after the Ronald Acuña Jr. home run. So there's not a big sample size with the Braves versus Sanchez for obvious reasons. Sanchez, the youngster. I was going to bring up the Wilson's 0 for 4. He might be due, but it's Acuña was 2 for 4, as was Ozzie and Riley. So to be noted, the only one to have hit a home run against Sanchez in the lineup tonight was Riley. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1.
Yeah, Marcel's been one of the guys that has really done a whole lot on the offensive side since June with 35 homers.
The 0-1 pitch, down and away, 1-1. Good evening to Stream Elements, I believe is what it is.
Oh, that's my bot.
Gotcha. Oh, okay.
That's my bot.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
So
the 1 pitch. Outside wide, 2-1. So is that appearing in the chat? I don't see it in our chat. Does that just appear in your chat?
That just appears in my chat. So
okay.
I'm also live streaming too. So I have timers on there that set reminders. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Ah, gotcha. The 2-1 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play, 2-2. I do it old school because I'm an old head.
I do it both ways.
It took me the longest time to find an application that I liked. And I like the one we're using for the broadcast for the last several months now. But before that, man, I'll tell you what, 2021, the 2-2 pitch drifts inside, ball 3. I was using Zoom, and that was absolutely awful.
Oh man, I'm not a big fan of Zoom when it comes to streaming.
Yeah, well, I didn't know any better, and it was better than Skype at the time. The 3-2 pitch to Ozuna. He spits on that one, heads down to first. Runners on first and second, 2 outs.
Yeah, Christopher Sanchez really just missed that spot there. He got Austin Riley the chase on the changeup, but that time Ozuna didn't bite, and it didn't really look as deceiving.
I'll say this about Ozuna as this year's gone on. He is a very difficult out.
Yeah.
He has worked more walks in the second half of this season than anyone on the roster. He's really become a heck of a selective hitter. First pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud drifts inside for a ball. It's 1-0. We really got to get d'Arnaud's back going. This has been unreal. He's just shadow of his former self. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact he's not playing every day. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on and missed, pulled the string on that one, and it's 1-1.
You brought up a funny stat during the pregame show about how Travis d'Arnaud was 6 for 18 against Zach Wheeler, and you were kind of confused about how he didn't start last night against Brian Snitker, and I tend to agree with you.
It was odd, and like I said in the pregame show, I think he was trying to do some 3D chess, like as the 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss outside 1 and 2. I think he was thinking, well, I don't want to have Travis face him now because he might face him in the postseason. Like, man, I think it's better that, look, we know Travis is going to get that start in October. Just do it.
Right.
The 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on and laced over to third. That should be an easy 5-4 put out. It is, and that'll end the inning. But out for your Atlanta Braves, grab a run. It's 1-0. We'll be back in a flash here in Hot Atlanta.
Unlucky. Yeah. Man, I love the way y'all use that word over here. Back home, if a team was playing poorly, we don't call them unlucky. What do we call them, Coach?
New York Jets.
There it is.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live to 5 weekdays. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live to 5 weekdays. WQEE.
We're doing 21 miles today for my 21st birthday.
Well, on my 21st birthday, I couldn't walk 21 feet. Huh? I got up. I think that's maybe what was wrong with me still to this day. All right? My 21st. I woke up with a football helmet, a woman's thong, and a flip-flop. I still don't know what happened. On my 21st birthday, one of my buddies on himself. Huh? He was quiet all night, and he was sitting on the couch. He said, I got 3 minutes later, he didn't say a word after that, but 3 minutes later, he said, I don't got no more. But happy birthday to you.
Armchair.
Flood lost in district court and then lost again in the Court of Appeal. And on June 18, 1972, by a vote of 5-3, the United States Supreme Court ruled against him. Baseball was still exempt from antitrust laws, and the reserve clause still stood.
I am particularly pleased that the court has recognized the need for a reserve system and has further recognized that baseball has not disregarded the extremely important position the player occupies. Over the long history of baseball, the reserve system has constantly evolved to improve the position of the player. I am confident that this process will continue.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves. By the way, JJ, if you see me forget to put that card down, tell me, because sometimes I forget. Because you a lot of times I have the CBS guy helping me out, but he was
Gotcha.
He's I don't think he's going to make it tonight. First pitch on the way to Spencer Strider is a swing and a foul back out of play. It's 0-1. Now, Braves Country knows that we leave this sign up till we get 100 likes to help get some likes over in JJ's page, and hopefully you'll subscribe over there too. Is the 0-1 pitch swung on and foul back? Oh, I'm sorry, you're doing the play-by-play.
No, you're good. You're good. No, you're totally fine. It's honestly like a lot to look out for. So I totally understand. You're totally fine.
Go ahead. My bad.
No, you're good. No balls, 2 strikes. The Bowman, the 0-2 pitch, fly ball. It's out to right field, and Acuna just has to just move over towards his left side and maybe take about 2 steps or so, and there's one away. No, that honestly totally happens to me too, so I totally understand that for sure. But
well, I have a Cubs fan that helps me from time to time, and I'm so used. He just does color. I just.
Oh, really?
I wasn't even thinking. I went back into my same mode. No,
I probably would have done the same thing too. So I totally understand. First pitch to Stott. That's in there for a strike at 96. So Strider's still on the mound. Oh, sorry.
No, what I was going to say is go over to JJ's page, like it. Hopefully you'll subscribe as well.
The 0-1 pitch. There's a fly ball hit out to center field, and making the catch out in center field is Michael Harris II as he catches the can of corn, and there's 2 away.
Trying not to step on the play-by-play, but as you do that, I'm going to combine the 2 pages. So when we get to 100 total, we'll take the sign down for tonight. Normally, we wait till we get to 100 likes before we tear down the sign. So I'm combining the 2 pages. When we get to a total of 100 on the 2 pages, we'll rip the sign down.
That sounds great. Here comes JT Realmuto up at the plate. He's batting 6th tonight for the Phillies. He's hitting .248 on the season, and he fouls the first pitch off. So Spencer Strider is on the mound, and he's just really had just an awesome season for the Atlanta Braves, going 17-5 with a 3.73 ERA, and has just been one of those guys that's just so dominant on the mound, and he's only 24 years old. The 0-1, swinging a foul back.
Yeah, he's been a fun one to watch as his young career unfolds. You know, he had Tommy John surgery in college at Clemson. It was drafted in the 2020. He was drafted in the 2020 draft, and that's why he fell so far. Remember, there was only 5 rounds back then.
The ball is 2 strikes, and the kick and the pitch. A little tapper that's fouled off towards the first base dugout.
So he was drafted in the 4th round. He fell because of the Tommy John, and everyone was only going to have 5 rounds, et cetera, et cetera. And he has just been absolutely lights out since he arrived. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, well, tonight he has 18 pitches so far, and he pitched really well against the Phillies his last time out. He was somebody that went 7 innings. He had 9 strikeouts, 4 hits allowed, 1 earned run. The 0-2, that's down low, and outside a slider at 85.
Yeah, I kind of would have liked to have seen, with the Braves having everything wrapped up, I would have liked to have seen y'all see some of our scrubs and save Strider for the postseason. Have him pitch against Washington this weekend.
The 1-2 delivery, fly ball hit out to right field. It's hooking foul though, and it goes out of play. I do have to say that at the Braves, when it comes to their rotation, they just have so much flexibility. You know, you have AJ Smith-Shawver, you have Bryce Elder, and even Mike Soroka doesn't even have to be healthy, and you guys just have so much versatility. The 1-2 on the way. It jams Realmuto, but he fouls that one back, and he's putting up a pretty good fight here. I think it actually got a piece of Mike Estabrook, the home plate umpire, so Travis d'Arnaud is checking on him to see if he's all right.
So the group that Kyle Schwarber is going to join when he gets that RBI, only 13 in the history of baseball. The group is this: Babe Ruth, Barry Bonds, Chipper Jones, Mark McGwire, Lou Gehrig, Aaron Judge, Harmon Killebrew, Ralph Kiner, Mickey Mantle, Willie McCovey, Michael Jack Schmidt, and Jim Thome. That's the list. And
that is incredible. That's wild.
If
The 1-2 on the way. That's low and outside for ball 2.
If you're just joining us, 45 home runs. It will be 100 RBI, 120 walks, and 100 runs scored. Kyle Schwarber. Unbelievable. I would have never known that, never thought that. He's got such a low bat.
And 2 strikes, and the pitch way outside for ball 3, so that'll make the count full at 3-2. Yeah, man, Kyle has been one of those guys that has just been, everybody's so divided on him when it comes to the leadoff spot. But, when he gets hot, he gets hot. The 3-2 pitch, that's a check swing foul ball. So this is a pretty long at bat between JT Realmuto and Spencer Strider, they're going toe-to-toe, and that's something that you'd like to see as a Phillies fan for sure. 9 pitches in this at-bat.
I think I would like him as a leadoff hitter where he's at, because if you put him in the middle of the order with that low batting average, it could really kill a rally.
The payoff pitch on the way, swinging the line drive down the first base line. It's a fair ball. Acuna gets over to it. He has to play it on a couple of bounces, and JT Realmuto gets in there standing at second base with an opposite field double, and the tying run is in scoring position.
Good piece of hitting by JT. Just didn't try to do too much. Went with the outside fastball and sent it down the right field line. Olsen playing well off the bag, had no shot at it.
I got to tell you, JT has been somebody that really has been struggling just offensively, and the home run that he hit last night, that was a really good swing, and I'm happy that right here he goes the opposite way for sure, and that's a good thing too. Here comes Nick Castellanos to the plate, and he swings and misses at the slider that was at the knees. So there's 2 outs, and the Braves are up 1-0 against the Phillies with a runner over at second.
I'm glad we could help out JT.
Yes. That's a good way to put it. The 0-1 pitch, that's off the plate for ball 1. I did want to ask you, with Kyle Schwarber's home run that he hit last night, have you seen a ball go that far where it just went over towards that burger place? That was just crushed.
Matt Olson has hit a few. I mean, you don't see him often, though. I'll tell you that. Yeah. But Matt Olson has hit some absolute just moonshots. Once you see him on the field, if you go to a game, see a Braves game on the field, you see how damn big he is, then you get it. You know, it doesn't do it justice on TV just how big that guy is.
1 ball, 2 strikes, and the pitch to Castellanos, swing and a miss. He struck out, and the inning comes to an end. So just an opposite field double by JT Realmuto, and nothing else to it as we head to the bottom of the second inning. Braves up 1-0.
Because I'm not trying to be a girl's Prince Charming. I'm trying to be that big mistake they made at the bar last night. Look, what's the first thing you say to a woman when you meet her?
Pleased to meet you. That's a handsome scarf pin.
No, you say, hi there. How's your relationship with your father? If she says anything positive, move along.
Well, here comes Fernando Valenzuela of the Los Angeles Dodgers. In there, strike 3. And so Valenzuela was struck out the side in 84, and it's worth noting again, he got Winfield, Jackson, and Brett, has now taken care of Mattingly, Ripken, Barfield, and Whitaker. One countryman faces the other, and he would tie Carl Hubbell's mark here with another strike. Well, Higuera's made a little history thanks to Valenzuela. So Fernando has struck out the 5 he's faced.
Well, Jesus Christ, what do you expect me to do? I mean, that's what I damn get paid to do. Did you see us play UCLA? I mean, if you're not going to try to motivate somebody after that, then I'll be damned if I shouldn't even get paid. Anybody else?
Armchair.
See, Satchel did to black baseball just what Ruth did to white baseball. See, because Ruth kept the franchises going. This Ruth, after the Black Sox scandal, here comes a Ruth, and he brings it back. And this is the same thing that happened to us. This Satchel team, this is a guy that the people wanted to see, and he never failed.
The average black player was paid $200 to $300 a month. Page made several times that amount.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies. Lando Arcia coming to the plate. Braves lead at 1-0. Alongside JJ, I'm Mac McGee. JJ, do you have a last name, or is it just play-by-play?
You know what's really funny? I actually have 3 first names.
First pitch on the way to Arcia, swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1.
So my first name is Jason, okay? My middle name is Harrison, and my last name is Joseph.
The 0-1 pitch. Change up right there at the knees, called for a strike. It's 0-2. Okay, see, I saw the Jason Joseph.
Yep.
And I didn't know if that was first and middle or first and last.
No.
2 pitch, swung on, grounded over to short. Turner's got it, flips it over to first. Arcia busting it down the line, but he'll be out. 6-3 put out, and there's one away.
I got to tell you, Trey Turner defensively, sometimes it can get a little bit putrid because he doesn't do such a good job with the routine ground balls. But when he gets a hold of one defensively and he's able to make nice catches and nice plays like that, it can certainly be fun to watch when he's doing really well on the glove side of the field.
Speaking of shortstops, when we lost Swanson to free agency, everyone thought the sky was falling because the first pitch on the way to Pilar was off the plate wide and high. It's 1-0. And not only were we pleasantly surprised by his offense, the 1-0 pitch, top of the zone for a strike, 1-1. But he has been an absolute treat to watch play defense. I mean, his shortstop, and I thought I loved watching Dansby play, and RC is one of my favorite I've ever seen. The 1-1 off the plate, 2-1. He's a natural. Before all we ever saw him play was second base because Dansby was always there. The 2-1 pitch swung on. That ball is hammered into left. An atom ball. Brandon Marsh makes the catch. Captain Caveman puts it away. There's 2 away.
Sometimes it's not always about how hard you hit it, but it's also about where you put it in the field. And that time it was a hard swing, but Marsh got a good read on it. Just made a pretty good catch.
Yeah, good defensive play by Marsh. I got to figure in the playoffs he's going to see more left field than Schwarber.
Yeah, I think that you're definitely right about that. And Rob has been somebody that has really done a lot of platooning. But, he platoons him, and he'll start like a right-handed hitter, like Yohan Rojas sometimes, and it's not always correct with the playing time.
The 1-0 pitch to Michael Harris II, taken for a strike. It's 1-1. He's gone change-up sinker to start the at-bat. The 1-1, Sanchez kicks and deals. Outer edge for a strike. It's 1-2.
I just realized I think I'm a little bit behind you. All right, so I have to try to see if there's a way I can catch up a little bit because I don't want to cut you off or anything.
The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash. I'll see if I can slow mine down here on Braves Country.
And that's a double-edged sword. It's kind of like watching your mother-in-law go off a cliff in a Cadillac. You got mixed feelings.
Now Ricky Henderson. And with Ricky Henderson, don't look away for that first pitch because Ricky is looking for a fastball right away to park in the stands. More often than any player in his business. All he is, if you think of Ricky, you think of the Steels, but he's an all-round leadoff man. And there it goes, number 76. He adds to his record. And that was a no doubt about it home run. Truly a big fly for Ricky Henderson, the 76th time in his career that he has as the first batter in the lineup, led off the game with a home run.
My favorite number that's not 3 and 8 or 88 now, my favorite numbers were like 51, 47, 55, 57. And I'm like, man, we got to go with something with an 8. And that was everybody else's opinion too. I was thinking 28. 28's it. I wanted 28. Let's be 28. And Texaco said hard no.
Armchair.
Brooklyn rarely rose above 6th place. Even their diehard fans called the Dodgers Dem Bums.
The Dem Bums became the Dodgers. That was the big name for them. Our bums, our beloved bums. But the term, when it was first used, was pejorative. In the 20s and 30s, people in Brooklyn needed the Dodgers to win. And they'd go out to the ball game, and the Dodgers would lose. And they'd lose stupidly and carelessly and dumbly. And people would come out of Ebbets Field saying, them bums, those lousy bums, they lost again. How'd those bums do today? And it wasn't until they started to win that the nickname became an admirable nickname. It became capitalized.
Welcome back here. My name is Jason Joseph, and we also have Mac on as well for Braves Country Baseball and play-by-play with JJ Nation as well for Phillies Baseball. So we go to the top of the 3rd inning as Brandon Marsh will be coming up to the plate. It's 1-0 Atlanta. They have 2 hits. Phillies only have 1. So Strider is on the mound, gets set, kicks, fires, and the first pitch is on the outside corner for a called strike. Marsh hitting .283 this season with 10 homers and 54 RBI. No balls, 1 strike, and the 0-1 way up high and inside. That nearly hit him. One ball, 1 strike. Strider kicks, steals the pitch. That's just on the outside corner. Looked like it was a little bit outside. The 1-2 coming up. Strider kicks, fires, and it's swung on and missed for strike 3 on a slider that was low.
Spencer Strider, one of the big things that we always worry about with him early on in games is his pitch count. Right now, he's actually doing really well. He has gotten into trouble before in the past, running the pitch count high in the early innings.
We're in the top of the 3rd inning. There's 1 out. Johan Rojas will come on up. He's the 9th hitter in this Phillies lineup. The first pitch, he fouls that one back towards the screen. Now, I do have to ask you, okay, because tonight I looked to see like what they were giving away at Truist Park, but they have a Ronald Acuna bobblehead. I didn't know if you knew that. The 0-1 swing and a miss.
Yeah, I saw that. I mean, I wasn't going to the park, so I really could care less. If I'm not going to get one, what the hell do I care?
No, I'm totally with you. But sometimes I always have some listeners actually that actually do like go to the Phillies games, so like they, they'll check in and they'll be like, "Hi JJ, I'm listening to the game, but I'm at the stadium." The 0-2 swing and a miss, and back-to-back strikeouts for Spencer Strider. 2 up, 2 down in the top of the 3rd.
Sometimes I will check in on those kinds of promotions, but honestly, I didn't look at it today. But I saw that they were giving away a Ronald Acuna bobblehead. I actually thought it was last night.
Oh, really?
They played it because they thought he may not play last night. He ended up playing, so they may have delayed it.
Oh, wow. Well, here comes Kyle Schwarber to the plate. He's hitting .283 over his last 13 road games. There's 2 outs, nobody on. Phillies down 1-0, and the first pitch that's low and inside for a ball. So 1 ball, no strikes. Schwarber struck out looking his first time up. Strider gets set, winds up and delivers. Swing and a miss. That slider was in the dirt. But, we talked about it before. Strider with those, it's not even just about the fastball that comes in at 98, but the sliders and the off-speed pitches, you got to look out for those too.
Yeah, he's a 2-pitch pitcher that is starting to work on his changeup as the 3rd one.
The 1-1 pitch, that's just outside. It was a changeup at 86 miles per hour. So Spencer has 39 pitches on the evening so far. Schwarber hitting .197 with 45 homers and 99 RBI. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. He could not catch up to the fastball as it was inside and high.
Yeah, he got that one right in his kitchen.
Oh, man. That is what you call high heat. 40 pitches for Strider, and the 2-2 on the way. Strike 3 called on the outside corner at 99 miles per hour. So Spencer Strider is able to strike out the side as all 3 batters of the Phillies go down, and we go to the bottom of the 3rd. Braves lead at 1-0.
Where I can find extension cords?
Aisle 25.
I was just there.
26.
There is no 26.
15.
He was comfortable hitting with 2 strikes. He was a good 2-strike hitter. A lot of hitters aren't comfortable with 2 strikes, Then they go into emergency mode. They don't want to strike out. That used to be the old mindset. Nowadays, as Pete said, they go up there hacking. That's a pitcher's dream. Is a guy that
Atlanta Braves had 4 guys on their team last year struck out over 150 times. Now, we all know Mike Trout may be the best player in baseball, correct? Everybody agree with that? Struck out 184 times last year. That's once every 3 at-bats. He was MVP in the American League. You know, I don't want to say no one threw hard, but he could throw a damn ball through a car wash and not get it wet.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
You know what? Even if you killed somebody, I wouldn't turn you in.
Is that so? Hey, if I killed somebody, would you turn me in? Definitely. You're kidding. No, I would turn you in. You would turn me in? I can't believe what I'm hearing. You're supposed to be a friend of mine. Well, what kind of person are you going around killing people? Well, I'm sure I had a good reason. Yeah, well, if you'll kill this person, who's to say I wouldn't be next? But you know me. I thought I did.
I will say that I've had thrills before, number of them. Something like hitting a home run in Chicago that time. The Lord was with me when I called the shots. I can't go on forever. Somebody's got to take my shoes and take my place. But you can bet your sweet life that I won't play until I drop, but I'll play until I damn near drop. Thank you.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Ronald Acuna Jr. will come to the plate. Acuna represents the only run scored tonight. He had a solo blast on Christopher Sanchez when he first came up, and that's the only scoring of the night so far. Sitting alongside JJ. First pitch on the way, down and away, it's 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, I got to tell you, this Braves offense, we talk a lot about how great that they've been. They've just been unbelievable.
The 1-0 pitch, kicks and deals, just grabs the outer edge. It's 1-1. Yeah, it's been fun to watch. You know, if you would have asked me beginning of the year who was going to have more fun watching their offense, I would have figured Philadelphia. But the 1-1, 94 just misses high and out of the zone, 2-1. The scary thing is most of our guys, I mean, Philadelphia is a veteran team. Most of our guys, I mean, they haven't even really hit their quote-unquote peak. The 2-1 pitch in there at the knees, it's 2-2. That's the one thing that I think that we lack going into the playoffs, but I still would take our guys over anybody. The 2-2 pitch swung on, grounded deep into the hole, over at short. Turner grabs it, flips it, a one bouncer into the glove of Harper, and there's one away.
Nice play by Trey. You know, he had to backhand that and also wait a little bit patiently, and he was able to just throw it over to first base. And Harper is starting to get adjusted over at first base as he was able to make a nice dig out right there. So good play all around.
The first pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies in the dirt, kicks away, no one on base, so no harm, no foul. It's 1-0.
I got to tell you, you know, just dwelling on this Braves offense, they've scored 867 runs. They have 290 homers. And just to put that in perspective, the team that's in second has only 230.
The 1-0 to Ozzie, swing and a miss off the edge. It's 1-1.
They also are batting as a team 274 and have 1,417 hits on the season.
We also spent about $200 million less than the New York Mets, so, you know, there's that
yes.
too. The 1-1 Sanchez just misses outside, 2-1.
That's so true. That's a good point you bring up right there.
I would not trade. If you ask me, there's one person in our organization I wouldn't trade is the 2-1 pitch. Swung on. That ball is a worm burner in the hole in between second and short. And the Atlanta Braves got something cooking here in the bottom of the third. Ozzie Albies stops at first base, 1 on, 1 out. There's one guy in the Braves organization. He's not wearing a jersey tonight. His name is Alex Anthopoulos. He is out there playing 3D chess while the rest of the league is playing Chinese checkers. I mean, it's unbelievable what he does. Lefty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way to Austin Riley, and that ball squirts through the hole. That gets out into right field. Here comes Ozzie Albies. He heads around second, heading into third, stand up, and it's runners on the corners, 1 out. You're your Atlanta Braves.
Well, this is what the Braves. This is what the Braves do such a great job at. You know, it's not always about the long ball. It's also just about making solid contact. And when you throw a mistake right down the middle, Austin Riley is just one of those guys that can just do a lot of damage. And he doesn't necessarily have to always hit for power. He makes good contact with the baseball too.
The biggest difference between this team and the team that took the field, I won't say 2021. I'll say just a touch before that. 2020 version, the 2019 version, is they do not strike out like those teams did.
Right.
First pitch on the way to Matt Olson is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. And that was a young team, and they were learning the ropes, essentially. The 2021 team, they started to strike out less as we got towards postseason. You really saw that. And, of course, the trades that came over. The 0-1 pitch on the way to Olson, down and away. It's 1-1.
Well, you also had guys, too, that were on that 2021 team that you traded for, like Jorge Soler and Adam Duvall, and those guys struck out a lot, too.
Yeah, the three-headed monster is the 1-1 pitch off the plate wide 2-1. Jock Peterson.
And Jock Peterson, too.
Eddie Rosario, Jorge Soler, and then, of course, Duvall was another addition as well.
Yep.
They just basically, we call it lightning in a bottle. The 2-1 pitch to Matt Olson on the way, swung on. That ball is hit hard on the ground. It's going to be a one hopper over to second, and it's going to be a 4-6-3 inning-ending double play. Braves threaten but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Why would I spend $7 to see a movie that I could watch on TV?
Well, why go to a fine restaurant when you can just stick something in the microwave? Why go to the park and fly a kite when you can just pop a pill?
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. David Ortiz was actually sued by Jay-Z in 2010. Ortiz had opened up a nightclub in the Dominican Republic called 4040, which Jay-Z thought was too similar to his nightclubs, named the 4040 Club. Ortiz and Jay-Z reached an agreement, and the trademark infringement lawsuit was settled out of court.
World air quality is at an all-time low.
But hey, that doesn't mean you can't have a little fun. New from Mattel, it's the greenhouse gas gun. Do you hate the snowman next door? Use the greenhouse gas gun. There is simply no end to the amount of fun and respiratory disease you can have with the greenhouse gas gun.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans.
I think baseball is a great support to people who have emotional voids, gaps, emotional difficulties. That is to say, all of us. Those parts of us that don't function well, those parts of us that are sad or depressed, not every day, they can really use baseball. It isn't just the child in a wheelchair or the shut-in senior citizen listening to the radio that needs the game. There's part of us, part of everybody who's a baseball fan, that needs the game at that level.
Back to the top of the 4th inning we go, as the Phillies are taking on the Atlanta Braves. Only 1 hit so far for the Phillies. Braves have 4. Strider has 41 pitches total, 31 strikes, and only 10 balls thrown. And he's just been really aggressive in the strike zone, which is something that he didn't really do to start off the game in the last one. And he's just been in cruise control as Trey Turner comes up to the plate. And the first pitch, he pops this one up. It's behind the plate, though, and Darno will give it a look, and it goes out of play.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they do this in the postseason. 2020 in 2021, when the Braves won it all, Travis Darno caught every inning, every pitch. And now you've got a 2-headed monster of Darno and Murphy, and I'm really curious to see if they've been playing him the last 3 months pretty much every other day.
The 0-1 pitch was in there for strike 2, so Trey Hitting .270 with 26 homers, 75 RBI. Got hit by a pitch his first time up, and was the first Phillies base runner of the night. The 0-2 pitch grounder hit over to shortstop, gobbled by Arcia, the throw over to first, and that's going to get Trey Turner retired, so there's one away. Spencer Strider actually breaks his strikeout streak. He actually struck out 4 men in a row, but still nobody has gotten a hit off of him since JT Realmuto. So that'll bring up Bryce Harper to the plate.
That up with Bryce Harper coming to the plate, huh?
Yes. And the first pitch to Bryce, he fouls that one off on a slider at 84 miles per hour. So I do have to ask you this, okay? As Harper is up.
Yes, he is the worst.
Yes. I wasn't going to ask you about that. I'll actually get to it after this pitch. The 0-1 on the way, and Harper fouls that one off. So you've seen the pitch clock, and you've seen the rule changes. Just from an overall perspective, what have been your thoughts on the season in regards to how Major League Baseball has been?
I never thought I would say this, but I no longer want to hang Rob Manfred in effigy. I still
that's low for a ball.
Some of the stuff that he's pulled, but he has won me over a little bit.
That's wild.
And that's a statement because I have been banging the table about how much he had ruined the game prior to this year.
The 1-2 on the way to Harper, and he swings and misses at a slider, and Spencer Strider has struck out 5 out of the last 6 batters that he has faced.
So the biggest thing with it is this. So I've been doing this play-by-play on for Braves Country. I started in late 2021.
Oh, wow.
It's a long story how it started, but I started in late 2021. It caught fire. We won the World Series. So the 2022, I ended up doing more games a week. I ended up doing between 3 and 4, somewhere in that neighborhood. And now I do every game pretty much except for Sundays. And if Sunday's a late pitch, we do Sundays. I thought originally I was going to hate the pitch clock because of the pace of the game, of not being able to call a game.
Right.
But I made sure that I called, I think 5 or 6 spring training games to get ready.
The 0-1, that's in there for a strike at the knees.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. You're good.
No, I don't care if you talk all over me. Like, that's what, people care more about the action than what I'm rambling on about. But I instantly loved it. And I was like, man. And now I very much notice a pitcher when they're dragging. Like Bryce Elder the other day, he was taking forever to deliver.
The 0-2 on the way, swing and a miss, and Spencer Strider is just in cruise control. 6 out of the last 7 batters he's faced, he has struck out, and we go to the bottom of the 4th. Braves lead it 1-0 against the Phillies.
Set him down, Joe. His fingers are so.
Wait, what'd you say?
I know you're watching football all day, so I'm going to go get you some more beer and make some wings for lunch. And I was also thinking that we could hang that TV outside so you could have 2 games at once. Why are you crying?
It's just the first time that you've said that you've loved me in a while.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country.
Where are you from?
What?
Where are you from?
What are you talking about?
Where are you from?
You know where I'm from.
The folks want to know.
Oh, you're doing a question?
Yeah. Come talk to these folks.
All right, I'll tell them. We are from West Georgia, near the Alabama line. We're a little bit classy and a little bit trashy. I probably have some family members that have dual roles. Do you know what that means? A cousin, maybe an uncle. Yep. I just had one locked up because they were mixing up chemicals in their motorhome. Look how she's looking at me. Don't be hating on your family.
Armchair.
We lost because my colleagues didn't stand up with me. And I can't make any excuse for them. Had we shown any amount of solidarity, if the superstars had stood up and said, we're with Curt Flood, If the superstars had walked into the courtroom in New York and made their presence known, I think that the owners would have gotten the message very clearly, given me a chance to win that.
Curt Flood never played Major League Baseball again.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves lead at 1-0. Marcell Ozuna will come to the plate. Ozuna, righty-righty matchup, batting .320 with a 1025 OPS since August 1st. First pitch on the way to Ozuna, swung on, grounded foul down the third base line. It's 0-1.
I have to tell you, man, that going back to that whole pitch clock thing, I actually was able to call minor league baseball for a couple of years.
The 0-1 pitch swung on. That ball is rifled into center field, down for a base hit, and that's going to be a leadoff single for Marcell Ozuna. Cool. What team did you call?
Yeah, so I was able to do it for the Wilmington Blue Rocks, and so I called their season last year. I was in a rotation that was filled with like 5 or 6 people, and I did some games the year before that, but I got to see the pitch clock in action and the bigger bases, and I was surprised by how much the game really just flew by.
First pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud is swung on and popped up back foul. It's 0-1. The bigger bases, I'm not a big fan of, but I'm okay with it. Like if I have to deal with that because they're changing the other things, I'm okay. The only thing that I didn't like about it is as long as we put on asterisks on the fact that a lot of these numbers are skewed because of the bases.
Yeah. Well, I mean, see, the other thing too is that because Ronald Acuna is just having an MVP type of a season, do you think that that's encouraged him to run more?
I do. I also think he's finally feeling healthy. Last year, he was still coming off that knee injury. The 0-2 pitch swung on. That ball's rifled down the left field line. That ball's going to get down where the green grass grows. Here comes Marcell Ozuna. He'll stop at third base, and it is a double for Travis d'Arnaud and your Atlanta Braves. Runners on second and third, nobody out.
That was probably smart by Ron Washington just to give him the stop signs over at third base because Marsh definitely has a cannon out in left field, and with Ozuna not having the greatest speed of all, I think that was probably the best move.
And it is a rare move, as people know. Ron Washington, I call him the human windmill. He doesn't know when to say stop. The
right.
Pitch on the way, Orlando Arcia is off the plate, just misses, but called for a wide strike. It's 0-1.
Christopher Sanchez has been leaving some pitches out over the middle of the plate, and I wonder if it's a little bit of just fatigue or what it is.
The 0-1 lefty-righty matchup just outside. It's 1-1. So you called for who again? I'm sorry.
The Wilmington Blue Rocks. They're the high A affiliate of the Washington Nationals.
Is that Wilmington, North Carolina?
Delaware.
Okay. The
Delaware.
1-1 down and in, 2-1.
So it was cool because I actually got to see Bryson Stott when he was with the Jersey Shore Blue Claws and Johan Rojas as well.
That is a good player.
Yeah.
The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 2-2.
That was a really good pitch there by Sanchez. But I think I actually made a top 5 list the other day of the best players that I saw in the minors. And I think that Bryson Stott has to be top 3, but number 2, in my opinion, is Francisco Alvarez. He is just such a tank. And then number 1 is Jason Dominguez, the Martian himself.
The 2-2 pitch, lefty-righty matchup, swung on, grounded up the middle, and making the play is Turner. He offered towards second, but retreating back to the bag was d'Arnaud. It's going to be a 6-3 putout, and the runners at second and third will stay put. The infield was, we'll call it halfway in.
Yeah. Yeah, they were playing at. I mean, it wasn't a double play depth for sure because I mean, like, why would they be in a double play depth in that sort of situation? But Bobby Dickerson, the Phillies infield coach, did a good job at just setting up his infield in the right position.
First pitch on the way to Kevin Pillar is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Kevin Pillar, 7 home runs, 25 RBI. The 1-0 pitch. Down and in, blocked by JT Realmuto, 2-0.
Yeah, I think that the changeup seems like it's just missing its spot a little bit. I don't know if it's just coming out flat or what it is, but Sanchez usually in the 4th inning he's able to do a much better job, but it's just all about execution. So hopefully, even though he's behind in the batter right here, hopefully he can get out of this.
The 2-0 pitch on the way from Sanchez, swung on. That ball is rifled through the middle. That's going to score Ozuna. Here comes Travis d'Arnaud, and the ball is going to get away, bounce away, and your Atlanta Braves lead it 3-1. Good piece of hitting there to get the ball right in between the wickets of the infield, and Atlanta takes an early 3-0 lead.
That was just a fastball right down the middle, and Kevin Pillar, you know, he doesn't always hit for power, but when he's able to make solid contact with the baseball, I mean, he just barreled that thing up, and that was the right thing to do, and the Phillies were just not able to execute on that one.
Yeah, kind of a bad throw by Rojas.
Yep.
Skipper
Yep.
across the pond into the infield. I do wonder what your take was there. It was 1-0 at the time, runner on second and third, and they had the infield in, and that definitely cost them an extra run. It would be 2-0 if the infield would have been back. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris II. It swung on, tapped over to right out in front of the plate, and I guess they're going to say that's a fair ball, and it's going to be 2-4, 3-inning ending double play.
Wow.
That up when we get back. Braves lead at 3-0. Philadelphia grabbing the bats.
Excuse me, do you know how to get to town?
Yeah, it's back the way you came.
Hey, Braves fans, Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, all season long, right here.
White people, I want to have a conversation with y'all because y'all have really pissed me off. Where are the new rock bands? Like when I was growing up, we had Green Day. Y'all keep trying to twerk. That's the problem. We need some headbangers. Like what happened to all the garage bands? I ain't met a white dude in like 10 years that said him and his band. That just randomly brings up his band. Do y'all not do that anymore? Why all the skater boys want to be DJs and rappers and producers? What is going on? White people, I say this because I care. Stop rapping. Bring back the rock bands. We didn't even judge y'all because the singer really could never sing. We never judged y'all because the music was that good. Can we please have that back?
Armchair.
Is there no way we can get rid of him?
Not without cause.
I have cause. It is because I hate him.
Now is Henry Aaron. Here's a pitch to Aaron. All game in the 7th inning. The Cardinals lead 3-0. Here's a pitch to Henry Aaron. There's a drive way back. It's out on the Green Avenue in right center. Tremendous home run. Hit the right tower out there. Holy cow, did he kiss that ball. There's his 42nd home run of the year. His 126th run on him. Oh, did he hit that ball.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead at 3-0. JJ joining me for play-by-play. Take it away, JJ.
Yes, sir. Yes, so we go to the top of the 5th inning. Phillies down 3-0, and Spencer Strider only has allowed 1 hit so far as we go to the top of the 5th inning. And he has struck out a lot of batters as well, but he'll have to face 5, 6, and 7 in this Phillies lineup as the Phillies are down 3-0 against the Braves. 51 pitches for Strider. Stotts 0 for 1, and the first pitch in this inning is outside on a 96-mile-per-hour fastball. Now, Michael Lorenzen is getting loosened up in the Phillies bullpen, and Rob Thompson has been somebody has been really outspoken about trying to utilize Lorenzen in the bullpen, especially in the playoffs. The 1-0 pitch, that's a little bit down low for ball 2, because he has experience of just doing both.
It's interesting that he's already being put into the bullpen after that no-hitter from just, a month ago?
Yeah, I know. It's really crazy. The 2-0 pitch that's in there for a strike. And, yeah, he's definitely been one of the guys that just hasn't really been so consistent on the mound. But, hopefully he can try to be more of like a gadget type of a player. 2-1 pitch. That's just a little bit off the plate for ball 3.
Well, I can sometimes someone who's played. I've played fantasy baseball for years now.
Yep.
Michael Lorenzen is what he is.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. The 3-1 on the way. That's fouled back, and the count is 3-2. But I mean, I'm saying that though because Ranger was somebody that was utilized out of the bullpen. He was the closer at one point under Joe Girardi, and now he's been a starting pitcher. And it just seems like he's just always been that type of a person that's just like, give me the ball whenever. And I think that there's something to be said about that with Lorenzen too. As the 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and Spencer Strider with 8 strikeouts on the day, and we're not even through the 5th inning.
98 on the black up top shelf, man. What a pitch.
Yikes. And Strider's able to put up some really good at-bats. I mean, sometimes you just have to tip your cap. As JT will come up to the plate, he's 1-for-1, was able to solve Strider on a double, and he hits this one out to center field, just right on the nose, though, to Michael Harris II, who's there to make the catch. So 2 up, 2 down in this top of the 5th inning. That was the last time that the Phillies were able to even get a hit off of Spencer Strider. Caleb Cotham is going over to the phones. That's the Phillies pitching coach.
All this is Zach Wheeler last night.
Yeah. I know, it's crazy.
If we get
Payback.
Those two
Payback.
In the playoffs, we're probably going to have an hour-and-a-half game.
The pitch that's at the knees for a strike. It looked a little bit low, but Estabrook gives Strider the call there.
I'll tell you
what are your thoughts about robotic umps?
Okay, so before I started doing this, I was against him. Now I'm full for him.
Yeah.
We get some bad ones, man. I don't know how often you do the Philly games. I do almost every day.
I do them almost every day. Okay. Almost every day.
And so
the 0-1 that was down low for a ball.
It wasn't until middle of last year that I was like, you know what, I'm on board. I used to fight it.
The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Yeah, I mean, I think that there's just, I've seen so many points this season, guys like Laz Diaz and guys like Estabrook, just coming up with their own their own strike zones. What'd you say?
Jim Wolfe is awful.
Oh, yes. Yeah, another one that makes a lot of controversial calls. The 1-2 pitch, strike 3 called at the knees. What a gem so far for Spencer Strider, and he is retired. He's retired a lot of batters in a row, and he's able to get his 9th strikeout right there. He's pitching a gem, and we go to the bottom of the 5th.
So I told my psychiatrist I was hearing voices in my head. He said I don't have a psychiatrist.
I'm going to UCLA because my wife went to UCLA Med School. Shout out, Tran. You completely hold. That's her last name. That's her last name. Relax, ESPN. How dare you?
Armchair.
Is you okay?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Is you crying?
Don't leave me alone. You know I'm watching the game. No, I'm not crying.
I told you they was finna lose. I don't know why you acting like this.
Why is you talking about my business? Why is you talking about my business? They cheated, though. They cheated. When they lose, don't talk to me for the rest of the week. Why is you bothering me?
Whoa, what about the wristbands? You act like they finna throw you in the game to save the last couple of points for you.
Would you leave me alone? Would you leave me alone?
You don't even cry for me like this.
I only know you for 2 months. It's been my team for 22 years.
It is especially fitting that today, in the midst of baseball's most exciting event, the World Series, we pause to honor Jackie Robinson.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I would just like to say that I was really just a spoke in the wheel of the success that we had some 25 years ago. I would like to also say that I would be a real pleasure if Mr. Ricky could have been here with us today, but to the members of the family, my entire love and gratitude for the things that he's done over the years. And I also want to say how pleased I am that my family can be here this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves and JJ's Philadelphia Phillies doing battle. Braves trying to tie up the series at 1 apiece. Braves on the season have won 7 of 11. The last 2 of this season series are, though I don't think it's the last time they'll face each other,
No.
is tonight and tomorrow afternoon, 12:20 first pitch.
Yeah, I'm totally with you on that. I mean, I think that it would be so cool to see these two teams just go at it.
First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. from Michael Lorenzen, who comes in the game, swung on. That ball is rifled into right field. It's down for a base hit, and here comes the Atlanta Braves. 1 on, nobody out. A leadoff single for Acuna Matata. That'll bring Ozzie Albies up to the plate.
So Lorenzen, who's on the mound in 25 games, is a 4.06 ERA.
First pitch on the way. Fastball down the pipe. Ronald Acuna Jr., he takes off. A head-first slide. And he's got another stolen base, his 67th of the season. Huge jump. And even though Real Muto might be the best in the business, he had no shot.
I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at the replay. I think he got in there, but
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
he got in there.
Yeah, he did. I don't know why there was like one angle I saw.
In real
It was
time,
like-
it's much closer.
Right.
As they slow it down, you see that he got in.
Right.
The 0-1 pitch on the way to Ozzie is down and inside for a ball. Changeup misses. It's 1-1.
So as I was saying, Lorenzen has gone 148 innings this season. He's 9-9. This is his first start out of the bullpen for the Phillies as he's pitched in 25 games.
The 1-1 pitch swung on. That ball is going to get dropped down into right field, and Acuna goes station to station as he had to hold up to make sure that ball was not going to be caught by Castellanos. Let me tell you something about Nick Castellanos. He has been his entire career a terrible outfielder. Last year in the playoffs, that dude all of a sudden became Willie Mays.
I knew you were going to bring that up. I figured you were going to bring that up.
I remember doing the calls going, and you're not going to believe this, but once again, it was unbelievable.
Yeah. Well,
so runners off the corners, nobody out, and the rake, Austin Riley, comes to the plate. Riley's 1 for 2. Single in the third. First pitch on the way, swung on, rifled back, foul off the mask of JT. I believe he's okay. Home plate umpire Mike Estabrook's going to give him a chance to check out the cobwebs. It's 0-1.
Oh, man, he got a little bit knocked up there. I don't understand, and I'm sure that, we'll obviously talk a little bit more about this as the game goes on, but, Christopher Sanchez has been somebody that really just hasn't been, going deep, and Rob Thompson doesn't like it. It doesn't like doing that for some reason, and I can't always understand why.
The 0-1 pitch swung on, tap foul off the plate. It's 0-2. So you got an 0-2 count to Riley. Runners on the corners, nobody out. Phillies in double play depth. Lorenzen comes set, righty-righty matchup. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it back. Man, JT and Estabrook are taking a beating tonight.
They really are. I don't think that they expected that. But sometimes like when you're just behind the plate, and that's the other interesting thing about the robotic umps too, is because you're not going to have those types of things anymore.
The 0-2, righty-righty matchup. Lorenzen comes set, pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it straight back. It's 0-2. From my understanding, if they do go to robo umps, that there will be an umpire standing back there. What they'll have is a suggestion,
right?
The beep to them that says that was a ball, that was a strike, kind of thing. They'll still have the ability, as the 0-2 pitch swung on, popped up, foul, back out of play. We'll do it again. They'll still have the ability to ignore it, but there will be the suggestion that, hey, that's a strike. Hey, that's a ball. So they'll still be back there.
Well,
I'm sure JT Realmuto would wish that it was just him not back there. The 0-2 pitch swung on, just got a piece of that, maybe a stitch or two to stay alive. We'll do it again.
Yeah, Austin Mann is batting 194 with runners in scoring position this season, but he has 10 homers and 53 RBI. He is putting up a really good fight here, and this is just what he does. He battles through at-bats.
The 0-2 pitch, high and out of the zone, just over the letters, over the plate. It's 1-2.
You know, something that I always remember is that when Austin got called up, he was, on a really big tear. And then as soon as they started throwing him breaking balls, he got sent down. And then since he's been back up, he's just been unbelievable.
The 1-2 pitch, down and in, 2-2. So some of that was here credits to Chipper Jones that basically just got him straight and basically told him to just stay within himself and drive it back up the middle. The 2-2 pitch, down and in, ball 3. So a 3-2 count to Riley. I still laugh because when Riley first came up, there was a serious Twitter argument on Braves Twitter on who should be the third baseman, Johan Camargo or Riley. The 3-2 pitch, down and away, ball 4. So a heck of a at bat by Austin Riley. He fought through that entire count. Man, oh man alive. It's about a 10-pitch bat there. He'll head down to first. The bases are juiced. Nobody out.
And what makes it so impressive is that it was a 0-2 count, and he's fouling off pitches. And sometimes, even though Lorenzen, I thought he had a good pitch, it just missed a little bit. Sometimes you just have to tip your cap, and when Austin's able to just fight off on pitches and just make Lorenzen work, that's what you call a professional at bat for a 25-year-old.
Yeah, you wouldn't have gotten that from Austin Riley. I mean, honestly, probably not June of 2021. He really turned it on in the second half of 2021, and he was slumping a little bit at the beginning of this year, but I no longer worry if he's going to come out of those slumps. He has definitely broken through that. So the bases are loaded, nobody out, and it'll just be Matt Olson coming to the plate. Matt Olson stands in with 52 home runs, leading Major League Baseball.
I would tell you nonchalantly just said it's just Matt Olson coming up to the plate.
Yeah, just throw it down the pipe. It'll be fine. Righty-lefty matchup. Michael Lorenzen comes set. There was a delay. We're back to the action. First pitch, high and out of the zone, just over the letters, over the dish. It's 1-0. He's really making that ball sail.
Yeah, he is.
The 1-0. Lorenzen comes set, kicks and deals, just misses up top, 2-0.
I think in this situation, if you're Michael Lorenzen, you have to, obviously, you're very stressed because you're in a bases loaded situation. You're going up against one of the best hitters in the game, so you have to just try to attack the zone.
The 2-0 pitch, taken all the way, slider just grabs the outer edge. It's 2-1.
The fastball wasn't working, and he decided to go with a slider, and that ended up being the right pitch. So maybe you should throw another one.
The 2-1 kicks and deals, swing and fouls it straight back. It's 2-2. So a 2-2 count to Matt Olson. He'll take his timeout. Braves have the bases loaded, nobody out. Acuna on first, the Wiz on second, and Riley on third. The 2-2. High and outside, ball 3. So a full count to Matt Olson. Nowhere to put the ice house. And Marcell Ozuna stands on deck. The 3-2 pitch misses down and away, ball 4. So a run will score. Your Atlanta Braves take a 4-0 lead here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
And this is where, if you're Rob Thompson, you really have to try to get somebody loosened up in the bullpen, because Lorenzen, already 20 pitches, it just seems like he's very stressed, and his pitches are a little bit tense, and they're not hitting the spots that he wants them to hit.
Yeah, and the other thing would be, so my question would be, is he going to be taking one for the team, or if you do that, do you run the risk of killing his confidence, right?
Right, exactly. But that, I did see Alvarado getting warmed up right now, so they'll probably go to him pretty soon.
Way to Marcell Ozuna's popped up high in the sky, can of corn, but it looks like it'll bend foul into the highbrow seats. I mean, just past the dugout edge, and it's 0-1. Not sure who caught the ball, but he looks like he's probably a part owner. He tosses it back into the crowd. Good job. Have you been to Truist Park, by the way?
I've never been to Truist Park.
Phenomenal.
That is on my list.
It is
on my list.
Phenomenal. It's not just the park itself, but the entire village around it. The 0-1 pitch misses outside for a ball. It's 1-1. Where that ball landed, their video, there's a television cameras right there for you to see the game. The 1-1 pitch swung on. That ball is blasted down the left field line, and that ball is going to get down where the green grass grows. Ozzie Albies comes around to score. Austin Riley comes around to score. It is a double for the Atlanta Braves, a 2 RBI double for Marcell Ozuna, and the Big Bear makes it 6-0.
And again, it just goes back to the whole conversation of, was Christopher Sanchez pulled too early? And was it also the right decision to go with Lorenzen here? You know, that is probably going to be asked to Rob Thompson during tonight's postgame show in regards to the Phillies. But in regards to the Braves, I mean, Ozuna was just able to crush that thing and just hit a really good shot down that left field line. So tip your cap to him, too.
First pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud, drifts inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Looks like Jose Alvarado is getting up and stretching, but now I think it might be Soriano that's actually grabbing the ball. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 1-1.
Yeah, Junior Marte is. Yeah, Junior Marte is also warming up right next to him.
What did I say? Soriano?
Yeah. Are you thinking of Rafael Soriano?
No, I'm thinking of the last series. I apologize.
No, you're good.
Swing and a miss at 1-2.
Sometimes that happens to me too.
There's a George Soriano that we just saw, and then this is this Junior Marte?
Yep.
Does he pronounce it Junior, by the way?
He pronounces it Junior. It's spelled Junior, but yeah, he pronounces it Junior.
The 1-2 pitch off the plate wide. It's 2-2. I was wondering about that last week. So I went with Marte. The 2 swung on and fouled back out of play. We'll do it again.
It's funny because I was looking at Licky yesterday, and I was thinking, oh shoot, I forgot that he's probably going to come in tonight. And I was watching the roster moves and whatever, but I saw that he got demoted, but he pitched last night.
d'Arnaud swung on and fouled straight back. We'll do it again. Lorenzen now is at 29 pitches.
That's crazy. And he still hasn't even recorded an out, mind you.
Right. Yeah, exactly. If for those who are just joining us, he just came into the game here in the bottom of the 5th. Braves lead at 6-0. The 2-2, high and outside, tying up, and inside it's 3-2. So a full count to Travis d'Arnaud. Runners on second and third, nobody out. Miami leads New York Mets 3-1 in the 7th in your out-of-town scoreboard. The 3-2. Lorenzen comes set, pitch on the way, swung on, foul back out of play. It's a full count once again.
I have to tell you have a really, really good fan base. I have to tell you that everybody on here is really nice, and it seems like that they're all family oriented. So that's really, really cool.
Yeah, we get a knucklehead every once in a while, but all in all, it's a great.
So do we.
3-2. I mean, you can't stop him. The 3-2 pitch, down and away, ball 4. So the bases are loaded again. I refer to it as our Braves country family. This is the 3rd season, but it's grown and grown every year.
That's wild.
It's a fun way to spend the season. Of course, it helps having the best record in baseball.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely.
First pitch on the way to Rolando Arcia, swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. I wasn't doing this back in 2016 when we were sucking BB, so, I don't know what it would have been like. The 0-1 pitch drifts inside. Did he go around? They're going to say he did. Not sure if he did, but first base umpire Fletcher gave him the ring up. It's 0-2. Fletcher might also be saying, man, I've been standing here long enough. We got the 0-2 pitch, swing, and fouls it straight back. We'll do it again. So 35 pitches into the inning, and Lorenzen, a starting pitcher, that's the issue. Is not the number. The issue is the number in one inning. He's got to be exhausted.
He still hasn't recorded an out yet. I'm going to keep banging that drum.
Bang that drum. Let's keep the runs going. The 0-2 pitch, high and inside, drifts in, almost gets him, spins him around. It's 1-2.
I have to say, too. Oh, no, sorry. You go ahead. I'm so sorry.
I was going to say, if this is a close game, you lean into that one. The changeup, you stick your elbow
yes.
and take that sucker. The 1-2 pitch, swung on. That ball is hit high and deep into the sky, into left field. Captain Caveman will grab it. He'll fire it into the infield. Here comes Matt Olson. Slides head first, so he didn't have to, and the Braves lead it 7-0.
I like that, Captain Cave. That's cool. I like that.
Captain Caveman!
I've never heard of that.
How does Marge always look like he just stepped out of the shower?
Yeah, no, that's honestly, I think that you're right, and I thought that Jason Worth had a really good beard, but man, his beard's really good too.
His hair always looks soaking wet. I mean, do you know? I mean, is he putting stuff in his hair, or is he always dumping like Gatorade in his hair during the innings?
I have no idea, but that probably helps because it gives it like a little bit of gel because it's a little sticky, you know. So
right.
That probably does help in some ways.
We'll be back in a flash. It looks like Thompson's going to make a pitching change. Braves lead it by a touchdown here on Braves Country and play-by-play with JJ. We'll be back here in a flash.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac McGee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. If you're not familiar with that sound, that means that we're chopping down the sign. It's a combination of JJ's channel and Braves Country. We've got to 100 likes. We're toward the sign now. Braves lead this one 7-0. They're going to the bullpen. Looks like it will be. Now, you're saying he pronounces that Junior Marte?
Yep.
All right.
Yep. That's how it is. Yep. If I get you in trouble, honestly, blame it on me because But
I don't know
no,
what,
I'm like
what's more,
99.99% sure it is Junior Marte.
I don't know what's more surprising, that or the reliever we saw in the last series, George Soriano. He pronounced it George. It doesn't pronounce it Jorge. Nothing. It's George. Like, of course it is. Why wouldn't it be, right?
Exactly. For sure.
So 7-0 your score, bottom of the fifth inning. Still a long way to go in this one. Eddie Rosario is going to come in to face Marte, righty-lefty matchup. Runner on first and second, one out. The first pitch on the way, just off the plate. They call that a strike. Well, Estabrook is definitely behind the plate. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, swing and fouls it back. It's 0-2.
Yeah, Marte has been somebody that's been up and down with the Phillies organization this season. He's pitched in 39 games. He just got called back up, and this is a big spot for him here because if they're going to want to try to go to somebody in the bullpen, he might have to be an option for sure in the playoffs.
Righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way to Rosario. Swung on, foul back out of play. Do it again. 99 miles an hour on the outer edge.
This is really going to be a fun matchup in the playoffs, and I do expect that it is going to happen, and that it's going to be these two teams meeting up again. I mean, I think it's going to be a back-and-forth series, and like I said, I truly believe whoever wins that series is going to go to the World Series. I just do.
The 0-2 pitch from Marte, kicks and deals, swing and a miss, strike three. 100 miles an hour on the outer edge. Eddie went fishing, but probably because of the first wide strike called by Estabrook, expanded his zone. There's 2 away.
Yeah, Rosario, he's been somebody that's been really struggling for the Braves, even though he has over 20 home runs. You know, he's been a guy that has been striking out a little bit against the Phillies.
He is he's a guy that when he heats up, you can't put the fire out, but he goes through cold spells. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris. The second is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. But he's one of those guys that Snicker says has a slow heartbeat. You want him at the plate in a big moment. The 1-0 pitch swung on, grounded down the first base line. It's 1-1.
Yeah, and I think that if there's any team that can actually, have him bat in the 8th spot, even though he just came in the pinch hit, it's the Atlanta Braves, because probably on a lot of other teams, he'd be batting 5th or batting 3rd, towards that middle part of the lineup.
The 1-1 pitch on the way, swung on, foul down the line. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count to Harris. Runners on first and second, 2 out. The Braves lead at 7-0, 4 across in this inning. Marte trying to put out the fire. The 1-2, kicks and deals, swung on, grounded up the middle, hopping off the mound. Trey Turner's got it. He'll flip it over to first, and that'll end the inning. But up for your Atlanta Braves, knock out Lorenzen and put 4 on the board. We'll be back in a flash, 7-0 Braves over the Phillies.
Coming out of retirement for this one.
Whoa, what?
Yeah.
Buddy, I don't know who you are. You're about to get chlamydia.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Billy Wagner is possibly the best left-handed reliever of all time. Despite being a lefty, Wagner was born a natural righty. At the age of 7, he broke his right arm not once, but twice. While recovering, Billy learned to throw left-handed, and the rest is history. You might think that the St. Louis Cardinals are named after the bird, but that's not the case. In 1899, a reporter named Willie McHale overheard a woman talking about the, at the time, St. Louis Perfectos uniforms, saying that they were a lovely shade of cardinal. Fans liked the moniker Cardinals, and the name stuck.
Armchair.
Washington manager Joe Cantillon had received a report about a 19-year-old pitcher said to be tearing up the Idaho State League. This boy throws so fast you can't see him, the scout said, and he knows where he is throwing because if he didn't, there would be dead bodies all over Idaho. Walter Perry Johnson was a modest country boy from Humboldt, Kansas, with broad shoulders, long arms, and a curious motion that delivered the ball faster than any other pitcher had before him, and perhaps none has since. Still, he was cautious. Before signing up, he asked for a return ticket home, just in case things didn't work out back east. Things did work out. Johnson hurled the ball so fast that one batter left the box after 2 swings. The umpire told him he had a 3rd swing coming. "I know," he said, "and you can have the next one. It won't do me any good. There's only one way to time Johnson's fastball," said Bertie McCree. "When you see the arm start forward, swing." Another batter simply shook his head. "You can't hit what you can't see."
In the words of the umpire, Billy Evans, he said, "Was it hard to call a game that Walter Johnson was pitching?" And he said, "Well, it wasn't really that hard. They wouldn't second guess me because not only were my eyes closed, their eyes were closed too."
Spencer Strider back out to pitch the top of the 6th inning as the Phillies are coming back up to the plate. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Mac from Braves Country. As the Phillies trail, well, it's they're down 7-0. As Spencer Strider, in case you forgot, as it seems like he pitched a while ago, well, he's throwing a 1-hitter. And has 9 strikeouts as the first pitch. He just misses inside for a ball. So it'll be 8-9-1 due up for the Phillies. So that's Marsh, Rojas, and Schwarber. 1 ball, no strikes. Strider kicks, deals the pitch way up high for ball 2.
Interested to see what this layoff for Strider has been. I mean, he's been sitting there getting cold for that was about a half-hour inning.
Yeah, it seems like that. It felt like it was 2 hours. Sometimes that happens, though.
I'm sure from your perspective, yes.
No. The 2-0 pitch, it's in there for a strike. Even like when I'm doing play-by-play for, an inning that takes up like 45 minutes or whatever, it's sometimes still feels like a while, too.
7-0 as opposed to trailing 7-0.
Right. That's true, too. That is a good point. The 2-1 pitch, that's in there for a strike. So it was a 2-0 count, but Strider comes back with 2 strikes, and his pitch counts at 66. So 2 balls, 2 strikes to Brandon Marsh. Phillies down 7-0. They trail by a touchdown. And the pitch, swing and a miss, and another strikeout for Strider. That's 10 strikeouts for the forerunner for the NL Cy Young.
Really is unbelievable that he's just mowing down one of the best offenses in baseball.
Yeah. It really, I think he's putting the league on notice right now. Seriously, I think he's just pitching a gem here, and he only has 67 pitches too. So it's not even like he's throwing a lot. As the first pitch in this at bat, that's fouled off for a strike to Johan Rojas. Rojas 0 for 1 today, and there's 1 out in the top of the 6th. I do also have to mention that Charlie Manuel, former manager of the Phillies, as the 0-1, it's in there for a strike at the knees. He did have a stroke a couple of days ago. I believe it was on Friday, but he came out with a tweet today about an hour ago as time is called, and he said, quote, "I want to thank all the people who are polling for me. I am touched that you are showing me love." And he also wanted to thank Lakeland Regional Health Critical Care for hustling and for being on time. He said, "You've kept me in the game. Thanks, Charlie." The 0-2 pitch, line drive into center field for a base hit. And there's a 1-out single by Johan Rojas.
That is really cool. I saw the news about Charlie over the weekend. I didn't see the most recent one, but that is really good news.
Yeah. No, those types of things are scary. And, I do have to say, in regards to just, how memorable he was with that 08 team and just from that whole run from 06 to 10, even though it was longer than that, he's just been one of those guys that just really is meant a lot in the city of Philadelphia. The pitch that's in there for a strike to Kyle Schwarber. So no balls, 1 strike. Strider comes set above the belt, just below the letters, and the 0-1 to Kyle. That's off the plate for ball 1.
Kyle Schwarber, 1 RBI away from joining that elusive club we talked about earlier. 100 RBIs, 45 home runs, 120 walks, and 100 runs scored. just the RBI short.
The 1-1 pitch, line drive into right field for a base hit, and that is the second hit in a row for the Phillies. Only one hit before that allowed by Strider, and you kind of wonder, just going back to that whole sitting on the bench for 30 minutes, just trying to get the jitters out, because that certainly does impact the pitcher.
Absolutely, because you have to get warm again.
Right.
And there's nothing you can do about it per se, but you really wish that the pitcher was allowed a few extra warm-up tosses in that case.
So Turner will foul off the first pitch as he makes some contact with a 98-mile-per-hour fastball right down Broad Street. Strider with 74 pitches. Braves lead it 7-0 against the Phillies. We're in the top of the sixth. The 0-1, that's fouled back, so the count will now be 0-2. Now, so I caught the end of the Bobby Cox era of Atlanta Braves baseball. Where would you put him on your all-time manager list? That was my question that I wanted to ask you.
You mean
the
for
0-2?
Braves all time? I mean,
yes.
Bobby Cox is number one.
Bobby Cox is number one.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily even close. You got to put Snicker. The one thing I will say about Snicker is he's been with the organization for over 4 years.
So that's why I asked.
So because of
the 0-2 on the way, ground ball hit over to third base, and the flip over the second, there's one, and they're not even going to – Albies didn't even think about throwing it over to first because Turner is just lightning quick. So it's just a fielder's choice ground out, and that'll put runners at first and third with 2 gone in the top of the sixth.
Yeah, Trey Turner's a cheat code with that speed.
He really is.
He's still I think the original slide was when he was a Dodger, but that's still the prettiest slide I've ever seen going into home plate where he does.
It is. His smooth slides are awesome.
I mean, you wonder, like, did he practice on that, or does it just come naturally? It's such a cool,
he has to practice. He just has to. Like, he has to have some sort of practice.
The only problem with Trey Turner is just like Bryce Harper, he's always played for the wrong team. But other than that,
right?
I mean, he goes from the National Dodgers to the Phillies.
No, you're right.
Worse than that.
First pitch to Bryce. He swings and misses at a fastball, and he was trying to swing for the fences on that one. It was upstairs, and he could not catch up to the high heater. So no balls, 1 strike to Harper.
I'm assuming that both Bryce Harper and Trey Turner will end their careers at the New York Mets. I mean, it just seems like that's the trajectory.
The pitch that's up high for a ball. And Turner is able to actually go into second base. I guess that's defense indifference because nobody was covering the bag. So like that's the one thing that's the blessing and the curse of calling the game off of a monitor is that you can't always see what goes on off the camera. As the 1-1 is outside for ball 2.
Yeah, you just got to learn to lie.
Right. Yeah. Yep. And sometimes you just have to go with your gut, and then you can't really feel guilty, and you can always go back to it. But I'm still learning that, and this is my first season. The 2-1 on the way, swinging a fly ball. That's hit out to deep right field. That's going back to the track, to the wall. Goodbye, baseball. Good. And Bryce Harper hits a laser out to right field. It's a 3-run bomb, his 19th of the season, and he gets a hold of Spencer Strider on a 368-foot line drive laser out to right field.
Good night. I mean, it doesn't matter what the score is. That guy's going to hit a home run off the Braves.
My gosh. Unbelievable. And that's the thing about this team is that they are just so relentless. It doesn't matter how much they're down by. They're just not scared. And that was a pitch that was right down the middle in Bryce's wheelhouse. And what do you know?
That is the second pitch in
the
this
first
series.
pitch. The first pitch to Boehm. He hits this one out to right field, and Acuna Jr. is able to make the catch. It was hit sharply, but just on the nose to Acuna for out number 3. The Phillies, though, are on the board as they get 3 hits and a big one by Bryce Harper. They trail 7-3 as we go to the bottom of the 6th in Atlanta.
I got a short memory, just like when I was in the 3rd grade. 2 of the best years of my life.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Probably gotta have a conversation with the front office. I mean, you're trading our closer away.
Every time the Mets show a spark of life, we get Max Scherzer come in, and this guy does not really be here. It's clear he is a mental case. Anything goes wrong. It's a million excuses. Pitch clock, pitch count. Shove the pitch count up your Max. Is Billy Upton stupid? Good God. And you know they're going to lose tomorrow. They're never getting to 500. Never.
Armchair.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Baseball. It's a level playing field. There's equality. All the inequalities in American life check their hat at the door. Once you're there, there's a sort of bleacher democracy that the banker can sit in the bleachers and converse with the working man next to him. Baseball exists under a kind of bell jar. It's impervious to change.
How many games are you going to win this year, Daddy?
Well, I'm going to win all I can, buddy.
How much is that, Dad?
Well, how many would you like to have me win?
Oh, about 45.
About 45. Well, I'll do the best I can. If I win 45, that isn't going to leave many for the other players to win, is it?
That's all right.
Well, I'll do the best I can anyway for you and the rest of the boys.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead this one 7-3. Braves jumped out to 7-0 lead. Bryce Harper kicked a field goal last inning, and here we go.
That's so true.
Ronald Acuna Jr. comes to the plate. First pitch on the way, swing, and loses his balance, fouls it straight back. It's 0-1. Seen Acuna do that a few times this year. His lead foot comes out from under him.
That has always got to be a scary sight for you guys.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know what's going on there. I don't know if he's getting dirt in his cleats and it's just skidding or what, but it's always, it's not good. The 0-1 pitch, high and inside, 98 miles an hour. It's 1-1.
And it's really funny because I'm looking at Acuna's stat line, and it's just like you must see this like almost every day, and you don't even blink. You know, he's just been necked solid.
The 1-1 pitch swung on. That ball is belted, going deep. Back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong, a solo shot. Your Atlanta Braves are back on the board at 8-3. Ronald Acuna Jr., 416 happy feet over the center field wall. And just like that, we get a run back.
I'm probably going to hear it from Philly fans after this because that was just like the worst timing. But because Acuna, man, just was ready for that fastball. And just, it doesn't matter where he hits it, from left to center to right field. He's just always on top of the pitches, and his bat speed, it's just, you can't say anything else about it. I'm pretty speechless.
First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. That home run reminds me of the one that he hit in Detroit in a day game earlier this year, where it was out over the plate. It didn't look like something you could drive, and he belted it over the deep center field wall in Detroit, Michigan. The 1-0 pitch, outside wide, it's 2-0.
Now, I do have to ask you, because I've heard from so many different Braves fans about just the argument of Albies batting lefty and then switching over to righty.
The 2-0 pitch, down and in, 3-0.
So what are your thoughts about Ozzie Albies batting righty? Do you like it? Do you wish that he would just stick to the lefty? Or how do you feel about that?
The 3-0 pitch, Marte comes set, kicks and fires, off the plate, ball 4. So Ozzie Albies will head down to first, 1 on, nobody out. So before this year, there was a very good argument for it, but honestly, he's seen most of his at-bats from the left side, so these numbers you see him putting up is primarily from the left side. He's much better, much more polished hitter. there was a time a couple of years ago where he was an afterthought from the left side and was a power hitter from the right side. He's really worked on it. And I used to be in the camp of he just needs to become a right-handed hitter, quit worrying about switching.
Right.
But he's really worked on it. My only thing with Ozzy, with him being from the left side and his speed, really wish he would try to drop a bunt down every once in a while just to keep the defense honest.
Right.
First pitch on the way to Austin Riley, swung on that ball, is scalded off the third base bag, and I mean off the bag, up high, leaps over the third baseman, boom, and it'll trickle into left field, and your Atlanta Braves got runners on first and third. Ozzy Albies goes first to third. There's nobody out.
That was a rocket that was hit over right towards the bag, and sometimes when you're Alec Boehm and you just get a bounce like that, there's only so much that you can do. Not his fault at all whatsoever. Just a meatball that was hit right out over the middle of the plate again, and Marte just missing the spots.
So runners on the corners, nobody out. Matt Olson comes to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup, the pitch on the way, well outside for a ball. It's 1-0. That is one of those times. So a lot of times when a ball hits a bag, it was good luck for the offense. I think that was actually good luck for the defense because that ball is going to get down into the corner for a bases clearing double.
Glass half full, glass half empty.
The 1-0 pitch to Olson, swung on, batted foul down the left field line, well out of play. It's 1-1.
Because you're absolutely right.
At
you're
first,
definitely right about that.
The Braves got a break there, but after I saw the replay, I was like, actually,
that was hit sharply, and you have to give Riley credit. Only so much that Boehm could do there.
Boehm was never going to get to that ball.
No.
The 1-1 pitch, slider on the outer cut, called for a strike. It's 1-2.
I do have to mention this. Ronald Acuna Jr., he has 2 homers tonight. That's his 13th career multi-homer game. Just this season,
week.
I believe. Yeah.
The 1-2 pitch. Looks like he went around. He did, strike 3. Matt Olson knew it. Knew he went for the sucker pitch down around the ankles, and there's one away. Pierce Johnson is warming up in the Braves bullpen as Marcell Ozuna comes to the plate. The Phillies have the infield in. Rightfully so. So anything hit hard, man, I'll tell you what, you're taking your life in your own hands having the infield in with Ozuna coming to the plate. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is a slider at the knees, called for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1.
I have to laugh because Jeremy in the chat said, "Hey, JJ, did Bomb tag home?" And
he still has not touched the plate. The 0-1
it's
pitch.
true.
Righty-righty matchup. Off the plate wide, 1-1.
But I think that's what makes this rivalry so cool is that, because you play in series, like you see your opponent 3-4 times in a row. And in this case, they've seen each other 7 times within the last 2 weeks, and that's what makes it fun.
The 1-1 is dragged foul down the third base line. It's 1-2. I think it's better, too, for baseball. Let me get your take on that. So after doing this this is the third year doing this particular venture.
Right.
It's really nice that they don't play each other as much anymore. So there's more of a build-up.
Yes.
Hey, the Phillies series is coming up, right?
Right.
The 1-2 pitch. High just misses up top 2-2. Pretty good frame by JT, but he didn't get the call.
Yeah, going back to your point about not playing all the time, I kind of like that because I think that it makes the series more meaningful as well.
Absolutely. The 2-2 pitch swung on. That ball is going to get fisted into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. And your Atlanta Braves get an RBI single by Marcell Ozuna. Would have been caught. You're listening on radio. Imagine essentially what Luis Gonzalez did to the Yankees in 01. Fisted over the shortstop's head. The Braves lead it 9-3.
I think that's just a testament as to how strong Ozuna is. That pitch just jammed him, and if Turner was playing at a normal defensive depth, like they had to play him in, rightfully so, and Bobby Dickerson was correct with how to set up the defense, but Give Ozuna credit, too, because he is a strong, strong dude.
Yeah, if you're down 8-3 in the sixth, and runners on the corners, you got to draw the defense, and you can't keep giving up runs. First pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud is down the way for a ball. It's 1-0. I actually think Robbie Thompson is one of the best managers in baseball, and I know he doesn't have a World Series ring yet, but he's just – I think he pushes all the right buttons. The 1-0 pitch from d'Arnaud swung on, grounded over to short. Only play for Turner is over to first. He'll get the slow-footed catcher on a 6-3 putout. Runners move up to second and third, and there's 2 away.
And that was the right play because Turner would not have had a throw over to second base because with the way Ozuna was running and with where the ball was hit, he just had to try to get the easy out, and not try to think too hard about it.
So 2 down, runners on second and third. Braves lead 9-3. Orlando Arcia comes to the plate. The Magic Kingdom takes the first pitch inside for a ball. It's 1-0. 90s. Man, I'll tell you what, this Marte kid can throw it.
Yeah, it's just been about location. You can throw.
I would have to know how it is. Every team that we face has 7 Junior Martes coming out of the bullpen as the 1-0 pitch misses down and 2-0. And we've got a bunch of Colin McHughes flipping in 74-mile-an-hour frisbees. What is going on?
Hey, we're jealous of you guys because we love what your organization has been able to do, and fans are jealous about that.
The 2-0 misses inside, ball 3-0. So a 3-0 count. Yeah, it's been nice. Look, when they reset everything in the mid-2000s, it felt brutal to sit through that, but it was the right thing to do. The 3-0 pitch, nice slider right there on the edge, bottom corner, inside it's 3-1.
I do admire the one thing that I like about your organization is that you guys obviously know how to scout talent, but you also have a really good GM.
Yeah, he's the best there is, in my opinion. The 3-1 pitch right there at the knees, inside strike, it's 3-2. So a full count to Arcia. I think he learned a lot from his mistakes in Toronto. He was the general manager for the Blue Jays. The 3-2 pitch just misses outside, but Estabrook rings it up. Bad call. That'll end the inning. But
I think he just wanted to get out of that.
A couple more on the board. We'll be back in a flash. JJ and McGee taking you to the – where are we at? We're going to the seventh inning.
Top of the seventh.
I've got like 9 monitors in here. It's ridiculous.
We're going inside them. We're going outside them. Inside them and outside them. And we're not going to pass. We're going to get them on a run. We're going to go, 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 go.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are covering America's pastime from spring training all the way to the Fall Classic.
5-2 Dodgers in the ninth. Got him. They've done it. Like the 1969 Mets. It's the impossible dream revisited.
And Myers bringing it. And the pitch is hit in the air. Foul off first. Benzinger backing and calling. And the 1990 World Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
The Twins are going to win the World Series. The Twins have won it. It's a base hit. It's a 1-0 10-inning victory.
Left field, way back. Blue Jays win it. The Blue Jays are World Series champions. Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac McGee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding fielders on 1 football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
There's something very American about being a poor loser, refusing to shake the other fellow's hand. He says he's a scoundrel. He always was a scoundrel, and he's even more than a scoundrel now that he's beat me. And there's something likable about that in people. It's bad sportsmanship.
Well, after what was a 7-0 deficit, the Phillies were able to get a 3-run home run in the top of the 6th inning from Bryce Harper, and then, well, Ronald Acuna Jr. led off the bottom of the 6th inning with a solo homer, and then Marcelo Zuna had an RBI single, so it's back to a 6-run deficit for Philly as they're down to their final 9 outs. The first pitch is up high for a ball. Meanwhile, Spencer Strider, mind you, is still out there, only 83 pitches. It just seems like that the Braves offense has really been clicking, but Strider has just been pitching a gem for sure, besides the 3-run home run. The 1-0 that's in there for a strike. So that'll make the count 1-1 to Bryson Stott.
Yeah, when Strider's dealing is when his pitch count is this low, this deep in the game, because when he's struggling, it really accelerates early.
The 1-1 pitch that's outside and low for ball 2. I saw Jeremy in the comment section. He said, JJ, here at Braves Country, we honor Hank Aaron during the 7th inning stretch. That's cool. I like that. The 2-1 on the way. It's popped up. Out towards the infield. O'Reilly will get into foul ground, and he's there to catch the can of corn, and there's one away in the top of the 7th.
Yeah, I'll tell you something else. Philly's one of the few offenses where I'm actually counting the outs with a 9-3 lead in the middle of September. I mean,
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. We do the same thing. We do the same thing with you guys. Absolutely. It's never over until you play all 27 outs. That's what I always say, especially when you're going up against the Braves. Here comes JT at the plate. The first pitch, he hits this one out to center field at 97 miles per hour. It was a fastball down the middle, but he got way under it, and Harris is there to make the catch. So 2 outs on less than 5 pitches in just this inning. So a fly out to left, a pop out over to third base by Bryson Stott, and Real Muto flies out to center. Here comes Nick Castellanos, who is batting .271. He's 0 for 2 today, and he swings and misses at the slider that's outside for a strike.
Lav is asking what his velo is at right now. I mean, he's still hitting upper 90s.
Oh, yeah. That's not really going down. I mean, he's not hitting 98, but 97 as he throws a slider at 82, and that swung on and missed. And Nick Castellanos, I mean, say what you want. When he's on a tear, he's fun to watch, but when he's in a slump and he's chasing after pitches, it gets pretty ugly. 2 outs, nobody on. No balls and 2 strikes to Spencer Strider. And the 0-2 on the way. Castellanos takes that one outside.
Castellanos is another problem. It just doesn't stop.
Over Strider's last 4 starts against the Phillies, he actually has had at least 9 strikeouts. And tonight he has 10. Make that 11 as the swing and the miss is made to Nick Castellanos. So good morning, good afternoon, and good night to the Phillies offense as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. It's stretch time at Truist Park.
All right, I can't see you. Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3. We out to the ball. We out to the find me something up, crack her down. I don't care if I ever get back going through. Root for
It's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home again. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me through.
You sound better tonight.
back to Braves Country Baseball. Spencer Strider, if you're just joining us, man, oh man alive, as he had himself a ball game. If that's the end of it for him, he's 91 pitches into the night. The Braves lead at 9-3. Looks like he was getting handshakes, but we'll see what happens. He hasn't put a jacket on or anything. 7 innings, 11 strikeouts, 3 earned runs. The only blemish was the 3-run blast by Bryce Harper, and the Braves lead at 9-3. Sir Anthony Dominguez is coming on to the mound for the Phillies.
Yeah, he's a guy that has a 4.11 ERA. He's 4-5, and this is a spot that you probably want to put him in because he's really been struggling, and this is a good spot for him because you want to see if he can prove something else.
First pitch on the way to Rosario is a slider high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Yeah, but he's another guy that throws 108 miles an hour.
He hasn't really reached that a lot this year, though, which is like really surprising, and that's one of the reasons why he's not doing as well.
The 1-0 misses outside, 2-0.
But like you're absolutely right, he can fire 100.
The 2-0 fastball just grabs the outer edge of the zone according to Estabrook, and it's 2-1. Yeah, he's throwing baby 96, 97 up there. So yeah, I see what you're saying.
I know.
He can't bring it anymore. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 97 up top. It's 2-2.
Yeah, it's just been a different type of a season, but those last 2 pitches were really good pitches. But now, if he goes with a breaking ball here, let's see if the slider can go.
The 2-2 pitch down and away misses, ball 3. So a full count to Rosario. Eddie 0 for 1. He's came in for Pilar. The 3-2 pitch swung on and tap foul. Just got a piece of that. We'll do it again.
I think he just swung at ball 4.
He definitely swung at ball 4, but Eddie will do that.
Yeah.
And you have to kind of live with that because Eddie will also swing at ball 4 and send it into the night. The 3-2 pitch. Kicks and deals. Swing and fouls that off. We'll do it again. So a 3-2 count to Rosario.
I know that we still have a lot of time left, but if you're the Atlanta Braves, I mean, this is probably what you asked for in regards to just both sides of the field.
Absolutely. The 3-2 pitch swung on, lifted high in the sky. Not quite deep enough. Rojas will make the catch, and there's one away just before the warning track.
That's what you call playing with fire if you're Sir Anthony Dominguez. You throw a fastball right down the middle of the plate. Eddie Rosario is one of those guys. I mean, there's a reason why he has over 20 homers this season because those are the types of pitches that he could crush. But he lucked out right there.
D is asking, is Ronald Acuna MVP? If he's not, we riot. That's the way I look at it. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris is swung on, dragged over to second. Stott's got it, flips it over to Bryce. He tags the bag, and there's 2 away.
I mean, at this point, how can you not say that he is the MVP? This is a guy that's putting up Barry Bonds types of numbers, and he just makes it look so easy. Okay, the average might not be like what Barry Bonds was doing, but the power, the average, the lack of strikeouts, like in certain situations, you may have to walk him with bases loaded in the playoffs.
First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. Little high, but called to strike. It's 0-1.
And that's something that they had to do to Barry Bonds.
The 0-1 pitch swung on. That ball's lifted high and deep, drifting back towards the warning track, making the catch, and that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. When we come back, Marsh, Rojas, and Schwarber coming to the plate.
Sit sharp.
I'm not playing your stupid game.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Mark Lemke played for 11 seasons and had 3,664 career regular season plate appearances. You may be asking yourself, what is crazy about that? In his entire career, he was never hit by a pitch. Lemke also had 257 career postseason plate appearances, and you guessed it, he was never hit by a pitch.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
I remember reading a story one time about Cobb in the minor leagues playing, and they didn't shower in the ballpark. They would go back to their little apartment or house, whatever it was. And every day, Cobb was always in the tub ahead of the roommate. And this one particular day, the roommate got back to the house, and the roommate got into the tub. And Cobb came in and dragged him out of the tub and said from the bottom of his heart, "Don't you understand? I have to be first."
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball.
Yeah, we go to the top of the 8th inning, and the Phillies offense, I mean, it's just been the Spencer Strider show. That's really just what it's come down to, besides the 6th inning when he allowed 3 hits, including a big homer to Bryce Harper. Pitched really, really well, and A.J. Minter is now coming out on the mound. But Strider, I think he had a really good Cy Young performance tonight. But what say you, Mac?
Yeah, so I think the problem with Strider getting the Cy Young is he's had too many peaks and valleys. I definitely think he's going to end up in the top 2 or 3 voting, but I think someone like Blake Snell, even though he's not been, the Cy Young and the MVP is not the same kind of vote. They don't care what the team did that year, and they don't even care.
1-0 pitch that's off the plate for ball 2 to Brandon Marsh.
There was a day and time when I first started watching baseball, they actually cared about your wins for the Cy Young. They don't care about that anymore.
Right.
And so I think it's probably going to be Snell and then Steele and then maybe Strider for the 3rd pick.
The 2-0 on the way. That's fouled in and out of the glove of Travis d'Arnaud. So Marsh is facing Minter. Marsh is 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. His average is at .282. Is 10 homers, 54 runs batted in. 2 balls, 1 strike. Minter comes set above the letters, kicks, fires, and that pitch is upstairs for ball 3. I think you bring up a really good point, though, about that, because it's not necessarily just about the wins, but also it really just comes down to ERA and just about some of these advanced analytics, for sure, as the 3-1 is swung on and missed.
I think more and more it's very reliant on the whip. The only thing he really has that blows everybody away is his strikeout rate. But you look at his ERA, it's much higher than. I mean, it's almost a 1.5 higher than Snell.
The payoff pitch that's fouled back towards the Truist Park sign, right behind the plate.
But fans of their teams, we get sucked into vacuums because we don't see the other guys play because our team plays every day, right? They play every day, and they usually play at the same time as the other team.
Minter comes set above the letters, and the 3-2 pitch. It's popped up. It out towards shallow center field. Albies gets under it, goes over towards his right, and they'll catch it. And the Phillies, they're down to their last 5 outs. So still nobody on in the top of the 8th inning, and Marsh now is 0 for 3. And the Johan Rojas, or the 9th spot, I should say, is coming up. So Rojas will still be in there.
This is coming from someone who is not a Blake Snell fan at all. I do not like him. I never liked him.
Really?
This goes back to the 2020 season. I don't know.
The first pitch inside for a ball.
I don't know if you've ever heard his diatribe where he was talking about how he didn't want to play because of the pandemic.
Yep,
But
I remember that.
So I'm not a fan of his at all. And this is back when he was with Tampa.
The pitch outside for ball 2.
So this is no hate towards the San Diego Padres, anything like that. I mean,
Right.
if I have an American League team, it's probably Tampa Bay. But, man, I was happy when they traded him. I was like, I can't stand this thumb.
2 balls, no strikes to Yohan Rojas. Nobody on, 1 out, and the pitch. A little bouncer hit over to shortstop. Arcia has it, throws it over to first. And Rojas is retired. 2 up, 2 down for A.J. Minter on 10 pitches so far.
You'll hear the clip at some point where he's going on his diatribe where we put it together. And he's just talking about, it's not worth it. I'm
Right.
only going to get paid a little bit. And we're like, dude, what are you talking about? You're only going to play a handful of games to get paid a buku amount of money.
Yeah, I know.
And this was after, people forget, this is after he had signed his contract extension. So it wasn't like he was playing for chump change.
Here comes Kyle Schwarber, who takes a ball that's off the plate for ball 1. So there's 2 outs in the top of the 8th inning. Minter comes set at the letters, kicks, fires, and that pitch is just a little bit inside for ball 2. So Kyle's 1 for 3 today. And lifetime against A.J. Minter. He's 1 for 10. 2 balls, no strikes. And the pitch in there for a strike, a cutter at 88.
If the Atlanta Braves are going to win the World Series, they've got to get, and he's starting to come around, but they've got to get Minter rolling. Minter's a big part of this bullpen.
I was going to ask you about that. 2 balls, 1 strike. Minter comes set, winds up and delivers and swung on and missed. Oh, man, 96, and Schwarber was late. It was on the inside corner, too.
From the left side. We got the news yesterday that Dylan Lee was placed on the 60-day IL.
Yes.
So he's done for all intents and purposes. So when you're talking about the left hand of the bullpen, it's Minter and it's Hand, and Hand is not someone you can put against a righty.
The 2-2 on the way. That's chopped foul towards the first base side. We knew Brad Hand pretty well in Philadelphia, so we can kind of understand that.
and we're getting the lesser version of him, right? Late in his career.
Yes.
His fastball's gone.
He's not World Series.
He's fine, right. But he's not what you want on the mound in the 8th inning of the World Series.
The 2-2 delivery as Kyle Schwarber spoils that pitch. It was a cutter that was outside, but with the way that Estabrook has been calling the strikes and has expanded the strike zone, he sort of had to go after that one.
So the good news for folks who may have missed it earlier, Mr. Jesse Chavez is back. He's was returned to the roster today.
The pitch just outside for ball 3. So that'll make the count full at 3-2. Bases empty, 2 outs in the top of the 8th inning. 2 seconds left on the pitch clock, and the 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss. And Minter's able to strike out Kyle Schwarber. And the Phillies go down in order once again as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning at Truist Park in Atlanta. And the Braves lead at 9-3.
Bad check, dumbass.
Holy crap. No, it is not a bad check. We just want to say goodnight, and we love you very, very much. What are you doing?
Oh, just nailing his window shut for his own good.
What if there's a fire?
Well, then I guess you can just light your dope with it, dopehead.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Lou Gehrig hit his first career home run on September 27, 1923. He hit his final home run on September 27, 1938. In total, he hit 5 home runs on September 27th. 2 of those came off of Hall of Famer Lefty Grove in 1931 and 1933.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio, living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
The 1-2 again. Inside corner. The Royals, 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant, the Cubs, win the World Series. That's the play. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all.
Armchair.
If you look at pictures of, say, the 1915 Pirates, you're going to see a very different kind of face than you see today. Hard men. Baseball at that point was a way out of the mines. This was a way for immigrant Americans to make a career. And they were tough men, hungry young men coming after the established older men. Baseball was played with a ferocity of kind of life and death, which in a sense it was for these players. So it represented the rise of American striving in a certain way.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. About that time, turnback time, got sidetracked. We'll just give you a couple of the good ones today. We have one for the Phillies, and we got one for the Braves. On this date, 1959, Richie Ashburn surpasses Ed Delante to become the all-time franchise leader, collecting his 2,212th hit wearing a Phillies uniform. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is up and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The historic knock is a ball that caroms off the first base for a single in Philadelphia's 9-3 loss to the Braves in Connie Mack Stadium. The 1-0 pitch misses. Ball 2-0. We'll just do one more, JJ, then we'll get back to the play-by-play. The 2-0 pitch about to be set. On this date in 1993, in Braves history, is the 2-0. Kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. It's 2-1. Dylan Covey, the pitcher for the Phillies. On this date, 1993, Tom Glavine notches his 20th victory at Fulton County Stadium. The Braves beat the Mets 11-2. The 27-year-old southpaw becomes the first National League hurler to win 20 games in 3 consecutive seasons since 1973, when Fergie Jenkins accomplished that feat, and that's your turn back time. So a 2-2 count to Ozzie Albies. Righty-lefty matchup, open stance. The pitch on the way. Swung on. That ball is rifled over to first. Good stab, sliding stab by Stott. He'll throw out Ozzie Albies from his knees. Harper's got it, and there's one away.
That ball was hit over towards the first base side, and Stott was just playing Albies to pull, and that was the right play. But, man, he comes up with a sliding stop over towards his left side, and then he's on his feet, gets back up, and from one knee just throws it over to first. It just looks so casual.
First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is swung on, grounded over to short, and that is casual. 6-3 put out, and there's 2 away.
I see what you did there.
There wasn't anything. Riley's swing, Riley's jog was casual, along with Turner's flip over to first. So that'll bring up the Ice House. Matt Olson, bit of a slump, hasn't hit a home run in a couple of games, so he'll step in. 52 homers on the year, 130 RBI. First pitch on the way. Misses. Now they're going to call that a low strike, I guess. It's 0-1.
I have to give a little shout out to CeeLo and to CeeLo Nation, because they just rated our channel. So just wanted to say thank you guys so much. You guys are the best.
The 0-1 pitch, down and in, swing and a miss. It's 0-2.
CeeLo he also does Braves content too. It's fun.
Yeah, it's not quite the same. It's not the
right.
It's not the play-by-play. It's more
right.
Love I guess they call
watch party.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Yep.
So you got a 1-2 count, righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way, high and outside, 2-2.
That's the interesting thing I like about this whole platform too, is just, being able to meet a lot of people, but also, you see people that do watch parties, and then you have people that do the play-by-play. I think it's so cool, just from both ways.
You got a 2-2 count to Olson. Braves lead at 9-3. Olson sitting on 52 home runs. The pitch on the way in the dirt, 3-2. Is Dylan Covey a part of your plans for the?
He's going to have to be. He's going to have to be. At this point, he's a better option than Sir Anthony Dominguez.
Oh, okay. The 3-2 from Covey. Pitch on the way, swung on, fouled down the line. We'll do it again at 3-2.
And it's a shame because it's not like, Dylan Covey has really deserved to be that seventh inning type of a guy. It's just been Sir Anthony Dominguez just not being up to par, and Gregory Soto has struggled a little bit. You never know what you're going to get out of him.
Payoff pitch on the way, inside, ball 4. So Matt Olson will head down to first on a 2-out walk. That'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate.
I was asked in the chat by Doug Lowe. He asked me if I'd be rooting for the Braves if the Phillies weren't in the run for the playoffs. That's an interesting question.
First pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna, swing and a miss. Strike, it's 0-1. The toss back to Covey gets away, but Olson will stay put at first. I can't imagine that you would be.
Well, honestly, I'll be honest with you because my thoughts have changed because I know people that are on here that actually do like the Braves. So I mean, from their perspective, I'd wish them nothing but the best. But I guess as a fan, it would be tough for me, of course, because I grow up in the city and all that sort of stuff.
It's kind of an excuse me swing by Ozuna. Dribble down to short. Charging the play is Turner. He'll flip it over to first, and that'll end the inning. Braves put one on but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash, heading to the top of the 9th. Braves lead at 9-3.
I feel so bad about lying. How am I going to make it up to him?
I tell you what I do, but I don't think dressing up like a Catholic schoolgirl is going to work.
He probably give you homework.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Lou Gehrig hit his first career home run on September 27th, 1923. He hit his final home run on September 27th, 1938. In total, he hit 5 home runs on September 27th. 2 of those came off of Hall of Famer Lefty Grove in 1931 and 1933.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Though Ty Cobb and the Washington Senators star pitcher Walter Johnson were the decade's greatest players, a host of other stars vied for an adoring public's attention. Tris Speaker was Harry Hooper's teammate, the Boston Red Sox regal center fielder, a former rodeo cowboy whose fans called him the Gray Eagle. He transformed outfield play. He played so shallow that he often recorded unassisted double plays at second base. He threw out a record 35 American League base runners in a single season twice. During a slump in 1910, he was asked by his manager to give up his cherished 3rd spot in the batting order. Like hell I will, he said, and ended the season the Red Sox best hitter.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead this one 9-3. Joe Jimenez comes into the game. Need to get him some work. And Jimenez will be set to face Turner. It'll be Turner, Harper, and Bohm. Take it away, CeeLo. I did it. Jay,
You just
did it again, man.
It happens.
And I was thinking that I was bringing the play-by-play. Take it away.
No, you're good. Go to the top of the 9th, and here comes Turner, and he takes the first pitch upstairs, way upstairs for a ball. Phillies down by 6. Turner is 0 for 2. Got hit by a pitch in the first. Also scored a run and stole a base as well. The 1-0 pitch, that's popped up, and that is going well beyond home plate for a foul ball. So that'll make the count 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike to Trey Turner. Jimenez with 2 pitches so far. And the 1-1 to Trey. It's popped up again behind the plate, and that'll make the count now 1-2. I do have to say that I actually lost my train of thought. I hate when that happens. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and the pitch that's fouled back. And as soon as the foul ball happened, I just remembered what I was going to say now. I have to tell you that the seats at Truist Park, they look so nice.
Yeah, they are. I mean, a lot of it has to do with the fact it's a place opened up in 2017. So
Yep.
I've taken the tour, which is a really cool thing. If you get a chance to go to Truist Park, I definitely recommend the tour.
The 1-2 pitch, check swingy, went around. The pitch was low and outside, and they didn't even have to appeal the swing. Estabrook said he did go, and the Phillies are down to their final 2 outs. And Bryce Harper will be coming up.
Sorry. Believe it or not, so I took the tour at Fenway this year.
Oh, did you?
And Truist does a much better job, which I was surprised. Because I figured Fenway with all the history, right?
Right.
And it's a good tour. Don't get me wrong; it's worth taking. But when you compare it to the one they did at Truist, I was like, man, they really do. I mean, they just step it up a notch. It's almost like how's the best way to put it? Almost like the
0-1 pitch that's in there for a strike on the outside corner.
It's kind of like going to every other amusement park and seeing how Disney does it better, right?
Right.
It's just a different experience.
The ball's 2 strikes to Bryce Harper, and the 0-2 swing and a miss, and there's 2 strikeouts in this top of the 9th inning for Jimenez, and the Phillies are down to their final out, and at this point it would just take a miracle for the Phillies to even just tie the game.
See, I have a different perspective. I'm wanting to see a clean inning from Jimenez because he's had a couple of rock ones recently. So even though it's 9-3,
swinging a fly ball that's hit out to right field. It's going foul, though, and it was out of play. What were you going to say about Jimenez?
No, I was just going to say he's had some rocky outings, but he's got great stuff. His thing is he throws hard, but there's not a lot of movement on his fastball. So if he gets a lot of the plate, it's trouble.
The ball's 1 strike. Jimenez with the 10th pitch of the inning. Here it comes, and there's a little bouncer hit back towards the mound. Jimenez has it, throws over to first, and that's the ball game. So the Phillies go down in order in the top of the 9th, and the Braves are able to take game 2 and split the series so far, as the series is tied 1-1, and the Braves really exploded for 9 runs, and they just put on a clinic offensively and defensively today. And it all started with Spencer Strider, but even just on the first pitch of the game, in the bottom of the first round, Acuna Jr. really set the tone early on.
Absolutely. If you want to turn on your camera, you can real quick.
Yes.
The post came, but if you're doing something weird, don't do it.
I got you.
You know what
I was just going to take a sip of water. That's all I was going to do.
That's a much less weird than I feared. So look, I know the game didn't go the way. By the way, game ball's got to go to Ronald Acuna Jr. We gave a game ball when the Braves win. Last night we gave the game ball to Kyle Wright because he got the W for Philadelphia.
Right.
But I know the game didn't go quite the way you wanted, but first of all, how was your experience for your first broadcast here on Braves Country?
No, this was a lot of fun. I really had a blast, and it's nice because, I haven't done a game with an actual physical color commentator since I graduated last year, and it was the Wilmington Blue Rocks final game. So that was back in September of last year. So it actually felt good to be sharing the mic with somebody else, even if it's virtual. Sometimes, of course, like we have to adjust the stream, and like those things are going to happen. But I think that overall, it meshed pretty well, and I'm excited to be back on tomorrow. I think it's going to go even better. And no, I had a blast. I think that this was so cool, and it actually made me realize tonight that I'm on the right path. I see so many people that, and with all, it's great to, and it's awesome to go the corporate route, but I've also just noticed too that this is a platform where you just get your reps. And Scott Fransky said to me, he's the radio play-by-play announcer for the Phillies. He said that if you want to make it into the business, and if you really want to, go far, you have to take a chance on yourself, and you really have to bet on yourself. And I see that with the way ESPN is going and with the way that these major networks are going, that they're starting to say, you know what, we'll take the person that's coming on YouTube and these people that are just putting out content and putting out their lives' work, because that's what helps them grow.
Especially because we would be cheaper, right?
Yes, exactly. Well, honestly, that is the sad truth, in a sense, if you want to look at it from that perspective. But I look at it from the perspective of you learn how to do more by yourself, like whether it's a blessing or a curse. But I'm editing my own videos, I'm on the screen, I'm doing all these things. But just to tie it all back together into just this whole collaboration, it just felt very refreshing. And it also made me realize that sometimes when I'm doing this by myself, it's hard because you're a one-man show and you're looking at the comments and you're looking at all these other things and you're cutting your own highlights. But it's so rewarding. It's so rewarding.
I ran into someone who has experienced that same stuff, because it's like you said, it's very difficult.
It is.
Mine's a full thing because I do the radio talk show in the afternoon, and I'm also the producer.
Yeah,
I'm producer for everything. All the clips you hear, everything that we do, I do all.
How you do it.
And we also do the Saturday morning kickoff show in the fall. So fall is, until the end of October, I'm, up against it.
Right.
I view that's my favorite time of year, so I don't complain, but sleep is just a rumor at this time of year. It's just like, I think I've heard of it. But I enjoyed it. I think everyone else enjoyed it. We're looking forward to tomorrow's gig. We'll probably do a pregame show. I'll get with you off air on that. We'll get all that figured out.
Perfect.
All in all, now I know Lorenzen spit the bit.
Yes.
But as far as Sanchez, I'm curious what your thoughts, because I've been impressed with him the few times I've watched him this year. And I actually had a fantasy team, so I was interested because of that reason. But what are your thoughts, Sanchez, October, in the rotation, yay or nay?
Well, if we're just basing it off of tonight's performance, even though we had a little hiccup, and yes, it is the Braves offense, he still, in my opinion, deserves to be one of the top 3 pitchers, because I can't always trust Aaron Nola. I cannot always trust Taijuan Walker right now. The number 1 guy is Zach Wheeler, and then I guess number 2 is going to have to be Ranger, and then he'll have to be the number 3 guy. But with the way that I know that the organization's going to handle it, they still are going to have Aaron Nola at the 2, and I definitely do not agree with that whatsoever, because he's really been struggling with guys and runners in scoring position.
So
and
you think they're going to go Wheeler, Nola, and then what, Ranger?
Wheeler, Nola, Ranger, and then probably Christopher Sanchez.
I keep calling Cristobal. I don't know.
Or Taijuan Walker. No, they're going to go with Taijuan Walker. And then Christopher Sanchez, it's going to be a gamble. Wow. Yeah, I think Sanchez is going to come out of the bullpen. And this is how I know Rob Thompson, to be working. I have not agreed with a lot of the calls that he has made this season. Last season, he pressed almost all the right buttons going into the World Series, except for taking out Zach Wheeler. That was in the World Series, but up until then, he was making all the right moves, and every move had a purpose. But this season, he's made some really, really controversial mistakes. Pulling Christopher Sanchez when he's pitching a no-hitter and he has only 83 pitches, you can't do that. It's a 2-0 game, and you have to try to leave him out there because you want to rest up the bullpen. And if it ain't broke, why fix it? So that's just my whole philosophy on that whole thing.
I feel like the no-hitters are arbitrary nowadays, that they don't.
Right.
But I'll tell you something. Speaking of the no-hitter in Philadelphia, when Lorenzo got the no-hitter shortly after he came over from the trade, I remember being in a chat with someone, and I just brought up, I said, I hope it doesn't affect him, because
You were right. You were right.
I don't know how far your memory goes back.
Oh, it goes back far.
You appear to be a young man, but I think of Johan Santana, and I think of when the Mets left him out there to go for the no-hitter, and he was never the same. So the guy who and I can't even remember if the guy was a Philly fan. He may have just been a random baseball fan. He snarkily, he said, he'll be fine. He hasn't been worth the damn since.
No, he is not. And that's why he was coming out of the bullpen tonight. And I had questions about, Rob Thompson going to the bullpen when he did, because I thought Sanchez just give up a couple of runs. And then, his whole philosophy was the other night when I think it was Ranger Suarez who was pitching. He had the bases loaded in the third inning, and he was able to get out of that inning against the Cardinals. And then he still kept him in, because he saw that he was working out of jams. I thought that Christopher Sanchez did a good job of just battling through adversity tonight. And unfortunately, sometimes when you give out pitches over the middle of the plate to guys like Ronald Acuna Jr. and guys like Ozzie Albies and Austin Riley, they are going to hit up on you. But my whole thing is that why go to Michael Lorenzen in that situation? Because, it's a 3-0 game, and give Sanchez just a little bit of a chance. And then, okay, if he gives up a couple of more runs, then you take him out. But I thought that he made the move a little bit too soon.
So the other thing about Sanchez, this is why I wouldn't base it off tonight.
Right.
The Atlanta Braves, for folks who may not be aware of this, they have the #1 OPS plus against left-handed pitching in baseball.
That's right.
So just because Atlanta, who knows who their first round opponent's going to be, but just because Atlanta pounded them doesn't mean you don't send them out there against Team X, Team Y, right? And
right.
Man, I'm telling you right now, if it's me, from what I've seen, and I would trust you much more, but I would go with Zach Wheeler. I guess Ranger Suarez.
Yeah.
And then to me, Cristobal Sanchez, his stuff is better than Nola right now and Walker.
Yes. Right now. But see, the thing is too, is that you would much rather have Christopher Sanchez and Aaron Nola pitch at home, in front of the fans, because that also matters too. If there's anything that we learned from last year's playoffs, especially when the Phillies played against the Braves, home field advantage really did matter, and the fans at Citizens Bank Park were just absolutely a part of it for sure, because you could just hear how loud they were on the broadcast. So I think that also giving him the home field advantage would definitely boost up his confidence, and maybe Aaron Nola's too. So that's another reason why I would go to them as the 3 and 4 guys, because I trust Zach Wheeler and Ranger Suarez more on the road because they're competitors, and that's just who they are. They're natural competitors, and they want to succeed.
Yeah, that would be the first round you're going to be at home, right?
The first round we're going to be at home, but then when we play against I say when we play against you guys, if we play against you guys, then it would be Wheeler and actually no, because
it won't be Wheeler most likely, because
it's not going to be Wheeler.
This is my theory. I don't.
Wow.
I hope they don't use this theory, but this is my theory. But if I was facing the Braves and I'm Philadelphia, my season starts on Tuesday, right?
Yep.
Wheeler pitches game 1, which means he'd be ready for game 2 of the Atlanta series, right? I would put in game 1 of the Atlanta series. This is why I would wait. I would have Taijuan Walker pitch game, because Taijuan Walker's pitched against the Braves pretty well. So I would leave him out if it goes 3, and I would have, because the Braves have hit Suarez, they've hit Sanchez, but that's because they hit left-handed pitching.
Right.
So that's just the way I feel about it. Is Taijuan Walker gives you a better chance to win in game one. But
I'm with you on that.
and
I
look,
don't know. Oh, sorry. My bad.
All I was gonna say is that Nola has owned us over the years, but we've gotten to him this year. I think he's lost his fastball essentially.
I mean, you can look at the stats. The stats don't lie, and they certainly do tell the truth in this situation because he's been just one of those guys that just, I don't know what it is. It's probably something that's mental. We thought it was the pitch clock at first, but even if it is the pitch clock, there's just no excuse because everybody's gotten accustomed to the pitch clock. Justin Verlander, Max Scherzer, just these guys that have been around for a really long time, they got used to it. And Aaron Nola, when it comes to just runners on base, you just pretty much know that it's going to be a 70% chance that he's going to give up a run if there's at least one runner on base. And it's probably going to be a 3 to 4 run inning.
Are you saying that because they're running on him? Like what's the deal?
No, it's just because his pitches just become flat. His fastball doesn't have the same movement. The slider is just up in the zone, and the changeup too. There's no movement
from the windup. He's in trouble, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha.
Correct.
I mean, I've noticed his numbers are just terrible this year.
Yeah. He's not the same.
I've only probably watched him pitch 3 times this year, so I really don't have anything to base off of.
Right.
To me, if the Braves are setting their lineup, it's obviously Max Fried first, Spencer Strider second, and then honestly, I'm going Charlie Morton game 3. Game 3 and probably
in Philly.
Give me Charlie Morton in game 4. This is assuming that we can hold serve in Atlanta games 1 and 2, Fried and Strider. Game 3, and remember last year that when we went up against the Phillies, not only do I feel like we ran out of gas because we chased down the Mets, but also Max Fried, a lot of folks forget about this, Max Fried lost like 10 to 12 pounds just before that series because of the flu, and Strider had just came off the IL. So I'm hoping we get a much better version of these guys this time around.
Yeah, well, I think it's going to be an interesting series if it happens. I think that is probably going to be one of the best series in baseball if that were to happen. So I'm looking forward to it. But man, I got to tell you, your Atlanta Braves, they came out tonight and they really showed off their firepower, and it was on both sides, just domination. The only thing that I have questions about in regards to the Braves is what decisions is Brian Snitker going to make that could possibly negatively impact the team? Because we've seen him sometimes just throughout the season where he doesn't make the best decisions. Yesterday we had, and I'm going to bring this up because you brought it up during the pregame show. You talked about how Travis d'Arnaud is not starting for Sean Murphy. Offensively, he's 6 for 18 lifetime against Zach Wheeler. You want your best firepower out there, and when it comes to Brian, he has not always made the best decisions, the best managerial decisions.
So now when it comes to the lineup, he doesn't make those decisions. That's coming from up top. They've got an analytical team that puts it together, but this would be my guess because I was shocked that he didn't come out. They have stuck with the every other day down the stretch. And so I really think it came down to they didn't look at that as a must-win game. Although fans coming off a 3-game losing streak did, and we're playing a division rival, but we're not in those conversations. And then the other thing would be they were just going to do – so tomorrow, I haven't even looked at what the numbers are. It doesn't matter. d'Arnaud's not playing tomorrow. It's going to be Murphy.
No.
And that's – so as far as the in-game – the biggest concern I have with him with in-game decisions, because the lineups nowadays, it's all done by Anthopoulos and his minions, right?
It's all analytics.
It's the one thing that he does better than most is he keeps a calm clubhouse. He's got the best team in baseball. Can he guide him to the championship? I didn't think he could do it, and then he did it in 2021. So I kind of have to go, all right, here we go. Let's try it. But my biggest questioning with him, and this is where the manager makes their money nowadays, is who do you go to for the bullpen? And it's all set up on the sheets. Well, this guy and this guy. But sometimes I feel like you need a gut feeling that says, dude, I don't care what it says. I'm not doing it. And I will give him credit.
Correct.
In the game against Philly, wasn't the clincher. It was the game before where Hand stayed in extra innings and got it done. I thought it was absolutely the wrong move. I was like, get him out of there. Get him out of there. And somehow Hand pulled it off.
Let me ask you this, okay? If Raisel Iglesias has to come in for a save situation, if you have a save situation, okay, and you are in the playoffs, okay, like let's just say that the Phillies are playing against the Braves and it's like 7-6, it's in the top of the 9th, and Bryce Harper's coming up. Are you going to Raisel Iglesias?
Yeah.
You still are.
He's proven over and over again that he is. Look, these guys aren't perfect. Kimbrel's given up his fair share, right?
Yes, for sure. Absolutely.
You got to look at, okay, so the home run that he gave up to Bryce last week, it was a hanging change. And
which one? He gave up 2.
Right, but I'm talking about the first one was a hanging change.
Right.
I'm going to be honest with you. Most guys would have hit that damn thing out, but you damn sure can't do that to Bryce Harper.
No.
He's been really good in big spots. He was good last year. I mean, we were clamoring for him last year. We wanted him to be the closer over Kenley Jansen last year. And the one thing he doesn't do that Kenley Jansen did, there's not ducks all over the pond constantly where you're going, Christ, there's bases loaded, nobody out. A broken bat single loses this game.
Right.
And then somehow Kenley Jansen normally would get out of it. But, man, the Rolaids were coming out.
Right.
So,
yeah.
I mean, you don't have any other choice. That would be like if Kimbrel gave up a couple of yaks here in the last. Who would you go to? I mean, maybe you could go to Alvarado, but
I would go to Jeff Hoffman personally, and I would do Jeff Hoffman because Alvarado. There have been times where it was a couple of games ago too. After Craig Kimbrel loaded the bases in the 8th inning. Jose Alvarado did the same thing in the 9th, and the Phillies almost lost that game against the Cardinals.
I can't know how good he was in the postseason last year, so that's what
I know. It is so weird because you would think that with the bullpen that they have, adding Gregory Soto, right, an all-star pitcher for the Detroit Tigers, another Dave Dombrowski guy, you would think that with the way that Sir Anthony threw the ball last year, with how Craig Kimbrel has been throwing the ball in the first half of this season before the All-Star break, and then Jose Alvarado last season and before he got injured, you would think that this bullpen on paper is one of the best bullpens in the league. But really, over the last 3-4 weeks or so, they've really just been a shell of themselves, and Jeff Hoffman has been their best option, And that's no disrespect to Jeff because Jeff has really been doing a much better job with throwing the splitter, with throwing the fastballs and the sliders. His fastball's now coming at 98, 99, and it just has a lot of life to it. And he's getting guys to swing at pitches that are more on the inner part of the plate. So he's executing and making the right decisions. It just, I don't know how to explain it, but they do have problems in their bullpen.
One of my favorite things to say to anybody anywhere is the 3 most important things in life is a good family, great friends, and an even better bullpen. Because
yes,
bullpens will drive you nuts. They don't make sense. The year that the Braves won the title in 21, Will Smith was unhittable.
Yes, you're right.
4 weeks, 5 weeks he was unhittable. But before and after that, he's been a disaster.
Yep.
There's just I look back on that and I'm like, man, it's unfathomable to think that Will Smith and Luke Jackson, we rode them to a World Series.
Right.
Ian Anderson. Ian Anderson was our best pitcher.
Ian Anderson was on another level. And Mike Soroka was doing great too.
Yeah, people forget that actually Soroka in 21 was out, he had the Achilles.
Yes.
But people forget that even though Max Fried won Game 6, he had gotten shelled his last couple of times out, And I remember, so I'm doing these broadcasts, blah, blah, we're getting ready for game 6, and people were
Right.
asking me, what do you think? What do you think? I said, I'm not worried about it, because if we don't win game 6, Ian Anderson's going to bring it home in game 7. I wasn't even worried about it. And then Max Fried went out there and pitches a gem. But, I mean, you have to basically catch lightning in a ball. I think it's even more so because you have so many rounds you have to go through. You have one bad weekend, it's over.
It's survival of the fittest, and that's just how it is.
We can talk a little bit more about this tomorrow. Yep. What's your walk-off as we walk out of here?
I mean, just like my gut punch, or what my gut is telling me is that tomorrow I need to see a lot from the Phillies in regards to the offense and Aaron Nola. This is a prove it to me type of a day, a big test for him tomorrow. So, but I'm excited and I cannot wait to be back on here with you. And again, thank you so much for having me come on here.
As much as you're wondering about Nola, I got to see what Bryce – and this is a great matchup because I want to see what is Bryce Elder going to do against this Philly offense.
Right.
And there's a caveat. If you're thinking about betting, the Braves offense doesn't show up in day games in the middle of the week.
Phillies do. The Phillies do.
Oh, I'm just saying there's a good chance you get the rubber match because we do not show up. I don't know what the hell it is, but I'm thinking like someone needs to go around and do a bed check right now because they're probably out at the bar.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to drive in the bus. All right, brother. We'll see you tomorrow, man. Great job. We'll probably come on. What do you think about 11:45 pregame?
That's fine with me. Oh yeah, for sure.
11:45 pregame. JJ, play-by-play with JJ and Braves Country. We'll see you mañana.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac McGee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record, pure gold. His courage, pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac McGee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go, and now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby, when pitching to Raj. The pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth. To tell you the truth, there's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker. Swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of two X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac McGee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the Key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the Key.